manette, Donny point d'avorinette, Pina sans mi manicette, Lana fond sur le banc, Paris de la manette, Donny point d'avorinette, Pina fond sur le banc, Paris point d'avorinette, Pina sans mi manicette, Lana fond sur le banc, Paris de la manette, Donny point d'avorinette, Pina sans mi manicette, Lana fond sur le banc, Paris de la
Play that fucking track!
Do it Hello? And welcome to more of this game. Let me hop on over to this and pause it. Then let me put on the club beat instead. There you are. Welcome Peps, welcome in. Your stream set up on screen right now? Yep, that's my stream setup right there. A door. That is my entire stream setup. Through that door, God knows. Alright. It's been a while since I played last, aka it's been a whole day of no playing. So a quick summary, a quick overview of what happened last time, in case you missed it. So last time, we did a bit of traveling through time. Quite a bit, actually. We did so much, in fact, because we traveled... No way. Yes, way. We traveled to the past with Shiroya. First, we traveled alone, I think. No, actually, I think she traveled as well, if I recall correctly. But her travel was pretty uneventful. That's where we met Sai, which was a lot more eventful because Sai most likely also did travel in time, though we are not entirely sure. However, we also traveled again afterwards because we went to look for the Sekimeiya that Sai had hidden in the cleaning, whatever bucket or whatever cleaning trolley, and Shiroya grabbed it, the Sekimeiya, and we both teleported to the past again. But this time we teleported together, and we're in the attic, and we end up sleeping. And while we're sleeping, Isla died. She fell into a cabinet and most likely got crushed or something. We're not entirely sure. There are no visible bruises or anything, so what exactly killed her, we're not sure. But she died. So now we are looking to basically avoid the situation of anyone traveling around in time, and to do that we are locking ourselves into an attic room, thinking that is the best situation to avoid any other confrontation. And that's where we are. We basically, currently this is the room we're in. We're gonna remove the handle and throw the handle outside, and then we're gonna close the door so that no one can get in unless they're outside. So if they're outside, they can open the door for us. But if they're not outside, then, you know, they're stuck in here with us. But everyone's in this room now. Everyone who's still alive, and this is where we're gonna start off with. We ended on this because this is right where we're ready to basically, you know, start the whole idea of staying in this room. And we'll see if this is a good idea or a bad idea. Most likely a bad idea, because so far everything's been a bad idea in this game. But yeah, let's get on with the game. Don't be silly, we're missing the most important part. What do you mean? We need to search everyone. Someone could currently have the key. Of course, as I thought, Sai wouldn't miss such an obvious procedure. It's very important to do it, but in our situation it meant something else. The key to Naomi's locker that I'd kept on myself was likely to be found. Shiroya must have been aware of it too. As soon as I found myself in that avoidable situation, there was nothing I could do without being seen. All I managed to do was prepare a risky trick before we went up the ladder, and I'd already begun to run through possible excuses while foolishly regretting that I hadn't hidden it in the bathroom. When we were up top, I made sure that nobody had the funny idea of leaving anything hidden for later. I'm very sure that right now, both sections of this bedroom don't contain anything the culprit had deliberately left here. I'll begin. Sai showed us the contents of every one of his pockets, his hip pack, and shoes. He held the original key to the bathroom, or to the bedroom, but he'd been gripping it before we'd started looking around. However, he took something else from one of his back pockets. This is the key to my house and my identification, and this is the ticket for today's event. I have nothing else on me. Let's all do the same. I guess he could just say the same, right? This is the key to my house. Yeah, this is the key to my house. That's why I have this key, of course. Hold on, you don't mean to say that proves you're clean, do you? My objection had a reason behind it. That method of showing we didn't possess anything was highly disadvantageous for me. Even though letting them find my key wouldn't have been the worst, Shiroya and I would have become very suspicious. And if anyone realized what the key was for, they would have all seen the Sekimeiya in the locker. Furthermore, it'd bring back the commotion Erina had been trying to eliminate. That's why I took the single chance I believe I had. No, of course. Do you want me to get naked? Get naked, bitch. Just a while ago, you said that we should do this well. You could have a key under your clothes, yes, but you don't have to undress. I walked up to him, and like a security agent, I began patting his body from top to bottom. Alright, now you can say you're clean. Well, thank God. I was going to do this too. Don't worry. Let's continue with you then. I just wanted to make sure, and that's fine, since you won't find anything. I immediately knew that I had sounded a little off. It was intentional to set the expectation that nothing would be found on me. As such, when we got to the right pocket of my pants, he looked at me with a frown, noticing that I'd been incorrect. Oh? I took that brief moment of surprise to take out what he'd felt from my pocket. Ah, right, I'd forgotten I put this key there. With 2 fingers, I was gripping the Sekimeiya cabinet key. I moved it aside and placed it on top of the drawers. I leave it here. We need to lock ourselves inside. We need to lock ourselves inside with it, as I said before. Trying to appear nonchalant, I walked back and told Sai to continue. Like I'd done to him, he finished checking the low part of my body. Okay, you're clean too. Could I mind being next? We need to lock ourselves in with it. But didn't Sai have the original key? He's not dumb. I took a deep, discreet breath. Shiroya had been fixing her eyes on me, but I had attempted not to meet them. I stepped back and Katai took my place. I moved to Shiroya's side. She was probably wondering if I'd already gotten rid of the key. Later, without being hurt, I'd have to tell her what I'd done. Oh. Did he stick it up his ass or something? Despite how things seemed, it was still located in my right pocket. Before going up the ladder, I'd thought that I had only one way to avoid being found out. I would have been easily noticed if I attempted to leave the key somewhere. Taking advantage of the fact that I also had the cabinet key and that it was slightly bigger, I removed the locker key from my back pocket and slid it into the same pocket as the cabinet. Until that point... Oh, okay. Until that point, I'd avoided keeping both together so that I didn't produce metallic noises as I walked. The locker key was small. I'd purposely put it horizontally behind the cabinet so that Sai would press his hand on it and only notice the bigger shape at the front. Fortunately, I'd been able to abuse his minor surprise by taking out the cabinet key and leaving the smaller one inside. When the body inspection proceeded, he assumed the right pocket was clean and didn't check it again. What's this? I looked up, Sai was feeling one of Katai's pockets, and it appeared he'd found something inside. That time it was Sai who first put his hand in and retrieved yet again a key. Alright, I'd also forgotten I had this. We all recognized it. It was the old-looking key we'd found on the floor of hallway A. Didn't you say you'd keep it somewhere safe? I forgot, but don't worry, my pocket is plenty safe. After staring at it, Sai put the key back in. In the next pocket he found something else. The third time in a row, they were keys. You know these four as well. One is for the bathrooms, another is for the security room, this one opens my locker in the staff room, and this one is for the door leading to floor 2. Silently, Sai finished the inspection without finding anything else. Still unsatisfied, he took out all the keys again and attempted to insert them into the door's keyhole. They don't work. You're done then. He gave the keys back to Katai, and before the next person could be examined, I voiced a thought. That first key, could it be for the hidden door we found? I thought the same thing. Both have this feeling of being fairly old, and there's no other door in this building that does. Huh. You might be right, actually. We thought the culprit dropped it in a hurry. If that's what happened, it could be why they had to remove the handle. But the key spent a long time on the floor, so why didn't they retrieve it before we found it? They already left the suitcase in hallway C at some point. We went quiet at the mention of the suitcase. We'd more or less assumed that Naomi had left it there, but we weren't sure anymore. You're right. Maybe they wanted to avoid every possibility of being spotted and didn't want to step into hallway A. The fingerprints that you saw, are they clear enough to be useful? If the police can figure out who they belong to, that could be the path to the culprit. I'm not sure, the clear ones were all replaced by mine, but there might have been some more around because you need to push the wall in order to open it. I see. If whoever it is doesn't go erase them upon realizing that we found them, some should still remain. But if they're one of us, the fingerprints won't mean anything since they won't be provable that they were left behind when we found the door. Yeah, there's one more thing too. When we discovered the secret door, my first thought was that someone bypassed our searches by hiding there. However, even though the light wasn't very bright, what Shiroya and I initially saw were 3 distinguishable fingerprints. I don't think any were overlapping. You mean that the door was only recently opened once? From hallway A, maybe. If it was only opened once, it can't be that someone went to hide there all the times we searched, unless they spent hours inside. Maybe that proves it wasn't one of us. Huh. I suppose they could have used the Sekimeiya to teleport inside without opening the wall, but that doesn't sound likely. Anyway, who's next? Shiroya volunteered. In her case, nothing was found in her clothes. Her purse was almost empty and only contained a wallet, 2 of the 3 tickets we'd bought for the event, a personal identification to match the tickets, and the key to my house. Akaro was next. The same way, his inspection was handled quickly, and once again, personal keys, his identification, his own entrance tickets were all we found on him. It wasn't surprising, as the same kind of body search would also be performed before entering the tower. Alright, done. Finally, I don't mean to suspect you, Erina, but ignoring you would defeat the purpose of what you're trying to accomplish. I know, that's fine. She moved ahead, usually... Welcome, cow. No Suma. No Suma. Today, it's not Suma. She moved ahead. Usually it would have been worth considering that the person who proposed the arrangement had a secret reason, but I knew Erina was genuine. Sai gently made sure she hadn't been concealing anything, and by letting us know that her purse was clean as well, he put an end to our last measure. Don't leave! This game is also fun. Personal keys and identification had also been found in her purse. We were specifically searching for hidden keys, so even though it was normal we all possessed ours, Sai made sure to confirm that their shape did match the bedroom doors. I'm curious. Maybe it's... I'm gonna click. Okay. Maybe I'm looking for things where there are none. Like Maybe I'm looking for... how would you say that? Like... maybe I'm looking for suspects when there are none. At the moment. Or, like, nothing that reveals one. But I find it very suspicious. So, let's go back. So this is Sai. Sai showed us the content of every one of his pockets, his hip pack and shoes. He held the original key to the bedroom, but he'd been gripping it ever since... blah, 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 right? Here. This is the key to my house and my identification. Okay, so there's a key, there's identification. And this is the ticket for today's event. Okay. So he has 3 things. He has the key... he has 4. He also has the key to the bedroom. But he has 3 things that are like of important here, right? The key to his house, identification, ticket to today's event. Then let's go to me. I won't have those things because Shiroya has those for me, but that's fine. So let's skip me. Let's go to Katai. Won't have Katai doesn't have, which is a little bit suspicious. He doesn't have keys to his house. He has... where do he lists here? One is for the bathrooms. Another is for the security room. This one opens my locker in the staff room. And this one is for the door leading to floor 2. Okay. And then he has the key that we suspect might be for... we did have this hint, but as long as no one guesses it, it will keep giving the same hint. Also, welcome Wout and welcome Cow, I forgot to say. He doesn't have a key to his own place, which I find is a bit suspicious. But let's ignore that for now, because he is there's a situation, maybe he has like a wife or a significant other that has the key, or maybe they are home or whatever. You know, there's a chance that, you know, whatever. That's not what's suspicious. So then we go to the next one, which is Shiroya. In her case, nothing was found. Her purse was almost empty and only contained a wallet. Fair. 2 of the 3 tickets. Fair. 2 tickets, me and her. Our personal identification to match the tickets, and key to my house. Okay, so once again we have tickets, identification, key. Acro. Personal keys, identification, ticket. So again, we have the same thing. Key, identification, ticket. But then when we get to Erina, key, identification. It very specifically does not inform us that she has her ticket on her. In fact, it shouldn't only tell us she has 1 ticket. It should say she has 2. Because she should have a ticket for her and Isla. Which is very strange. In fact, I find that so strange, I'm gonna write a note for it. Because I think that is extremely weird. Are we really on 36? Yeah, I guess so. Sigh. I think this is actually something, because I find it very strange. Because she should have not only one, but 2 tickets. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. She should have it. Let me add your image. I don't see why she wouldn't have it on her. I do not see why she wouldn't. That's fine, I've got it. There you go. I don't see why she wouldn't have her tickets on her, or why it would specifically show personal keys and identification, but it wouldn't say her tickets. I wish you could like attach a note, right? Like, I wish you could say, like, in note, if you could like pin this one specifically. I have to go like I have to do something like where I copy a part of it so I can search for it. If I do this and then say she moved ahead. See, so now I can find it. That's the only way I can do it. When I search for nothing, it shows almost all of them except for 4. What? Why does it match all but 4 of them? Which one does nothing not match? Do I have other notes? What? Oh, okay. And it unlocked the cabinet too, right? The fucking Sekimeiya send the cabinet to the past when it wasn't locked and just stroll on out. Oh god. Oh, this is just to expand door, okay. Okay. I think that's fine. Maybe I color this. Do it like this, maybe? So I know. Actually, don't color this. Okay, let's continue. Good, this went well. Now doing what I explained should be easy. Since nobody had any complaints, I took one screwdriver out of a drawer and compared it with the screws that kept the door's handles attached. It'll work. It's not a perfect match, but it'll definitely suffice. One sec. We wanted to hide the key and outer handle outside, right? There's not much of a point to it, since the chain will prevent anyone from entering. But can you think of a good place to hide it? I feel like under the bathroom carpet is good enough. Like you said, it's not too important. Regarding the handle, no great spot comes to mind, but it doesn't matter anyway. The attic's full of removable handles, so someone outside could probably unscrew one to use it on the door if they really wanted to open it. In that case, we have the chain to rely on. Yeah, that sounds fine. In theory, a past version of someone inside could just go up and fucking unlock the door. Which would be pretty funny. From the hallway, we clearly saw Sai leaving the key under the carpet without any kind of trick involved. There it is. Only one thing to do then. What about the handle? We all moved back inside with the big screwdriver. I removed the 4 screw. Oh, because we haven't unscrewed it yet. That's why. I removed the 4 screws of the inner handle, which fell on my hands. It'd be great if we could use this on the storeroom door. We should all get ready to face the consequences of this. Don't be surprised if Ashia blows this tiny action out of proportion. We get it, that's fine. They can do what they want. I unscrewed the outer handle too and left both of them under the bed in the opposite bedroom. In the door, only one hole became visible. As the keyhole wasn't found on the handles themselves, we were sure that the door couldn't be opened through the hole. A very short metal cylinder was poking out. It was incredibly tight. We weren't going to turn it from the inside. When I was certain, I asked one last time. Okay, this is it. If I close this door, we won't be able to open it again. Any final objection? I looked at the 5 of them, who knew what their next 6 hours would be like. Nobody opened their mouth, so I proceeded with the most important action. Slowly I pushed the door forward. There's no friction against the floors, so I applied force until it satisfyingly set into place. Well, this would have been a good place to stop the stream. We'd sealed ourselves in. Surprisingly, it had taken a fair amount of concord. It was clear that nobody wanted to oppose the request because Erna made it. Any regrets were no longer meaningful. 30 minutes in, they still haven't done this yet. Guess I didn't miss much. You missed them searching through people, and that's basically it. However, I did, when they were searching through people. So, for example, I had the locker key, which is, I guess, the most important element of searching through people, is that I had the locker key, which we didn't want people to find. Which I managed to trick people, and they didn't find it. But one important aspect is I made these notes, because when, like I wrote, when searching through everyone's belongings, Erna's belongings very specifically does not include the tickets for her and Isla, which is strange when it is included in every other mention of belongings, excluding Katai, who has a reason for not having event tickets. So, if I search this, I will go over it. All of these, so we search everyone, including me, obviously. But we start with Sai, and it says key to the bedroom, identification, ticket. Then we search me. I don't have I don't have the key to my house or identification or tickets, because Shiroya has all of those. So we ignore me because, and then Shiroya. No, not Shiroya. Wait, where is it? Oh, Katai. Katai doesn't have either, so we ignore him as well. He's a security guard. There's no reason for him to have it. Then Shiroya. Her purse was almost empty and only contained a wallet, 2 of the 3 tickets, personal identification, and key. So again, tickets, identification, key. Acro, key, identification, ticket. But then when we look at Erna, it says personal keys and identification. It very specifically does not say anywhere in this that she has her tickets. And I think that is an important part, because it mentions on all the other ones that have, and she should have not just 1, but 2. Of course, there could be any number of reasons, but I think it is like an important thing to note down. She could have just like dropped it somewhere, but I think it's very strange that it mentions the tickets on all the other ones except for her. As the icing on the cake, we set the chain. I attempted to pull the door inward and push it outward. As expected, it didn't budge. It had become a barrier for both sides, and the only way to unlock it would be telling the police where we'd left the key and attaching the chain for them. Cooperation from both sides was needed. Yeah, I hope it's not just dev oversight. Because it would be pretty cool if that wasn't dev oversight, but we'll see. Now we wait. We could do with a deck of cards. We don't have any, so just try to stay still and quiet for once. You've been enough of a handful for one day. Katai, there's a lot of resentment within you. How does it feel to know that that after we wait 6 hours you're gonna go straight to prison? Haven't done anything, so that won't happen. Well, Ashia doesn't seem to think the same, remember? Wasn't your authority revoked? What's the time? 15:08. Did nothing else happen to your watch? Seems like it's still working fine. Excuse me? Oh, you know about that? Yeah, we fixed it earlier. What? Yes, when we were waiting in the lobby, before you two appeared. What? What the fuck is happening now? Why does Katai know about this? Katai should not know about this. I mean, nor should I, but Katai definitely shouldn't. This is not something Katai should know about. The original Sai, his watch, which we assume that's the original Sai, his watch never broke. There has never been an issue with the original Sai's watch. What? You didn't know? Sai asked me if I had lithium batteries because his watch wasn't working. He didn't mention that part when we told you what happened, but it was insignificant. Wait, what? Maybe... Wait, am I in the wrong here? What's going on now? Oh, you know about that? Yeah, we fixed it earlier. What? Yeah, we were waiting in the lobby before you two appeared. Sai asked me if I had because his watch wasn't working. What? What is happening? I wasn't talking about that. It didn't work once before that point. You're still claiming that wasn't you, right? Probably, since I don't know what you're talking about. Convenient that Katai had the right type of battery in his security room. What time and date was displayed when you changed the battery? Some minutes earlier than the time shown on the computer, which is when it must have stopped working. Then I synced it properly again. Is that so? I don't know what you two are talking about, but I bet Sai failed at looking innocent again, right? Your irony knows no limits. Are you already thinking about how you'll lie to the police? Okay, there's something very weird about the fact that his watch broke there, but I don't know what it is. The fact that his watch broke there is pretty important, I think. But I don't know why. Are you already thinking about how you'll lie to the police? Stop. We decided to stay here to end these discussions. I know. We're already locked in, though, so I have to rub it in Katai's face. I bet he's crying internally since his plan can't be finished now. But Katai was right. Sai had noticed his watch stopped working again, so like I did, he asked for lithium batteries. There was further indication that he remembered the time he and I fixed the watch. I'll go up and wait there. Before the conversation snowballed again, Erna was the one who stopped Sai. To get as far from the door as possible, she chose to go rest in the upper bedroom. I knew that the illusion of tranquility was well achieved there, so taking advantage of her opening, I decided to follow her. We will too. Separating ourselves into 2 groups of 3 will be the best to utilize the space. Taking my cue, Shiroya went up with me. It seemed that Erina wanted to distance herself from the commotion that Sai and Katai continued to spawn, so by claiming the upstairs area for ourselves, we at least had a chance to remain unbothered for a long time. Erina was sitting on a bed. She didn't pay much attention to our presence, so we silently sat on the opposite one. Although 6 hours still had to pass, I promptly realized that I was still exhausted. It was possible I could sleep and fast forward to 2100. We'd closed the hatch, so we couldn't hear the people under us. If they decided to keep arguing with moderate voices, we wouldn't hear it. It's time to abandon. Or it was time to disconnect. I don't know why I read abandon. I've been actively trying to piece everything together, but after choosing to because it says abandon right there. But after choosing to abandon that, only time would force me to go back. In that case, that something horrible in the case that something horrible awaited us at the end of the road. At least, that was what I'd been ready to accept. You two didn't do anything to Isla, right? Taking both of us by surprise, Erna broke the silence she had set up. We raised our heads to see her deep eyes peering at us. Absolutely not. We were sleeping in the other bedroom when everything happened. Is it possible one of you left while the other was sleeping? There's no way that happened. Do you two trust each other that much, even though there's a killer around? Are you two related? I saw that only one of you had house keys. We're just friends. Unfortunately, we have no way to prove it, but I promise that we left after Isla was found. Earlier, I thought that Sai had a point. Why'd you go straight to the lobby from hallway B without looking at the cleaning room? That was my mistake. I should have acted as if we had already seen the card and the missing Sekimeiya, but without a second thought, I tried to appear surprised to make it seem like we'd never entered the room and couldn't have hidden it. It might sound iffy, but what we said earlier was the truth. We went to the bathroom and then checked the event room and the lobby where we thought people would be. Then, is Katai the only person who could have done it? Him? Right. A lot of things regarding his whereabouts still don't make sense, but it shouldn't be straightforward. It could have been an accident caused by the Sekimeiya. There's no accident. Isla saw something inside that cabinet, so she must have been lured there. Katai could have made her disappear. She's known about the Sekimeiya for longer than anyone else. Oh, he's known. Then he showed up after he left Isla's body in the cabinet. You two have experienced what the Sekimeiya does, but I don't know how to think about it. It's possible that she was sent to the cabinet from the future, right? Isn't that similar to something you said a while ago? If that happened, it could have been anyone. But she would have to still be alive. It was clear that Erna was attaching herself to the slightest gleam of hope that still persisted. The recording proved that Isla would still be alive in the future, so Erna needed the time to pass to know if there was any trust left placed in it. She must have suggested waiting in the room in hope of nothing occurring at 2100. I've been thinking about it, but I don't know what could have happened. I'm sorry. I wanted to give her more hope, but I stopped myself, knowing that it would only make things worse if I was wrong. Even if Isla would somehow still be alive in a month, her fate had already been shown to us. She would end up dead in the Crystal Floor's cabinet, even if she had to travel there for a month in the future. At least, that's what I thought, until I remembered that the two Naomi bodies defied that belief. I believed that no matter what had happened to Isla, being dead inside the cabinet had to be the end of her path. However, two identical bodies hinted that the Sekimeiya could have some sway even after death. That was the actual hope Erna had to rely on. The recording didn't guarantee a bright future, even if it turned out to be legitimate. In that instant, I felt a bubble of hope growing in my head. The Sekimeiya hadn't caused any apparent effect when it touched Isla's dead body, even though we might not have seen it immediately. If that had created a living version of her at an earlier point in time, like I speculated with Naomi, my thoughts were directed to Mia once again. I don't understand. Why would Mia have the Sekimeiya? I don't understand why you keep thinking about Mia. She died in an explosion or something. But that bubble popped as soon as images of her burnt pieces of flesh appeared in my mind. The Sekimeiya had to exist somewhere 2 weeks in the past, but how could I touch a body that had been blown to pieces? I forced myself to stop thinking. The three of us present in the room had all lost someone very dear to us, and we all silently prayed that somehow they could be brought back. It was cruel to consider that there was a culprit somewhere who had killed at least once. Possessing a higher knowledge of how the Sekimeiya worked, Exactly what all of us needed the most. It's my fault, isn't it? It doesn't matter who did it. I brought her here. What? I bought the tickets for today to make Isla happy. And instead she... It should have been me. Why would anyone want to hurt Isla? I had no idea how to respond to something as dark as that. And Shiroya clearly didn't either. We lapsed into silence for a few minutes. Part of Erina, I was sure, believed that Isla was still alive somewhere, while another part accepted that she was dead and already mourned her. Do you know about Akashic Park? The amusement park? Yes. I'd heard about it. It was a few hours away from Yoshibana. Apparently it was surrounded by mountains and it competed worldwide for the largest park in size. Its selling point was that it contained all possible configurations of every ride in the world, so despite my low interest, it piqued my curiosity more than once. You might have thought that Isla was obsessed with the gems downstairs, but that didn't even come close to how much she wanted to go there. She brought it up countless times, but it's really expensive, and I've always been a bit afraid of ride malfunctions. I was going to have more money than usual this month, since it's the end of the year. I decided to finally give in and surprise her with a trip after Christmas. I told her about it less than a week ago, in case she preferred to hold off with the money and plan a trip during summer instead. Even though she was really excited at first, she actually told me she didn't want to go. I couldn't believe it, but she said that she didn't want to leave her friend alone while she went to have fun. At one point she also said that she would only come to see the Sekimeiya because I already bought the tickets, and she didn't want to make me waste money, even though she started to talk about her friend before we got the tickets. I told you the other ways her behavior changed, right? I forgot one. Sometimes she hid something from me. A small object, I believe. Huh? That's what it felt like. I noticed a few times. She'd keep her hand in a fist for a long time. If I asked her to show me what she was hiding, she'd run off, so I had to ignore it. It must have been something very small. Okay, let's think. What could that be? Because it's gonna be important, right? We already know it's gonna be important for the story. That whatever she was holding, it's gonna be important. What could that be? A key? But why would she have a key? Yeah, I can't think of it. I can't get it all out of my head. Whatever happened to Isla weeks ago, I never realized it. All of that was difficult to respond to, so I stayed quiet. However, Shiroya said something far from the shallow answers I'd kept to myself. Hold on, Era. I might know who Isla's friend was. What? Who? I frowned. How could she know that? The only ideas I'd kept in my mind were an imaginary friend, a Sin member, a staff member from the town. Is she gonna say Mia? Is she gonna say Mia? I'm not sure if it makes sense. When we learned about her friend's story, we hadn't experienced the Sekimeiya's powers yet, but just now I thought of something that could make a lot of sense. Apparently she and her friend were living together, but you said that was impossible since you hadn't seen her. Could it be that her friend was herself after traveling to the past? Okay, well. With that sentence, the huge but simple possibility opened up in my mind. I hadn't considered it at all since I'd been blinded by conspiracies, but I immediately understood why Shiroya reached that idea. Herself? What are you talking about? I would have seen her. I think Shiroya might be right. Stop that. What? You would have seen her, yes, but you said that she started to disobey you sometimes, and you even found her at home once instead of being at school. Right, they were actively keeping their identity from you because they felt like they couldn't reveal that another Isla had appeared. But when one of them went to school, or to do what you instructed her to do, the other one couldn't follow. During those instances, you could have been seeing the Isla who came from the future. What? Did I just imagine her behavior changed? She distanced herself and spent much less time with me. Then this is one of the few things that explains it. Why else would she hide a friend from you? She didn't have bad intentions, and neither did her friend. We watched my favorite movie together, and it was her favorite too. We went to the aquarium last month, just like us. I recalled a few things Erina had said. The way Isla described her friend made it sound like she made up a persona that had her own traits and experienced the same events. However, it was herself from the future, wasn't it? She wasn't lying. Why else would she refuse to go to the amusement park? Both of them couldn't go at once, so she must have not wanted to leave her behind, knowing firsthand how much she wanted to go too. Then right now she's outside. Isla specifically said her friend was waiting for her outside. That has to be it. She will exist in a month. I didn't want to deny it, but it wasn't that simple. In fact, nothing about her fate had changed. I could assemble things the following way. When Isla disappeared from the cabinet, she went far into the past. The range should have been a lot bigger, but we might have been wrong about that part. In a month, that Isla will somehow enter the tower. Tragically, no matter what I thought up, the following step had to be: Isla travels to the past, ends up dead in the cabinet. There's no way to end it differently. However, even though the voice recorder had appeared in Isla's purse, the origin of it was still unexplained with that theory. Erina's head lowered, and her expression went back to how it had been minutes before. I don't know. I appreciate that you want to believe Isla. There's no way that what she said was true. You remember what her friend supposedly told her about today's incident, right? I tried to leave the major inconsistencies for the end, but Erina was right. She told me that something would happen in the tower, but not to worry. She said that if we stayed calm in one place, nobody would be hurt. And she promised I'd be able to see and touch the Sekimeiya. So she was right, wasn't she? Yeah, according to her, there was going to be no danger, and she said that only 7 people would get trapped. Exactly, there's no way she'd say those things after seeing Naomi's body, and after everything else that happened. Actually, this isn't what I'm most worried about. Thinking about it conceptually, this is something that cannot work. Conceptually, you have time travel, right? Things that would normally be impossible are happening, you've said so yourself. That's not what I mean. We've come to the conclusion that the past cannot be changed. So what we're suggesting is that Isla met her own self who had traveled from the future. They kept her existence hidden from you, and the friend let the original Isla know about today's event. Ignoring that what she was told was incorrect, the next step is flawed. She cannot go back to the past and relive what she experienced. She would have to replicate exactly what her friend had done and said. So the past would occur exactly as it had already. There's naturally no way she would be willing to do that. Isla said they'd been hanging out a lot, so as I said, conceptually it's incredibly unreasonable to think that she'd spent the time as her friend knowing how everything would play out. You saw her once when she hadn't gone to school, which would be an impossibility since she would have known you would see her, and she would have avoided that. I see. You're right. It's not possible. I hadn't seen it like that. Everything we think about goes back to the same core. We don't really understand how the Sekimeiya works. We can't say it's not possible. The way we're currently thinking about it doesn't function. I made up arbitrary rules to explain a few things that have occurred, but as long as they work, we can't discard them. If traveling so long to the past made Isla's memory fuzzy, for example, she might have not remembered the time she spent with herself. From her perspective, she would have been that would have been happening for the first time, so she would have acted on her own without being aware of. So she would have acted on her own without being aware of what she was repeating everything. She would have also misremembered what occurred today and given Isla false information that she trusted completely. Alright, thank you. So continuing, Erina turned around and lay on the bed while Shiroya and I looked lost. So my account? 459. Her idea had a lot of promise, but it appeared ultimately impossible until we had more information. Also welcome, Harmu. I'd usually been able to create a patchwork design out of the loose ends of a theory, but in that case, I couldn't think of anything else. Needless to say, I didn't think any part of my memory had been erased upon traveling, although to be fair, perhaps I wouldn't have realized it. Were we completely off base? Was it all just a scheme planned by someone? Before I gave up on the idea, an extra piece of the puzzle that we'd ignored came back to me. Where am I? What do you mean? We're still in Eshia Tower, do you not remember? No, I know what I mean. No, I know. What I mean is, what happened to me? Where am I? Following that, there were a couple of unsteady heavy footfalls, most likely someone staggering. During the next few seconds, Isla cried and nobody spoke, inside or outside the recording. Those were words said by Isla, and they were scheduled to happen in about a month. Was a dark meaning behind Isla's future actions that she discovered the fate that awaited her? Had she found out that she had died and that her fate had been sealed? What happened to me? Where am I? I remember the agonizing way that sounded. I breathed deeply, but anxiety began to crawl up my back, exasperated by my own lack of knowledge. I hated exploring all sorts of options without knowing if I'd ever find the truth. Isla's bleak ending had already been revealed to us, making the process of putting together its outline all the more draining. Shiroya was resting her head on top of a large pillow. We'd been there for a little while, and the people below us hadn't interrupted us yet. It seemed like relaxing would be an actual...
baby!
That's concrete, baby! That's another one found. Let me, 64. Found. That one, that's an ember sound right there. If you're curious. She's not even here, I think. Let me refund. We'd been there for a little while, and the people below us hadn't interrupted us yet. It seemed like relaxing would be an actual option. I climbed over Shiroya and lay down, making contact with the cold wall. She was occupying both pillows, so I knew I'd have a hard time staying in a comfortable position. Trying not to mind it, I closed my eyes. As usual, attempting to keep my mind blank was futile, but the contents of what tormented me were very different. Time travel, a smoke attack, body doubles, murders, suspicion. What kind of mess were we in? I was aware that there was no guarantee I'd ever feel my own bed again, depending on what the truth around us really was. Ironically, the stiff bed began to help me get rid of those thoughts. My senses slowly faded away. Last time we did this, it wasn't very good. Last time we did this, something bad happened. Someone died. Nobody moved for many minutes. Atsuki, who do you think you are? I was about to lose touch with reality when a sound brought me back to my surroundings. The three of us were startled simultaneously and looked at the hatch that had just opened. Huh? What? Gatai appeared through the hatch with a sour expression? Since he'd addressed me, I tried to stand up, but I could only support my torso with an arm. Atsuki, do you really think you could get out of this with simple threats? Those will not work on me, so once we make it out, you can say goodbye to your normal life. I couldn't comprehend a word of what he was saying. He'd sat on the bed and put his face up close to mine. His eyes told me that he was being serious, but I couldn't help but respond with an exaggerated frown. Are you listening to me? What the hell are you on about? Stop with your facade. It all makes sense, and I know Shiroya must be working with you. Huh? For a second I thought you might have figured out we've hidden the Sekimeiya and decided to blow it out of proportion. Don't worry, Erina. I know he's been threatening you from the start. We're all locked up here, so now he can't pull one of his tricks. When I left the lobby earlier, you were who followed me, not Sai. However, you made the others cover for you. That wasn't a smart move, idiot. Why did he call me an idiot? I didn't realize that everything was a fabrication. You killed the first Naomi and had everyone else lie about it. That's why you made up the elevator noise. To frame me or someone else. Are you fucking out of your mind? Why would I want to frame you if everyone else was covering for me? Do not try to change the facts. When the second Naomi died, conveniently, I ended up on the floor 6 while you and everyone else you'd threatened were under me. That's why you could all act as if you had an alibi for her death. You knew about the attic key and had been here already. You could have had every key from the beginning. Right, how did I ignore such suspicious behavior? You and Shiroya left the attic and didn't come back for 15 minutes. And then the Sekimeiya mysteriously disappeared. He's gone, now he's just blaming me. Why is he just like moving, like, he's just constantly changing blame. He's like, first he blames this person, then he blames this person, then he blames the next person. He can never decide on one person to blame, it's always like a new person. But you instructed Sai to immediately act suspiciously as soon as we went down to confuse me. Despite everything that had occurred, my bewilderment thus far couldn't be compared to what I felt from the words I was hearing. And then Isla died. You were behind that, right? You tried to make us believe that you were sleeping as it happened. How did I swallow that lie? Shiroya found the hidden passage in the storeroom. How was I so stupid? You were about to use it. Before showing up in the lobby, you came from hallway B. You were too stupid to appear from hallway A after removing the Sekimeiya from the cleaning room. No wonder you sided with Erina and wanted everyone to stay locked in here. After all, you'd hidden the Sekimeiya and could safely sleep while you were doing just now. Did you actually think any of this would work? This is actually really bad, because now, if he actually makes people believe that we hit the Sekimeiya, they're gonna, well, actually, rather, what they're gonna be like is like, oh, he doesn't have anything to hide. You know, literally, we could just check him again. We'll just check everything he's got on him. He won't have anything. And then they check me, and then I have the key. And they're like, and then Katai's like, oh, look, I told you. I knew it. And I still didn't hide the key anywhere. Are you just fucking around, or are you really this dumb? I suppose you're not going to give up. You two are the culprits behind this incident. Why were you in the first group of the guided visitors when you've shown no interest in the gems? Now that I've learned about it, you must confess. I know you didn't attempt to threaten me individually since I work here, and there's no way I'd give in to you. I'm having a hard time following. Do you actually believe what you're saying? Katai's face shifted. I couldn't understand what was happening. I never thought you were brilliant, but come on. There's some huge inconsistencies with everything that you've said. What's gotten into you? Instead of replying, he looked at Erina. Upon seeing that she didn't immediately corroborate his story, he breathed faintly to keep calm. I'm serious, tell me, did you just rub some brain cells together for this and come here thinking that you'd cracked the mystery? I discarded a few theories earlier because they relied on you being completely brainless, but now I should reconsider them. Once again, he decided to remain quiet. Subsequently, he traced his steps and looked through the hatch. My perception of him had been changing as time advanced, but it suddenly had suddenly taken a significant turn. I still hadn't processed a few of the things he said. What the hell? That son of a bitch! It was time to stand up. I moved first since Katai had forcibly changed my mood. I walked up to him, and ignoring his awkwardly placed body, I kneeled down, trying to understand what he was looking at. What? There's no way. Sai and Akro wasn't there. From the hatch, I could see the entire lower bedroom devoid of any human presence. Where are they? They couldn't have left. Oh. Oh. Sai was the only one that checked both rooms. Sai had hidden a Sekimeiya in this room. Sai touched the Sekimeiya and teleported Sai and Acro. I went down the ladder. They weren't in the wardrobe or under the bed. Countless questions hammered from inside my head, but I immediately went to check on the door. The chain isn't set. Oh, never mind, okay. I said that out loud to inform the others who remained upstairs. Attempted to get the door to open, but it was locked in place. I don't get it. How do they do it? It had to be around 15:30. I doubt we'd been in the bedroom for more than 25 minutes. No matter what had happened, it was clear that calmness wasn't what awaited us. At first, Sai began telling me that you'd threatened him. He went into detail explaining how you'd managed to accomplish everything. I haven't met Suma yet, have I? Suma's not today. Most likely never, but definitely not today. I made an announcement for that. You can see it in the pin. Welcome Arquik. I didn't believe him at all, but he started to make some compelling arguments. It was Sai though, so I didn't take him seriously. However, even though Acro had been looking at him with skepticism from the start, after a while he confirmed Sai's story and gave us his version. He said you'd threatened him too, that Erina had fallen victim as well. I'm sorry, but at that time everything was pieced together, and I truly believe them. This is too much. So they escaped after you went through the hatch? I don't know how, but yes. Had no idea what was happening. Leaving should have been impossible, let alone such a short time. Both of them probably wanted you to go up so they could leave without being seen. So it's definitely the Sekimeiya, right? Sai had hidden a Sekimeiya somewhere. He was the only one that checked both rooms. Or he hid it somewhere that he knew only he would check. That no one else would check. So he had hidden a Sekimeiya up here. He did that. But how would I do that? No, because they said it would be too long. That it would take too long for them to do. We left him in the bedroom. That's when he does it. It would have taken too long and made too much noise for them to leave, because there's a huge chain that blocks it. Although the chain wasn't set, but... that might... well, I don't know. I guess we'll see. And your stupidity was the perfect base for that to work, like flour in a cake. Maybe the lock could be forced with something like a card. They did remove the handle, that's the thing. But it'd take a long time. There's no way they could have escaped in less than a minute. The chain isn't set, so they definitely left through the door. Would we not have heard it if they forced it open? Maybe it was removed as a trick to make us think they used the door. I hated that feeling. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I hated that feeling. We'd been shoved into another mystery without solving anything, and Sai's plan had worked. Additionally, it appeared that Acro had no problem working with him to create a story where I was the main culprit. Oops. We would have left eventually, but the notion that nobody would be able to go back to the past if we stayed there was already obsolete. It had become possible for Sai and Acro to appear in the past, if that was part of their intent. Even though Erina hadn't reacted strongly, there was an important implication. Sai and Acro worked together, so they could have orchestrated the recording if they'd either worked with Isla or threatened her. Does it even matter? This is the logic Sai used when Shiroya and I left the attic. If something happens, it'll be their fault. Can we not apply it now? Admittedly, I was tired and my body demanded me to sleep again. You're crazy, they played us like this. They played you. Do you want us to break the door open? We agreed to stay here until the police come, and now we've learned who the culprits were. They must have had a gold mine, and they very likely accomplished it already. You can go search for them if you think that'll do anything. I was exhausted. I let my body fall onto the bed at my side and disconnected from the conversation. Katai began knocking on the door and yelling. I didn't know what to think, as I couldn't bring myself to completely trust his story. If everything actually happened like he said, Sai and Akira would have clearly communicated that they have ulterior motives, which they'd managed to keep mostly hidden until the point even though they escaped. Leaving anyway meant that they needed to get out so badly they didn't care. Sai. Should we try to leave? They were probably hoping we'd stay here after they escaped, which is why they blatantly did so. I don't want to. I'm not sure what Akro's deal is, but if Sai is the only one to escape, I would have thought that his motives was to make us chase after him to undo the bedroom lock. If they're still in the tower, there's not much they can do. They can still go to the past to hide the Sekimeiya, but they'd still be trapped in here. Even if they went far enough back to exit the tower, there's no reason for us to chase them. But what if one of them had the handle for the hidden exit? They could leave with the Sekimeiya. Then they're already gone. However, if they could open it, they would have done that earlier. They could have figured out a way to open it after they found it. Katai sighed in exasperation and set the chain again. The key was outside and the chain would prevent Akro and Sai from returning. Why is the culprit hiding the Sekimeiya if we'll be able to find it? A recurring question felt similar to our present situation. What could they have wanted to achieve by making it out? Unless they wanted to experiment with the Sekimeiya or hide it. The only reason I could have produced that, they needed to go back in time to finish something off. The other question was a lot more intriguing to me. How had they escaped? There was time to break the door open, and there was time to break the door open. I think that should say there was no time to break the door open, and there was no way we'd missed a hidden person who'd opened it from the outside. To open the door, the key would have been needed. There was no other way to accomplish it. However, we knew it couldn't have been from inside the bedroom. As I'd thought earlier, the only way to undo the lock was by using the key from the outside and then unsetting the chain from the inside. I guess alternatively, it was someone from the outside that helped them, that unlocked the door for them. Which was actually my first theory I said, like in the beginning. Was that someone's just gonna one of them from the past or whatever is just gonna open it from the outside. With my eyes closed and without giving it much thought, I could reach a very easy explanation similar to what Sai proposed when we locked ourselves in the bedroom. They left through the door and went to the past with the Sekimeiya. Then they opened the bedroom's door with a key that we hid under the bathroom carpet. To escape, they simply pulled the door open from the inside, which would have been slightly open. There's two things. There's two ways that could have been done. And I'm pretty sure only two ways. Either Sai hid the Sekimeiya in this room, because like I said, when we were in the attic, there's a point where I'm pretty sure it was just Sai and Akro in the bedrooms. I don't know who decided that we should stay in this bedroom. Does it say on the notes? No, it doesn't say here who decided. Yeah, it doesn't say. It doesn't say who decided for us to stick to the right bedroom. I don't know. But either Sai hit the Sekimeiya in the bedroom earlier, or some person from the future or whatever that used the Sekimeiya has released them, has let them out. But I'm surprised we wouldn't have heard the door open. Or them talking, I guess. I mean, I'm surprised that, like, Katai, I guess while Katai was upstairs, he could have shouted so loudly we didn't hear it. To escape, they simply pulled the door open from the inside, which would have been slightly open. Well, they sort of did, but the problem the problem is, like, we did look for when we stayed here, we looked through all the rooms and looked everywhere. But the problem with like looking like that is that when you only, because they do the same thing every time where they have like one person look at something. So if that one person is evil and he finds something, he's just not gonna say anything. Like, it's so stupid. Why don't you have like at least 3 people search the same thing just for good measure? 3 different people have like nothing associated. Oh, right now. Yeah, maybe. It's reminiscent of the first bootstrap paradox concept I'd thought of a few hours earlier. The clean, brief way they'd managed to escape could have been an indication they was accepted in our universe. There's an inherent property of those types of paradoxes. They had no origin. They were closed loops that occurred with no root or motive whatsoever. Their escape method, though, had a real origin. Sai and Akro's thoughts. If one of them had thought of the way to escape, the final thing they needed to perform of it was the universe's approval. They would have set an intangible origin of the loop, making it fundamentally different from the casual loop. The key to the Sekimeiya cabinet, isn't there? What? I realized that to accomplish that sort of plan, they had to escape with a cabinet key to be able to go to the past. Upon turning my head, I seen that it wasn't on top of the drawers where I'd left it anymore. What the hell did they want to do? In short, Sai and Akro could have attempted one type of escape route. They knew where the Sekimeiya was, so they were in reach of one of the points necessary to accomplish the creation of the loop. After thinking of the way things would play out, they baited Katai out of the room. Subsequently, they left through an unlocked door. The last thing they had to do was travel back in time to unlock the door. If a result of their travel hadn't incited the idea that travel in the first place, their loop had a clear starting point. It also... Who cares about this? It also implied that they were both culprits in the incident. We knew that any culprit possessed higher knowledge of the Sekimeiya's mechanics and limits. This bit is sort of annoying me, because it's just like... What does this make sense to think about? What's the point? You're just like speculating. This isn't helping anyone. There's a slight problem. Unlocking the door from the outside would make a bit of noise. If it happened before they thought of the concept, the loot would have no origin, as the noise itself would tell them what to do. I couldn't think of a way to circumvent it easily. If the key could fit under the door, their future selves could have slid inside. However, the gap wasn't big enough, or else we would have simply locked ourselves in and slid it out of the bedroom. Beyond that concept, I felt that Katai's story was iffy, as likely as it was that Sai and Akro could have conspired together. Nothing told us that Katai hadn't been in on it too. They could have spent half an hour unlocking the door and then made it seem like they'd magically escaped. Katai immediately suggested unlocking the bedroom to us, making for a simple motive if all 3 of them were secretly against Erina's request. Sai, Akro, what the hell are you trying to do? Music stopping. Katai continued knocking on the door, acting accordingly for someone who'd been played as badly as him. Hey, Sai, Akro. Yes, Katai, I'm sure they'll come back if you ask nicely. Are you not worried at all about what they might be trying to do? Not very much. If the culprits were safer now that they left, all they can do is go back in time, which sounds fairly harmless at this point, and unavoidable. You're right there. It's now clear that they were the culprits, so if they come back, we won't let them in. Sure, so you can stop with the knocking. We have the Sekimeiya though, so I'm betting they could teleport back inside if they really wanted to. Not a great thought to keep in mind. Katai stepped aside. It appeared we'd decided to stay. Even though Shiroya and Erina hadn't given their input, I figured they wanted that too, and we were likely dumbfounded by the fact that our self-imposed imprisonment hadn't even lasted for 30 minutes. Synchronized, we all looked at the door. As we thought, Katai was no longer in front of it. What the? Did they come back? Hey, who is it? It's me. What are you doing here? Without a doubt, Akro was behind the door. Don't play dumb. We won't let you in. Wait. Who? What the fuck happened to this handle? Ignoring Katai's assertion, Akro began to forcefully attempt to open the door. We understood he had the key, as we heard it being turned over and over. What the hell are you doing? You're not getting back in. But he was mistaken. After a few seconds of Akro's struggle, the chain burst out and the door opened. Akro's figure was behind it, and we saw the key placed in the outer keyhole. That's not a very good chain. What do you think you're doing? Where's Sai? Everyone was speechless. The chain hadn't broken, but it had been forced open. It was old, so it wasn't too surprising. Apparently my plan had an obvious hole from the start. Strangely, Akro wore a very confused expression. He looked at us one by one. What the fuck? Who are you? What? What does he mean, who are you? Seconds of silence followed. Nobody knew how to answer, as we weren't sure who that had been directed at. Who, me? Yes. What's your game? Are you going to pretend you don't recognize me? Akro responded by looking at the rest of us, expecting to be backed up. However, his confusion only grew when he realized we found his words to be the strange ones. Excuse me, why are you all looking at me like that? Where the fuck did this man appear from? You will not trick me twice. Where's Sai? Sai? I have no idea. He left the room earlier, didn't come back. What are you all even doing here? As I saw how lost he looked, I began to take him seriously. He sounded genuine, but not a thing he was saying made sense. What do you mean? Do you really not remember Katai? Katai, is that his name? Where should I remember him from? He's been with us this whole time. It took a few seconds to answer, during which he eyed me like I'd gone insane. Why are you all lying? What's happening? Huh? What do you mean? This is the Acro from the dimension that the Isla was from? Because he says only 3 boys and 2 girls. Well, 4, so 3 boys, 4 girls. Which would make sense if Katai wasn't there. But then there's only 3 boys. And 4 girls. Actually, would that be 4 girls? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so there's someone missing. There's a girl missing. Which yeah, well, 2 plus 2, and then plus Isla and Mom. So Erina. So 4. I don't know where he looked at Shiroya. Like the rest of us, she was taken aback, as the 2 of them had barely exchanged words since we'd gotten trapped. I mean what I said. Why are you all here? We tried to stay put in one place together, do you not remember that? No, I do. That doesn't answer my question, though. How does that not answer your question? You and Sai escaped, and now you came back. What? That's not true. I didn't escape. I couldn't quite grasp it, but something felt off about Akuro's behavior. Past his bizarre claims, he seemed more aggressive, and his voice sounded more composed. Not only that, but he'd been fixing his gaze on Shiroya. Akuro, why did you come back? Do you intend to stay here again? Getting 7 people. Here. She said it'd be me, Mom, 3 boys and 2 girls. Me, from Isla. Mom, that's 2 girls. Plus 2, that's 4. 4 girls. 3 boys, 4 girls. No, Isla's not alive. But this Akuro is most likely the Akuro from the dimension where there was only 3 boys. Yeah, Isla, Shiroya, Erina, and someone we don't know yet. No. 2. So no. So me, Mom, that's 2, right? And 2 girls, that's 4. So I imagine that Naomi... I think Naomi exists in that dimension. I think Naomi is alive in that dimension, actually. I think quite the opposite. I think Katai doesn't exist in that dimension. Well, yeah, she's not mentioned, but nor is Shiroya. Shiroya isn't mentioned by name, it's just 2 girls. It could be any 2 girls. The only ones we know are me, which is Isla, Mom, which is Erina, and then 3 boys and 2 girls. And all we know is that there's an Akuro right now who has no idea who Katai is. Which is strange, but it would overlap with this dimension where there's a boy less or there's a guy less, because when we look at it, we have 4 guys. So if he doesn't know who Katai is, that would only make 3, which is Akuro, me, and Sai. So I'm guessing that's the dimension Isla's from? Well, I guess we'll find out. The door was locked, so were you all waiting here? I'm very confused. What you are is a lying piece of shit. Do you think you can simply come back here as if nothing happened? I don't know who you are, but don't yell at me. I'm not opposed to staying here, but you all need to explain yourselves. Erina moved forward and took the key out of the door. She brought Akuro inside, closed the door, and then locked it. Then she set the chain again. Even if the chain can be ignored from the outside, we'll easily hear it if someone tries to force it open again. I was probably wrong before. We should have kept the key inside to avoid this at all. I'll keep it with me. This way, if Sai comes, he won't be able to enter or let anyone leave easily. What about Isla? Aren't you going to go get her? None of us could... Oh. None of us could believe what we were hearing. Had he forgotten what had happened, or was he talking about her dead body? I don't know what you're trying, but it's futile. You're revealing your true colors by playing dumb. I don't understand anything. I saw the elevator was fixed, but how did you all get here? We don't know why people left the room yet, but Akuro and Sai left the room, and now we have some Akuro that is very strange, very confused. Again, such an ambiguous question couldn't be answered by any of us since we can't comprehend its meaning. The elevator? That was fixed a long time ago. And where do you mean? Here, the Ashia floor. With the key Naomi had. Do you actually not remember that? Are you fucking with me? Oh, now we get to hear it. Now we get to hear. She's not. What's wrong with that? Well, I don't get it. Where was the key exactly? In one of her pockets. But there's no way. Do you not remember Naomi died? What? No, I mean, when was her body found? Many hours ago. Akuro closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was as confused as us. Are you all lying to me? That's funny of you to say. Wasn't it you who told me that Atsuki had been threatening everyone? Excuse me, I never said that. My head was going numb. I had no idea. I had no way to interpret what I was hearing. This is ridiculous. Did you all go insane? If you're being sincere, it's clear that your memories contradict ours. What time do you think it is? I have no idea. I have no idea, but I don't think it's 1600 yet. Right, that matches the current time. What do you remember beginning at the start of our imprisonment? Atogi, please don't tell me you're playing along. You're trying to manipulate us, and this time it's a lot more obvious. Shut up. As I said, we stayed put, but eventually you all left. Then I went to find you, and I heard knocks coming from here. That's not how it happened. You and Sai were the only ones who left. Do you not remember anything from the time before we started to wait? I understood why Kitai didn't want me to humor Acro, but not too long ago I considered the possibility that the Sekimeiya could cause memory loss. I wanted to know if that was possible, as it could have let Isla's story occur as we'd imagined it. If Acro had traveled through time after escaping, it could have been the direct cause of the state he was in. I'm having trouble understanding what you're referring to. Before we started to wait, we investigated the building and Naomi appeared briefly just to disappear again. That's not true. You were surprised that Naomi's body was found, but not that she died. Subconsciously, you must have known that. We didn't remember finding her. Is that right? Are you sure that nothing happened before we began to wait? I don't know what you're talking about. We found a hidden passage in the storeroom and a door that could lead outside. You can't be serious. Hidden exit? Why are we still here then? We had no way to open it. Do you really not recall any of that? I don't, because it didn't happen. There are no gaps in my memory, so don't treat me as if I'm delusional. Shiroya, tell me, is this some sort of trap? No? I understand, that's fair, I suppose. I'm sorry to sound blunt, but is there a reason why you keep talking to her specifically? Huh? I don't know how to answer this. I sympathize with you two, I already said. That's why it's surprising to see you lying like this. You're really saying that this guy has been with us the whole time? I suppose I deserve this treatment, don't I? Why don't you be straight with me then? Akira, what the fuck are you talking about? You sympathize with us? Just drop it. What the hell does that mean? Everything about you has been suspicious from the start. I get it. What do you get? Is your plan to drive us insane? Because you're doing a great job. Why won't you answer? Why did you say you sympathize with us? Maybe you're the ones who lost your memories and forgot about the time when you told me. Are you out of your mind? Why the hell would we tell you anything about us? No, I get it. The Sekimeiya must have inserted false memories into your head, right? Is that what you're going to say next? Sekimeiya? Oh, you forgot about that too? That's funny. I didn't forget about it, of course not. Why would it give me false memories, though? I wasn't being serious. I was beginning to lose it. Until then, I've been trying to tackle every mystery calmly, no matter how crazy it had been. That time, though, knowing that Akira could have been lying to us, I couldn't do the same. Was he messing with us and hinting at knowing more about us deliberately? I couldn't tell if he was referring to that. I could tell you weren't serious, but why did you mention the Sekimeiya? Do I have to give you the rundown? We found that the Sekimeiya could make us travel to the past, so we locked ourselves up to escape from the culprit who'd been using it. Akira didn't answer, but he remained pensive. Since he hadn't objected to the existence of a time travel stone, he must have known about it in some capacity, even if some of his memories had really disappeared. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Of course. You don't seem two-faced after hearing that the Sekimeiya made us travel through time. But earlier, you didn't mention it when you explained your visions of the events. So how do you know about it? I'm not sure. You're pathetic, Akiro. What's your goal with these theatrics? Shut the fuck up. In the case he was telling the truth, some of his memories must have remained hidden within his mind, as Naomi's death and the Sekimeiya's powers hadn't been received as a surprise. Do you really not remember Katai at all? He works in this building, managing the security system. He told us about all that a while ago. None of that happened. I laughed in frustration. Since we'd gotten trapped, not a single thing had made sense. And when we thought we'd begun to have the slightest grasp on some events, Akro appeared and threw it all into question. If touching the Sekimeiya had caused it, we had probably ignored an extra effect of the travels from the beginning. Isla? Isla! All of a sudden Erina snapped. Her whole face shifted into the most desperate expression a human could make, and she dashed towards the door, slamming it. slamming into it. Ignoring that she had the right key and the chain had been set, she tried to pull it open frantically until her motions abruptly stopped. What are you doing? I stood up from the bed, reacting to her sudden change. With Shiroi's help, I grabbed her shoulders before she stopped moving, thinking that she might have suffered from a panic or anxiety attack. Before we could say anything, she crumpled down and started crying. Ayla, she's there, I heard her. In a voice distorted by sobs, she let out those words. The four of us exchanged looks, unsettled by that claim. Even though Acro seemed to have forgotten about Ayla's death, he looked confused, since none of us had heard anything. She was suffering. I could hear her yell. She's here, outside the door. There, you all hear her too. Whenever Erina stopped speaking, pure silence filled the room. After she asked us that, we paid attention, but no sound entered our ears. Yes, it's her. Erina, there's nobody outside. I don't hear anything. You should lie down. What? No, there's no way. Even though she said that, her body gave out even further, as she understood that what she was saying couldn't be true. She tried to steady herself by supporting her body on the door. I helped her stand back up and brought her closer to the bed. She was forcefully shutting her eyes as a measure to resist the pain. What had happened to Ayla might have suddenly rushed back to her. It was trauma she could never truly forget. She had surely hallucinated the sound, given how no one else had heard it. Hey, you don't mean to say that Ayla... I nodded, making eye contact with him. Even though we knew nothing about Acro, if he was acting disconcerted, it meant he'd maintained a facade from the start and had begun taking advantage of the low amount of suspicion we'd openly thrown at him. It can't be. She was with us the entire time. Acro sat down on the other bed and placed his hand on his forehead, staring at his lap. He had stopped questioning us since he had mentioned the Sekimeiya, realizing that we hadn't been lying. Instead, he seemed to be trying to comprehend what had happened to him, why his memories didn't match ours. Do you remember touching the Sekimeiya after leaving with Sai, even vaguely? Touching the Sekimeiya with your skin that makes you travel to the past? You know that, right? No, stop, I haven't seen Sai in a while, since he left the room. Haven't touched the Sekimeiya like that either. That's not true, you admitted to touching it a while after when we found the second Naomi. The second? I have no idea what you're saying, please shut up. That's rude. I was seriously straining him, so I refrained from continuing. He knew what time it was, and didn't remember touching the Sekimeiya even once. If he was being honest, it indicated that he hadn't traveled far through time. His internal clock would have differed from ours. If he had, and if he'd looked at the time, he would have known it was earlier than it should have been, as he didn't remember the exact moment of the travel. So if his memory issues were caused by the Sekimeiya, it was unlikely it was due to traveling farther than I had yet. I'm sorry, but can you leave me alone? I don't feel well, and it's hard to breathe with so many people around. He might not have been aware of how unreasonable his demand was, since he hadn't yet accepted what Erina was going through. Also a bit weird when we all agreed that we were going to be, like, in this room, like, lock up the room, and just, like, be here together, like, just, like, locked up in the room, and then he's like, oh, can you guys leave? Oh, sorry, I know we're locked up in this room together and the whole purpose was that no one leaves, but would you guys mind just, like, leaving? Is that something that you guys would be okay with? Like, just, like, leaving, like, you know, just get out? I know, you know, we're locked up together, but can you, like, leave? Like, oh, just get out? His face was identical to the one he'd been making when we found him in the bathroom. Maybe he had a tendency to seek solitude when overwhelmed. Yeah, just send him out the ladder. Why does he have to, like, kick us out? Erina gave an immediate wordless response in the form of standing up and moving to the ladder, obviously intent on going up. Why doesn't he go up? Why did we have to go up? Alright, let us know if anything comes to you. Shiro and I followed Akira's request too, and Katai, while he maintained an offended expression, full of doubt, joined us last. He closed the hatch so that anything he said couldn't reach Akira's ears. Atsuki, I thought you were a bit smarter than this. Are you going to let him trick you so blatantly? The irony of his question was almost nauseating. and I fought and I fought back the urge to object to it. I was in no mood for pointless discussion. He sighed, and I sat on the same bed as Erina, in front of Shiroya and myself. He tried a few positions until he decided to lean back against the wall. And we need to leave him the entire lower bedroom so that he doesn't cry. Meanwhile, only God knows what Sai is doing. Once again, nobody acknowledged Katai's presumptuous and poorly timed jabs. He rolled his eyes, accepting that nobody would humor him. His behavior had clearly changed gradually as time went on. While he'd attempted to look composed and firm at the start, he was no longer actively suppressing his anger and frustration. I tried to clear my head a bit. Nothing about Acro or Erina's recent actions made sense, but I knew I'd been lost if I tried to tackle those questions. Instead, I went back one step as I realized that I'd missed an important detail during all the fuss. Acro was able to enter the room on his own, and when he did, we saw that the key had been placed in the outer keyhole of the door. Since Acro later told us that he'd only been drawn to the bedroom after hearing Katai's knocks, it's very unlikely that he had the key on him. Instead, it must have already been placed in the keyhole, and he used it to open the door. That is a solid indicator of how Acro and Sai managed to escape. The door was opened from the outside, using the key that we'd hidden. That was one of my guesses, yes. So I sort of assumed that might have been possible. Of course, it's always possible that they left it there to make us think that. But that seems a bit pointless, because they didn't hesitate to leave us behind, openly telling us that we should suspect them anyway. Once they made it, oh my god, this club beat. They they really love their club beat at the peak of detectiveness, huh? When we're about to solve the mystery, it's like, here's your club beat. Drop it, bitch. Once they made it out, they probably left the key in the keyhole once they didn't need it for anything else. Outside help was used to escape, and they accepted it by unsetting the chain. This supports what I thought of earlier regarding the loop set of actions they could have fabricated on the spot. They thought of the loop, lured Katai up here, and saw that the door had been opened, exited through it, and traveled back in time, unlocked the door from the outside, and left the key in the outer keyhole. If the universe accepted this, it was a completely viable way out. In fact, since the door had been opened from the outside, not much else works. It's very unlikely anyone else could have fulfilled that role. If one of us exits the room with a key that Erina has in a while, and goes to the past to unlock the door, we'd still be creating a casual loop, as the only reason Erina has the key is because someone unlocked the way out for Acro and Sai. So if someone does go back to the past to unlock the door, for it to be a cohesive travel, that person will have to be unrelated to our imprisonment, and going back to the past can't be a result of our actions after we locked ourselves in here. Each of these actions branches out from the fact that Acro and Sai have left. With how unlikely it is that Acro and Sai had been dealing with the Sekimeiya after escaping, the person who will already has traveled through time must use the Sekimeiya we hid in Naomi's locker, as his location hasn't been influenced by the escape. Oh, causal loop? I thought it said casual. Oh, you're right. For some reason I read casual, not causal. I guess that didn't fucking strike me at all. I've been saying casual the entire time. Yeah. Oops. Has it ever said? How many times has it said? Oh my god, 6 times I've said casual. Every single time I thought it was casual. No one said a thing. Actually, no one had told me that it was wrong. I don't know why. I mean, I what the hell? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Alright, let's get this on here. So I'll just we spin it around a bit like so. It'll look weird when I'm not talking, but it'll look right when I am talking. So we just gotta hope that it's okay when I'm not talking, that it doesn't block anything or something like that. There we go. Is that right? That seems about right. Maybe a bit further down on the old pipe there, like so. Maybe a bit more to the left. Is that better? There we go. Is that right? That looks about right. That. I think the glasses could do with getting a bit smaller so they fit a bit better, like so. Maybe, right? That seems a bit better. Alright, lastly, there's a much easier solution. That there was always someone else inside the building who we missed. Just now, Erina acted like she also heard Isla outside the bedroom, even though nobody else heard anything. If it truly happened, she could have opened the door for Acro and Sai, if her existence there wasn't in any capacity derived from their escape. I can adjust the size. I did adjust the size. Is it not good enough? I thought it fit well now. That's what I was saying. I was adjusting the size. It needs to be a bit smaller. So I adjusted the size and made it a bit smaller. I tried to calm Erina down by saying that nobody was outside. I thought that it was impossible. However, it shouldn't be. It follows Shiroya's theory from earlier, in fact. If Isla went weeks back in time, dying in the cabinet must have been the final step of her travels. However, she said that her friend would wait for her outside the tower, meaning that there can be a living Isla somewhere right now. Well, and we found a door that might lead outside. We can't open it from here since we have no handle to turn, but the door might be different from the outside. Thinking about it, it's technically possible for anyone to have entered the tower after the last time when we did a thorough search, so they could have opened the bedroom's door. Of course, this would have required knowledge of what was going on inside. I was still fixated on the thought that Acro and Sai had the chance to retroactively open the door through the mere idea of having thought of a causal loop well aligned with the circumstances. If it was possible, it was a very powerful concept to put into practice, and the only requirement was to probably think of what you had to do. I knew I could be seen as suspicious, but I decided to attempt it. I mean, it's not like I can't pronounce causal, right? But it's just like, I literally thought it said casual. I thought the entire time it said casual. I did think it was weird, because like it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for it to be like a casual loop. Like what's the contrary to a casual loop? Right? Like it's not like there's like a contrast to that. Is that like an opposite that really makes a whole lot of sense? But I just thought maybe it was like a thing that I didn't understand. Like maybe, you know, quantum mechanics has a lot of weird things. Like maybe it's just literally called a casual loop. I don't know. Erina, can you lend me the key for a second? Why? What are you doing? A slight frown also appeared on Shiroya's face in response to my request. Unless you just want to understand how Acro and Sai left, I won't use it. Then why do you want it? Because I need to see if what I'm thinking of could work. Technically, I'd lied. If it worked, I would end up using the key. Is it important? I think so. Okay, as long as you don't run off with it or anything. I'll be back in a second. She gave me the key with her trust. My idea had been rushed, but I think that posed an issue. Essentially, I wanted to replicate what I thought Acro and Sai did to escape. They didn't need to have the key inside since it was outside the room from the beginning, and they could have used it after traveling. However, if I just managed to leave the room, I could open the door after traveling. The key would be inside with Erina. That wouldn't allow the loop to work, so I wouldn't be able to exit in the first place. Hence, my idea had to be shifted a little bit. I'd go down and attempt to open the door. If it was open, it meant that the loop could be completed. I'd leave, and on the crystal floor, I would unlock Naomi's locker and activate the Sekimeiya. It was likely I would go back far enough given how long the Sekimeiya had already been there. Then, when the time came, I would unlock the door from the outside with the key Erina had handed me, allowing the loop to be created. Finally, once my original self left the room, I'd enter it immediately after experiencing the whole loop. For them, it would seem as if I hadn't gone anywhere. I opened the hatch and went down, a little nervous to see if it would work. Akro raised his head, but he didn't say anything until I began walk towards the door. Are you leaving? No idea. If it worked, the door would be very slightly open, enough to allow me to drag it inward. Since Akro had been sitting on the bed the whole time in the future, I would have to open the door very slowly so that I didn't make noise he could notice. I unset the chain, put 2 fingers in the hole, and dragged the door towards me. You need to use the key. It didn't budge. Could such a thing really not occur? I sighed and okay, that idea, I get what he's coming at. It's a really cool idea he was thinking of. Because he was basically saying that he created a loop by asking for the key, right? Because he said, well, if he gets the key, he would go down and unlock the door, and then he would go down to the Sekimeiya, teleport back in time, go up, and basically set everything up so that he could exit the door at that point that he exited the door originally, because it would be unlocked. So he would never need to use the key, because the door would be unlocked. It would never be locked when he would try to open the door. I sighed, slightly disappointed, and set the chain again. Figuring the trick would have felt like good progress towards understanding the Sekimeiya, it was unfortunate that I couldn't know the reason why it hadn't functioned. Ignore me, do you remember anything else? No, and I won't ever, since I have nothing to remember, if you say so. I accepted his claim and went back up. Did you find anything out? I doubt it. I gave the key back to Erin and sat where I had been before. I heaved a sigh, ignoring the odd looks I received, and wondered if I could work with the result of my little test. Oh, here we go. Hope you guys are ready for 40 minutes of... I can't even say exposition, because it's not even exposition. It's guesswork. 40 minutes of guesswork. This is really frustrating. There's no way to know why it didn't work. Well, it's easy to assume. The only reason why it wouldn't work is because past or future him knows that the door shouldn't be unlocked. That he shouldn't be unlocking that door. So he never unlocked it. This is really frustrating. There's no way to know why it didn't work. While it's easy to assume that the existence of this kind of loop is impossible, or perhaps willingly creating one is, I can't draw a single conclusion. There are way too many factors that could have stopped the loop from reaching its end, effectively denying its existence. For example, what if Akaro is lying to us? He became cautious of my presence as soon as I approached the door, so if I'd gotten it to open, he might have restrained me. If what he's after is preventing us from leaving and allowing Sai to roam freely, that could have been why he prompted the 4 of us to go up top. If he did that, I couldn't perceive, so the door would never have been opened. Similarly, what if Tai took the Sekimeiya out of Naomi's locker? Downstairs I couldn't have used it to go back to the past, yet again cutting off all loops. Depending on what determines the amount of time travel, it's possible that activating the Sekimeiya wouldn't have sent me back far enough to open the door so that the problem would have repeated in the future if I tried it again. There are plenty of unknown factors that would have made this loop an impossibility. I recognized another potential point that could have interfered with my plan, and it was a pretty big oversight that had to do with the biggest difference between what I'd attempted and what I thought Acro and Sai might have done. Right, when Shiroya and I traveled from the cleaning room, even though the cart disappeared, it didn't appear in the attic with us, as the bodies we appeared in were most likely identical to how they had been at 12:10 when both of us were in the attic in those same locations. That means that if I had traveled holding the bedroom key, chances are I wouldn't have appeared with it in the past. Akuro and Sai wouldn't have encountered that problem, since for them, the key would have always been under the bathroom carpet. But no, that shouldn't have been a problem. I could have used one of the handles we left under the beds. There might have been another screwdriver in the opposite room, and even if there wasn't, putting in the screws without a screwdriver isn't too hard. Could it be that it wasn't possible because it was part of the loop I thought of? Or maybe I just wouldn't have been able to do it without alerting Akuro. Or what if I wouldn't have been able to travel? When we left the Sekimeiya in Naomi's locker, it wasn't working. Perhaps it started to function again for some reason. Finally, I thought about the most interesting reason why the loop might not have worked for me, and I was reminded of how messy time travel could be in the blink of an eye. We've already been here for more than 40 minutes, and we think that the location we travel to is somehow determined by where we were in the recent past. So, for example, it's possible that I would have gone 30 minutes to the past and appeared where I'd been 15 minutes prior. Since I've been here in both those time coordinates, I would have appeared in this bedroom. Is Cow here?
That's concrete, baby!
I don't think Cow heard that one.
That's concrete, baby!
Maybe Cow heard it now. Going to the past would have immediately...
That's concrete, baby!
Welcome, Ember. Going to the past would have immediately changed things, overriding the way in which I'd gone to the past in the first place. The loop would have become impossible if this happened, resulting in the... Thank you. Resulting in my failed attempt. I added that one a long time ago, actually. I was hoping maybe you would find it one day. You didn't. And Akuro and Sai, who spent less time in the bedroom and most likely used a different Sekimeiya, might not have faced this issue either. Send Cow your list? Yeah, you can send Cow your list. I mean, like I said, it's like supposed to be sort of like a combined effort thing, but I don't care what people do with numbers. Do whatever. I don't even know if Cow's here. Cow was here earlier, but I don't know if Cow's here anymore. For a few minutes, my mind lapsed into silence. I'd managed to ignore how tired I was, but the feeling was starting to kick back in. She might kill me if I attempt to DM, though. Nerves. The four of us kept shifting around, mindlessly looking at the ceiling or at the walls. We were all powerless, and our lack of trust wore us down from constantly being on guard. I didn't discard my recent thoughts. Akuro and Sai had found a way to escape that involved outside help. Furthermore, if Akuro below us wasn't acting, he had undergone something that caused his memories to differ from ours. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how powerful it would be if you could create loops that ensured your success from the beginning. The culprit we chased behind could have taken advantage of it, making sure that their movements would always work. It's bizarre, but if you think about how the Sekimeiya works thoroughly, you could abuse this concept to a sky-high extent. You want to crush a hallway full of doors and deadly traps, but you can think of many ways to do it if you're not sure how one will work. With the Sekimeiya, if you could be the creator of a causal loop, every time I see it now, I just think of fucking casual. Assuring success in these situations would be a way to use them. You could think, I will try doors 1, 3, and 5, and I'll walk touching the right wall, After I make it across, I will go around from the outside and leave a mark behind the door to this place. If you look where you'll leave the mark and find it, you'll know that the arrangement of doors and movements will work. If the mark isn't there, you'll know you die midway, rendering you unable to leave the mark. You can keep thinking of different arrangements until the mark appears, since you'll only move forth until once you see the mark. It's an effective bootstrap. The end is what allows it to happen, but despite being a paradox, there's actually an origin to it. Even though this is an extreme situation, it can apply in any circumstances because it removes the generalized risk associated with going back to the past. Regardless of the circumstances, you can think something up in your head. If it'll work, you'll see a successful result, and if it won't, nothing will happen. You'll be guaranteed to never fail, no matter what you attempt. The killer could have used this method before killing Naomi. If I move the specific way after killing her, and I'm not seen, I'll let my current self know by leaving a drawer in the next room open, for example. See, there's something about this concept that's quite interesting that I've thought about. Because the way he's talking about this, basically what he's implying, right, is that if I, like me in real life, had ever time traveled, what I could say is I could say something along the lines of, if I time travel, or if I have time traveled and I survive the time travel, right now I have a lovely, like, bowl of ramen in front of me, right? And then the future me that time travels would make that for past me to prove that I time traveled. But what if future me is so lazy that I don't make that bowl of ramen, but I still time travel? What if I'm just lazy? I say the same for, like, cleaning my room, right? It's like, oh, you know, future me cleans my room, and then it's proof that time travel exists. But then future me never cleans my room because future me's too lazy to clean the room. That could be a possibility too. Yeah, future you chooses not to do that. Another big advantage is that you'd be able to make any move that's currently hard to accomplish by deciding it to occur retroactively. At some point, the killer might have wanted to prevent us from entering a room, however they could go and lock it. They couldn't go and lock it, or they would be seen. The solution would have been to decide, in the future I'll go to the past and lock it so it's already locked now. This doesn't have to be a bootstrap paradox, but it's fundamentally very similar to what I'm thinking. Depending on how it works, the possibilities could be limitless. There's even a higher step to reach. It's considerably different, but it follows along the few things I thought about earlier, regarding the date displayed on Sai's watch. Out of the countless examples, could you go back in time, trade information with someone, write it all down, leave it on a note that you'd see before traveling through time? You'd read the note, go back to the past, however since you would already know the contents of it, you'd have no reason to exchange the information. All you'd have to do is leave behind the note that you'd read so that you could read it before traveling. The note itself would be a paradox that you caused, but was the past truly changed? Was a past in which you exchanged information truly overwritten, or did it never exist in the first place? If Sai's watch got up to 9,999/12/31 by spending infinite time in a loop, did the past in which the time counted up to that date really exist in any capacity? The final step is one I'm not willing to accept. Could you witness a very smoothly committed crime, decide that you were the perpetrator, and go back to the past to replicate it? I think the real alternative, like the real possibility for an alternative that he hasn't thought of, is that time travel literally isn't real, and there's like a good explanation for all of it. And you know what that good explanation is? Gas that gives you amnesia. They teleported because gas that gives you... yeah, a gas that makes you forget. This whole building is full of gas that gives you amnesia. That's literally the explanation. Why are there two bodies? Gas that gives you amnesia. There aren't two bodies. There's only one. Gas that gives you amnesia. You forget. You walk into the first room. You forget that you took the body into the first room. You walk into the second room. You forget that you took the body into the second room. There's only one body. There's never been two bodies. It's gas that gives you amnesia. It can literally solve everything. There's nothing it couldn't solve. Yeah, okay, it was amnesia gas. Okay, goodbye, smile. The loops until now always had some kind of origin to them, but this one doesn't. It firmly defies causality. That would explain Isla's death as well. Gas that gave her amnesia. Crazy. However, what would be yeah, she was just sleeping. She was sleeping until she died. However, what would be possible is going back in time, preventing the real perpetrator from committing their crime, and then replicating it, being certain of your success. That's just a way to use time travel device. The Sekimeiya must operate on one of these levels, the lowest one being thought up loops are impossible. If this is the case, Acro and Sai must have received outside help from a third party. Level 1, using a loop they created mentally, would have allowed them to escape on their own in the way I've been thinking about. Level 2 would complicate things, and it's more of an interesting concept than anything. The recorder in Isla's purse made me think that there are some possible benefits of staying here for much longer time, even though it seemed incredibly negative at first. If I found a very important reason to stay and a method to accomplish it, probably through the security room's computer. Could I grab the recorder, go back to the past with it, place it in Isla's purse for the sole purpose of reproducing everything exactly, and to get it to the point in which I decide to turn it into a reality? That would be level 2. For now I'll ignore it. Would I send the recorder back in time to reproduce everything instead of writing a note that details it all thoroughly, purely because I didn't live that? I didn't live that? I didn't live that? That's ridiculous. Even though level 1 appears to have endless applications, there should be a daunting barrier to cross. The memories of the person who thinks of the loop, someone who did this, would always have to work around the past that they remember. Let's say that the culprit wanted to kill someone in the event room, and then had to choose between hallway A or B to escape. These loops always entail going back to the past. If the culprit had seen hallway A empty after the point Omi would have been killed, later, when they thought they had to create the loop, they'd know they couldn't use hallway A. If they'd seen both hallway A and B empty, they would have put themselves in a corner and would be unable to create a loop in which they escape successfully. I think this is this is starting to get a bit much now. Again, this is all just assumptions. We keep having these sections where it's just 40 minutes of assumptions, and then literally 20 more minutes and all of this is pointless, because then something proves all of this wrong, and then we've spent all this time thinking for no reason. It sounds a bit crazy. It doesn't matter if they saw these hallways empty. If they hadn't looked at them, they would still have been empty. That's not the case though. That logic clashes with the most important part of this concept, that the origin of the loop is the mind of the person who will execute it. Both hallways were empty. Why hadn't the culprit seen their future self escaping through one of them? The reason is that seeing their escape route would have told them about the plan they'd later think of, and the orator would have disappeared. So one would never see the result of a future loop before having thought of it, as that could induce or highly influence its creation, resulting in the classic bootstrap. They thought of the loop before because they had experienced it. If the culprit is operating under this knowledge, that'd be a very good reason to stay hidden. They spend all their time in front of the security screens, observing what occurred in real time across the building. Whenever they would need to make a retroactive move, their own memories of all the empty places would be the one thing preventing them from accomplishing it. Of course, this is also because the past can't be changed, so if they observe too much, they would make any future loop impossible, as they would never see a loop in action before thinking of it. Is it Saturday today? It is. What it basically boils down to is that in some instances, having a lack of knowledge could actually be far more beneficial than knowing everything. It was a very intriguing concept, but nothing assured me that it was applicable. I was still a bit upset that I had no indication of why my plan hadn't worked. Would it work if I could slide the key under the door and wait a few minutes before trying to leave? That would have matched Akros and Sai's circumstances more closely, but it could have led into even more reasons behind the failure. For example, Sai could have taken the key from under the door if he'd been nearby. I wasn't sure what to do or think. There might have been indications of how the loops are handled already. Oh my god. Technically, the first time I traveled to the past, I could have created a bootstrap unconsciously. From room B4, I traveled 20 minutes to the past. I didn't know what had happened, so I ended up taking the elevator to the second. That action made our original selves follow the elevator up, and eventually it had all led me to traveling through time. If I hadn't gone up the elevator, things would have played out considerably differently. We would have remained on floor 4, and everyone else's thoughts would have varied. In short, if I hadn't gone up, it's possible I would have ended up traveling to the past. Therefore, traveling to the past is in a way what led me to traveling to the past. I'm not sure if it was a bootstrap, but what's certain is that I didn't intend for it to occur. By traveling, I merely finished up the path that had already taken place. I seized my thoughts. Oh, thank God. I was getting dizzy. The minutes had continued passing. Minutes?! And as expected, nothing had occurred. We were facing a dilemma regarding Sai. We knew he was probably still down there, but we didn't know whether following him was what he wanted. His intent was unclear, whether he was disrupting the peace, experimenting with the Sekimeiya, or following along with his bigger plan. I think this game could do really well with voice acting, so I don't have to read all this. I think that would be nice. Ultimately, we had once again decided to continue staying locked up because of Erina's input. Okay. Something new? but if she stopped talking, Tom Cruise stopped partying. My thoughts had trailed off and were revived by Shiroya's yawn. The silence had become unsettling, as it had gone on for more than 30 minutes since we'd left Akuro below. Are you guys really fine with this? Gatai took my renewed awareness as a chance to question our actions again. We're letting Sai run free and ignoring Akro's obvious lies. Don't you understand they set this up? Akro's just making sure we don't head down. Why else would he have come back? Don't you think that if that was what he wanted, he wouldn't have chosen to tell such a wild story? Of course I don't. Before they left, they made up this whole scenario where you were the mastermind. I'm betting they thought of this Akuro has lost his memory story precisely to make us think that it's ridiculous to be a lie. Well, if you want to leave, you're alone in that. We've already decided what we'll do. He glared at me with an incensed look and attempted to calm himself. He didn't insist further before closing his eyes again. I thought he had given up, but not long after he opened his mouth again. Fine, stay here if you want, but unlike you, I won't let anyone laugh in my face like Acro is doing right now. With 3 silent pairs of eyes looking at him, he approached the hatch, opened it. He roughly climbed down the ladder, not letting go of his indignation for 1 second. We returned our gazes to where they had been, intending to continue letting time pass quietly. What a joke. Atsuki, come here. Katai's voice boomed? They did it in small text. How can it boom when it's small text? Katai's voice boomed through the open hatch. Shiroya and Erina looked at me in search of my reaction. I simply sighed and stood up. I mimicked Katai's actions, climbed down. Upon stepping off the ladder, it didn't even take me half a second to comprehend Katai's shout. Well, this is just great. Stop messing around. Perhaps the 2 of them weren't so far off the mark earlier. With an intrigued look, Shiroya and Erina peeked through the hatch. From it, they could see the empty room around Katai and me. Is he gone again? Well, he's not here, so yes. I rubbed my eyes at Katai's obnoxious voice. Meanwhile, I got closer to the door as he confirmed that Acro wasn't anywhere. The chain is still set. That's strange. Strange. No, Atsuki, you really screwed up this time. From Shiroya's face, I could tell that she and I knew that word by word the accusations Katai was about to make. What's strange is that what you did earlier. You took the key from Erina, came here, unlocked the door for Acro, and then you set the chain. Why the hell would I do that? To let him escape, idiot. Wasn't he the one who decided to come in the first place? Yes, it appears both of you aren't quite on the bright side. If I'm wrong, go ahead and illuminate us. Why did you want the key? To see if I could retroactively open the door. You think you're smart, don't you? You've gone too far. It seems that Atsuki, Acro, and Sai were working together the whole time. Shiroya, are you part of the group too? Instead of answering, she came down, followed by Erina. She looked around, but Acro wasn't anywhere. He disappeared without leaving a trace, as if he'd been an illusion from the start. At the same time, I couldn't blame Katai that much for suspecting us, since I'd understood how questionable my actions looked. Anyway, this is more than enough. We're leaving. Atsuki, this time, that camera clearly recorded your actions. Do you hear the crazy frog in that song? Bing, bing. Right. We are back, ready to do some more detective work. Ready to figure out what's behind door number 1 here. Did you make that song? I did not make that song. Why? Why? What? Why do you think I made that song? Do I strike you as someone who makes music? And why specifically that song? You're so talented. I, I am, I am not talented. I am. What's the opposite of talented? Talented antonym. Untalented. Okay, well that was pretty easy. Incompetent. Talentless. Alright, let's keep going. With abrupt and stiff motions, he turned it and dragged the door open. Without looking back, he walked away. He upped the nut to lock us inside and kept the door as it was. None of us said anything or looked at each other. Instead, against my own expectations, Erna walked forward and exited the room too. The only reason why Erna is leaving now is because she heard Isla before. 100% guaranteed, because this was her idea. But because she heard Isla, I could totally see her being like, okay, well, I'm willing to leave. Because, like, the only thing that she would lock herself up for, is because she doesn't have Isla anymore. Why is she smirking? Then Shiroya and I exchanged looks. She gave me a bitter smile that I replied to with a long sigh. I estimated it was around 4:20. Blaze it. Meaning that less than 5 hours remained until scheduled freedom. We stayed still for a few seconds, contemplating the open door in front of us that symbolized our utter failure to keep everyone in one place. I'm guessing you wanted to try to see if Acro and Sai could have escaped alone? Yes, it didn't work though. I figured. Maybe we really missed a hidden person then. Maybe. I shrugged lightly. I don't know how else to approach their disappearance. Well, do you want to stay here? Not sure. First we should fix that. She pointed at the handle-less door. Thank you, Earthquake. She pointed at the handle-less door. The handle should have still been under the bed in the other bedroom. Right, we shouldn't keep them detached. After more than an hour, I stepped out of the room and viewed the scenery of the attic again. Holy moly. Then I entered the other bedroom, kneeled to see that both handles were still there. With the same screwdriver as before, I put them in place. I turned both to test that they worked properly, and I removed the key that Katai had left in the inner keyhole. Finally, I put back in the same drawers where we'd found it, along with the screwdriver. Remember this? From my pocket, I took out the key to Naomi's locker. Oh, you still had it? Yeah, I used the cabinet key to hide it. Acro and Sai likely left with that later. High on the 12-hour amnesia. That's what I've been saying, Ember. This whole thing can be explained with the amnesia gas. All this time it's just been amnesia gas. What the hell was that? Is that in the song? That sounded like someone like opening a door or something. I think so. If they needed to use the Sekimeiya, I guess that's why Acro was in such an odd state. Most likely, if he wasn't lying, we could have been lucky the times we traveled since nothing happened to us. Maybe Acro and Ida suffered from a side effect. Like before, Shiroya went quiet at the mention of Isla. It had already been quite a while since we'd learned about her fate. Quite a while. It's been like 2 hours? I was like, quite a while. Oh god, it's been so long since Isla died. These 2 hours where we napped most of it. By the way, is it me or is the smell from earlier back? Oh yes, now that you mention it, it's really similar to the one that's all around the crystal floor. Okay. This smell is either someone died or something related to the Sekimeiya. The only times we haven't smelt this smell is when we have traveled with the Sekimeiya. But no one else has mentioned the smell when we have traveled with it, so I don't know. I can't tell where it's coming from. It's not easy to perceive. I moved around to see if getting closer to the source would be noticeable, but I felt no change. I spent a while going over the way Acro and Sai could have escaped, but I focused on the fact that the key was left in the outer keyhole. But even though Acro escaped again, the chain was intact. Whoever smelt it, dealt it. It's strange that it started smelling when Ember came back, huh? Strange. It's weird. I know. I think we should go down to see what happened with the Sekimeiya. We could come across the person who opened the door for Acro inside too. Alright. We hadn't inspected Acro after he'd come back, so it's possible he had a key on him. Despite that, he couldn't have left the chain set when he exited. We took timid steps out of the bedroom, as if an invisible net was still pulling us in. Once we were in the hallway, the first thing I did was enter the kitchen. It's been so long since I drank anything, I bet you're thirsty too. We should have anticipated it. Yeah, I tried to drink water when I went to the bathroom, but it wasn't very good. What? What? I mean, the water isn't going to be any better from the kitchen. Why would the water from the kitchen be any better? It's the same tap. But it's the same tap. What? Okay, whatever. Well, what do you mean, what the fuck, Mike? It's the same tap. It's like, why would the tap water from the kitchen be any... Well, no. Well, I mean, if I'm like dying of thirst, I wouldn't mind drinking from the... I don't care drinking from the bathroom tap. Tap water here isn't bad at all. Like, tap water here is like, actually, very fine. But because less shit particles... What? Dude, there's gonna be shit particles everywhere. Gonna be shit particles everywhere, man. I mean, do you think you're not gonna drag shit particles from your bathroom to your kitchen? What do you think? Just because you're washing your hands? Oh no, I don't shit in my oven. I don't shit in my oven. The oven goes shitless. I close the door when the particles. Okay. If the particles can fly up and sit on the fucking sink, then the particles can obviously fly up and sit on your clothes. And then you drag it into the kitchen. What, do you wash your clothes every time you go to the bathroom? Is it something like, oh, I go to the bath, oh, I have to take a shit, oh, it's time to clean my entire body, and then clean my clothes, and then clean every surface of the bathroom, and then I can leave. Every time you take it, is that how you do it every time you take a shit? But again, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I was saying is, Shiroya said, she tried to drink water when she went to the bathroom, but it wasn't very good. And I'm like, okay, but it's not like the water from the kitchen is going to be any better. It's the same tap water, right? Like, it's not like they have like a different tap water, unless like this is connected to like a filter or something. Which, I mean, I guess could be possible, but I imagine not. Oh, what the? Okay, maybe it is. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Oh, you're right, no way this is drinkable. I grimaced at the taste. Not much water had flowed out of the tap, but although it was pretty transparent, it wasn't something I could drink. Let's just... All we had to do to avoid this conversation was click one more time. It had slightly alleviated the dryness, at least. I left the glass on the countertop and went to inspect one of the many things we had to check, the living room floor. Look at this, I can see different pairs of footprints going between the entrance and the hallway. There are many more under them that have degraded a lot. Which bathroom did she drink from? I wonder if it's better at the ground floor than it is up here. Because the ground floor might be connected to different pipes. Because the pipes have to run up through the whole building. Shut up, Shinjo. I'm just saying. Look at this. I can see different pairs of footprints going between the entrance and the hallway. There are many more under them that have degraded a lot. It's too hard to conclude anything from them, though. Aaron and Katai had just left, so 2 of the pairs probably belonged to them. As I looked at the footprints more, I realized that at least 3 different pairs were distinguishable. One set was fairly small, another was medium-sized, and the last was the biggest. In addition, the smaller ones were older. I haven't talked about the kitchen for that long. All I'm saying is, the water would be better, the tap water would be better on the ground floor than it would be at the top floor for multiple reasons. Huh. Are these islands? They can't be, right? I think they're a bit too big. Wait, look, the elevator door is shut. I walked back to the hallway and saw that the elevator was back in operation. After the many hours it had spent stuck in the attic, someone had chosen to re-enable it. I wonder if Erina and Katai had done it. What it meant was that the footprints wouldn't reveal the exact number of people who'd entered or exited the attic. We wanted to understand what had gone on while we stayed in the bedroom, so we chose to walk down a floor. I'm no water engineer. I mean, that's true. I'm actually more of an air engineer. The attic key was still in the door. The vast and desolate sight of the 6th floor, which contrasted the comfort of the attic, was a stark reminder of how things had progressed since that morning. We should find Sai. He has to be somewhere, and he could know what happened to Akuro. I'm not sure he'll willingly talk to us after what he did. If he's still around, though, we'll find him. 'Cause you fart a lot? No, what? No, it has nothing. It has nothing to do with farting a lot. Air engineer. Why is that curious? What? It has nothing to do with farting a lot. It has something to do with my occupation. What the hell? The same applied to Akro, and there was a possibility one last person was to be found. Had Erina imagined her dead daughter's yells, or was there some truth behind them? After everything, we thought we couldn't fully rule out a living Isla being present around us. Occupy this. What the hell? We monotonously circled down the floors, like we'd done many times. We didn't waste time looking through the offices, as making it to the crystal floor was our priority. Although using the elevator would have been expedient, we wanted to stretch our legs and at least give a cursory glance through the drap of the tower. Drap center of the tower. After moving down 3 floors, an unexpected sound interrupted the overwhelming silence. It was the elevator moving through floor 4. There it is again. We were in front of the elevator, but the opaque door didn't reveal any information. I wish the button would light up when the elevator's moving. I doubt Aaron and Katai would have used it already, so no matter the reason, I'd say it was probably someone else. We hadn't tried to open the door in the attic, so we couldn't know the direction it was moving toward. However, it was likely it had been used to move from one extreme of the building to the other. We would have gone back up if we'd known for sure that one elevator wasn't in the attic and was logically going up. Instead, we took a few seconds to circle the other corridors until we were by the staircase leading to floor 2. There, the sound repeated, but it was much harder to notice. Again? It's only been a few seconds, so the first time, someone must have called it. You know, this whole elevator thing would be really, really, really fucked up if the elevator just moved around on its own. Wouldn't that be fucked up? Like, there's never been any sort of sign that the elevator couldn't just move on its own. Like, without anyone calling it, it just, like, moves to a different floor. Like, wouldn't that be fucked up? Like, it would literally fuck up, like, so many, things that's happened. Do you think the dev would really do that? Honestly, at this point, I don't know. I'm not gonna rule it out, let me say that. You're right, yeah, so either someone called it from under us and they just went up, or the opposite. I wouldn't think we missed someone above us, so I'd say the elevator was going up this last time. We're about to find an empty crystal floor. If we're about to find an empty crystal floor, we'd go up again, since the attic key was still in the door. Unless the elevator had been called from the attic, it could have only reached floor 6. If, of course, assuming another key hadn't been used, but it wasn't likely one existed. Knowing that it could have still been going down, we continued heading towards the crystal floor. Shortly, we were in front of the stairs that led to the dark place where everything had started. There's no revealing sight that immediately met our eyes. The floor spread out in front of us, exactly as we remembered it. In hallway A, the light had begun to find a path through the dark coating, and bounced off the walls more than it had the last time I'd been there. The strange smell hadn't faded since we'd been in the attic, and it had started to seem like the natural scent of the tower. It wasn't unpleasant, only intriguing, as I couldn't associate it to anything I'd ever smelt, and we couldn't identify its source. Let's see. At our left was the elevator. I approached it and grabbed its handle. With little force, I attempted to open it, and there was unexpectedly no resistance. The door moved, uncovering an empty elevator, and my mistaken assumption. It was going down? Was there someone above us who we didn't see? That would be crazy. If so, they must be here now. That left me more confused than I expected. While it's possible that someone went up and down the crystal floor or sent an empty elevator down upon arriving in the attic, Tsuruya's claim was the most probable one. However, if we'd already missed someone on the upper floors, they'd probably stayed away from us intentionally, so using the elevator to reveal their existence was a little strange. I moved aside, trying not to obsess over it yet. Before any of it, we should check if the Sekimeiya was left in the cabinet is still there. Yeah, but I wouldn't bet on it. We stepped into hallway A. The cabinet key had been taken by Acro and Sai, so no part of me expected to find a shiny egg behind the curtain. We entered the event room, and I approached the cabinet to see if my expectations would be betrayed twice in a row. It's not there, right? No. I can't wait to find Sai and hear the excuses he'll come up with. Before I let the curtain fall, I tried to scroll the glass open, moved along with my fingers easily. The cabinet was definitely unlocked with the key, so there's no way the Sekimeiya teleported itself out. Isn't that still a little strange? What is? That they didn't lock it again. Maybe it's not, since it's obvious that Acro and Sai did it, but I thought they would have done it to hide that they used the key. Not sure, they could have been in a hurry, but they knew they'd be suspected regardless. However, the glass has been shut, not showing any signs of a hurry. The cabinet wasn't even locked, which was trivial to do manually. It was possible that there was more to Shiroya's input, but we had no way to be sure. Earlier, I thought that they were maybe taking the Sekimeiya out so the cold wouldn't affect it. If that was the case, I'm pretty sure they would have locked the cabinet to prevent us from putting it back if we found it. There are other cabinets with temperature functions, but I think you're right. I'm sure they could have taken care of the others in different ways too. I suppose it's time to check our Sekimeiya. It's impossible anyone took it, but it might be working now. Do you want to activate it? I don't know, it could be dangerous, but nothing happened to us the other times. It sounds reckless, but it could take us back to the past. If it started working at some point, we might be able to go quite a few hours back. If that happens, we won't appear in the tower, because there's no way we missed ourselves from the beginning. It could put us outside instantly. Technically, we could have been in the secret part of the storeroom. You're right, though. It could take us out. There is actually something about all this that they're talking about right now that is quite curious. And I don't know if I'm misremembering, but if I say again, and I go back to the very beginning, maybe not. I thought there was a part where they said again, which felt weird that they said again. I couldn't believe it was her last words faded out quietly, and it was then I realized that my consciousness was getting cloudy. All of a sudden, the only thing I could see was the very dark smoke filling my field of vision. I couldn't believe it was happening again. I guess this could also talk about the Mia situation, but it is quite interesting. That he says again. Seeing it like that, it was a lucky chance. Did the Sekimeiya have the power to kill us? How the fuck did you remember? Because I've had it in my mind for like the longest time. Did the Sekimeiya have the power to kill us, erase our memories, and free us from the tower? Could it even let us see Mia again? Hadn't made up my mind. If we had the chance, activating it would always be tempting, as it could let us understand its mechanics and what had been going on. Undecided, we exited through hallway B. Directly at our left was the staff room housing our own Sekimeiya. We couldn't feel the presence of anyone else, so we entered it. Remembering which locker belonged to Naomi, I stepped toward it while Shiroya stayed by the door to alert me of any sound. I took the key out of my pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. With 2 fingers I turned it to undo the lock. The sharp sound told me I'd been successful. It's going to be missing, isn't it? Lastly, I removed the key, which opened the metallic door at the same time. I saw the narrow interior with the coat hanging as we'd left it. Then I raised my line of sight to reach the higher compartment. Gone. It wasn't storing anything. Its interior contained nothing but an empty space waiting to be filled. My dumbfounded look persisted until realization fully sank in. Hey, this is the right locker, isn't it? We left it up here. Yes, is it not there? Look, there's nothing. She approached me with a neutral face. Not a slight hint of surprise emanated from her. But at that point, something truly impressive would need to occur to evoke a genuine shock from us. We felt like we'd seen it all. We definitely left it here. Was it still locked? Yes. We let out exasperated sighs. We had kept the Sekimeiya hidden so that nobody else would find it. But it seemed it decided to spite us and disappear. Even though it hadn't made us travel before, we'd left it. It evidently did have powers, as nobody could have been able to take it out. Well, if you had a master key that unlocked all locks. Also, maybe they never put it in. Maybe the amnesia gas has hit them. They thought they put it in, but they forgot. Or maybe they forgot they already took it out. No, he's never traveled. You're making up lies, Jedi. He's never traveled. What happened was he simply forgot. The amnesia gas hit him. Did it teleport like Sai has been saying? Well, he and Acro could have taken it. Couldn't have taken it. If it did, we might know when. We've never seen two Sekimeiya. He took it out himself next time he travels. We've never seen two Sekimeiya exist at the same time, but it should have happened when one supposedly appeared in Sai's hip pack, right? I nodded, unsure. Maybe there were two right then, but they had to be the same one. And one had traveled from the future. Sai told you he didn't know he had it. He never put it there. He could have been telling the truth. At that point, there was another Sekimeiya in that cabinet in room B3, and we used it to travel to the past. If it can randomly teleport itself, it could be traveling to the past as well. After all, when we came back to the room, the Sekimeiya in the cabinet had disappeared at the same time. After the time I saw it was grey. Right, but we thought Sai took it. It could have traveled to the past, to Sai's hip pack. That's such a funny thing to think about, how the egg just like teleports, and then he's like, where am I going? Yeah, I'm gonna land right in Sai's hip pack. I get Sai's own existence as another mystery, though. After that, he hid it in the cleaning room. Little instruction 464. Alright, you can get little instruction 464. .464 says... That was 474. 464. This is gonna replace the old pin, so let me get rid of the old pin. Not like people are gonna be asking for Suma anymore. Roger isn't here anyway, so... 464. This book, the worst thing about this book is that it's like, it's still sort of like old, or like still sort of like fucking new. Like it's fucking close, it can't keep open. And it's not even new, it's like several years old. It's many years old. Like, how old is this now? Like 13 years old or something now? It's older than some people. It's older than, like, some people. Your little instruction, 464, says, give thanks before every meal. Next, we hid it in this locker, but at some point the same thing happened. It teleported to the hallway A cabinet with Isla. This time, it didn't even go to the past. It could have simply teleported. Then, since we brought it to the event room, Acro and Sai could take it with a key. This could also explain how it appeared in the storeroom at the start. I spent a few seconds in thought. So, is it disappearing randomly? There are a couple of things I'm not sure about. Even though it could have teleported to the storeroom, the cabinet in the event room was unlocked. So I think one of us moved it. Welcome, Kara. I suppose it's possible someone hid in hallway B and it teleported to the storeroom, but that's hard to believe. And there's one unexplained thing I can think of. The first time Isla disappeared from the cabinet, and before appearing again, nothing was found inside it, so the Sekimeiya couldn't have teleported from this locker yet. Oh, something else is needed to explain that, yeah. I guess maybe it moved from the locker to another place. Kitai activated it, and then it traveled again to the cabinet with Isla. That's one way to put it together. I think everything holds up. Anyway, if the Sekimeiya was actually taken from here by someone, it's very possible they put it inside Isla's cabinet. Honestly, it feels out of place to think that it's been teleporting itself through time at random intervals. Well, how else could it have disappeared from here? There's no way this lock was picked, right? After thinking about it, I spotted a couple of alternative paths to take. The door was still locked, so I highly doubt that the lock was picked. That said again, only one thing would have been needed to get the Sekimeiya out of here if it never disappeared all by itself. The key. Duplication can easily be achieved by traveling to the past, since two versions of yourself exist at the same time. I'm still not sure about everything you can do with it, but it can work with objects, like how we're replicating our clothes after travel. I don't believe that ever happened to this key, but it's not out of the question. Since the time we found the first Naomi up to this point, it never traveled through time. Before that point, though, we don't know. While the mystery of the second Naomi is as unsolved as ever, she didn't have any keys on her. Which makes me think that the key ring wasn't replicated alongside her body and clothes. But that's not necessarily the truth. The main reason why I think that is because maybe... Why did I say maybe? It's because of the initial because it's maybe down there. It's because of the initial footprints of the attics and in the attic, and because the keys weren't removed from her first body. Maybe the reason for that is the killer had a replica of Naomi's keyring from the start. It's even possible an entirely different person killed the second Naomi and grabbed her keys. They would have hidden them somewhere. So after how much we've searched, it's impressive if we still haven't found them. Since we search everyone before locking ourselves up in the attic, it can't be that someone still had the 4 keys from the second Naomi at that point. Okay. Hear me out. What if everyone but the main character, maybe even the main character, what if everyone but the main character, and maybe even the main character, what if everyone but the main character is part of sin? But they don't know that the other people are part of sin. It's sort of like, it reminds me of, there was one movie with it, where like there's like a bunch of murderers in the same room, and they have, or is I think there was one Twitter joke about it as well, where someone said like a TV show where they put like I think it's like 10 gay people in a room, and they say there's one straight person, and they have to figure out who the straight person is. But none of them are actually straight. It's sort of like that, right? Like what if that's the story here? Like they're all like murderers. Next person who talk get cursed. Like they're all murderers, right? Like what if that's the case? Holy moly. What if that's the case? What if that's the situation here? Like what if Katai murdered the first Naomi? Acro murdered the second Naomi. Someone murdered Aaron murdered Isla. What the hell? Don't curse me. But that's just my opinion. Oh. Well, you talk next. Yeah, well, you got cursed too, Vol, so you take that. Also, welcome, Vol. I think I didn't say welcome yet. Yeah, so nobody could have opened the locker. No, we could have. We have the key, so we could have gone back to the past and unlock it. Oh, well, I guess so. But this can't be it. I spent a while thinking about these kinds of loops, and even though they seem possible, I find it hard to accept them. That's what I'm saying. If we go back to the past and get the Sekimeiya out of this locker, would the origin be that we realized it had happened? Would we be choosing to explain this mystery in our way? Had a jump scare thinking you got permit? What the hell? It could have happened. It's happened before, right? So I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't necessarily put it past them. They perma-banned me for no reason. Stop that. Even if we go back to the past and get it out, because we realize that Cyanacro will do it otherwise, the fundamental reason would still be that we've witnessed the end result already. On the surface, it sounds possible, but I don't believe it is. You got permit for buying bits while in Europe? Really? Oh! I could probably see that. When I was, so... They said it was a fraudulent purchase? Were you... Okay, this is gonna... You don't have to, like, say where you were. But were you by any chance in Turkey? You don't have to say where you were. You can just say yes or no. But were you by any chance in Turkey when you made the purchase for bits? Oh, okay. It's... Okay, well, I don't know that. It's just because I know that apparently Turkey gets, like... I think it's Turkey. But apparently Turkey gets, like, super cheap stuff on Twitch. Like, everything, like, if you're in Turkey, like, subscriptions are, like, extremely cheap in Turkey. Like, disgustingly cheap in Turkey. And I don't know why. Oh. What did... Well, you're cursed. Too much European activity, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, that's my curse, Vol. You got cursed with the pirate curse. You gotta say R. But yeah, I got banned for the... I think I mentioned this before. I got banned... Well, I got banned because Twitch thought I was doxing people with my name, Mike. They thought I had put someone's real name and information in my name. I was like, no, I haven't. So I got permanently banned, which is crazy. And then I changed my name to Mike Junt. Like it was Mike Hunt, but instead of Hunt, it was Junt with a J instead of H. But then Choco started laughing at me. She said it was the dumbest name ever. So I switched it. I switched it to Michael instead of Mike Junt. Michael Hunt instead. I just thought, like, okay, well, if it's Mike Junt, maybe they'll be like, oh, you know. Why would you put name and last 4 digits of his SSN in your Twitch handle? Yeah, but I don't know how, like, why would people, like, okay, so I know what the situation was regarding me getting reported, because I think it was in it happened. So there was the whole, I don't know if you guys are too new, but there was the whole league drama thing with CV, and it happened shortly after that, I'm pretty sure. So I wouldn't be surprised that, you know, it was someone from that like someone from that, like, period that did it. But I don't understand why they would just, like, automatically permanently ban someone. The only reason I got unbanned was because I appealed it. Oh, yeah, they were woo-wee. That was definitely an era. I think the funniest part of that whole thing was how much money CV made from the I don't know if you could call it an apology stream, because it's not really an apology stream, but the stream where she explained things, where she got like 10,000 viewers or something. I don't know how many fucking views, but she got like so many fucking viewers, and she ran ads, and she just made a shit ton of money from the ads alone. Like, I'm pretty sure she said she made more from the ads on that stream, on that one stream. She made more from the ads than she did from from subscription on a normal month. Which is crazy. Oh yeah, they definitely made stuff up. I mean, there's all the docs, which is really funny. I'm pretty sure there's a picture, like one of the pictures, one of the pictures in the docs with in her doc has me calling lazy racist. I'm pretty sure that's in the one doc that yeah, and like random like out of context Discord pictures, like completely out of like if you search for them in the Discord and you like actually check, the context is just like the dumbest thing ever. But like if you take them out of context, I can see why people would be like, oh my god. But if you then read the context, it's like, okay, this is the dumbest thing ever. I'm pretty sure I was in one of the pictures too. Oh, I really want to find that. Sekimeiya Google Doc. Is it easy to find? Why is the first one I see? Oh, is that? Oh, Sekimeiya post. History of Sekimeiya. Is this it? Yes. Oh my god. Please, where am I? I want to see myself. Racism. Blue Whale Challenge. There's Bibim. Deep Lore. Where is it? Where are the other Discord posts? Yeah, it's me calling lazy racist. The one thing I'm in. Hold on, I'll show. Oh, it's such a. Wait, what? No. Are you kidding me? Skip ad. Oh, there we go. It's such a bad picture. It's like the worst picture ever. It has like such a bad quality, but it is so funny. Hold on, I'll show you guys. I wish this was the original document, but this is like on script. Here. This is CV saying, I haven't said a slur in at least 5 years, maybe. And then me going, yeah, not like lazy. Yeah, not like lazy. That's the only image I'm in. I don't think I'm in any other ones. Oh, there's Bull. Let's hear the lore. Oh, that is so funny. Yeah, I don't think I'm in any other ones. It's just so funny. No! There's another one! What the fuck? Why am I on that list? Well, I don't even know what list that is. I need to check. I'm gonna search that. What the fuck? Why am I on that list? Why did I write that?
Oh, one other thing.
What list is this? Oh, it doesn't say. That's so funny. I can't read the rest. Fucking the script is so bad, man. You can unlock the next 10 pages after seeing an ad. I think that's all I'm in. That is really funny. Like, this is like the funniest picture. Yeah, I mean the whole thing is, and then I think shortly after the person who like made the Google Docs, because apparently the person who made this Google Doc is like the Google Docker of the League world. I'm not even kidding. Like, she's literally apparently the Google Docker of the League world, and then apparently she got a lot of hate for her Google Docs because she would like make a new one every week or something. So she ended up like going under the she hid away. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. The Google Docker, League Google Docker. Wow, that probably isn't what you should search. Probably doesn't pop anything up, does it? League of Legends Google Docs person. Yeah, I can't find her. But she was like, she literally like, so. Not even like a week after she made the CV one, she already had a new Google Doc of someone else out. It's like, what the hell? Like, do you just like jump from drama to drama? Oh shit. Okay, the CV drama over, guys. Move on to the next drama. Here we go. Drop a new Google Doc here. Google Docky. Probably almost certainly what happened. But I know that she had like a mental breakdown after. Cause like I guess a lot of people just like assaulted her for like constantly making Google Docs. So she had like a mental breakdown, and then she like, you have to come up with drama here to get my 10k viewers. I don't think 10k people would ever care to watch. Did someone put together a Google Doc on the Docker? Maybe that's what happened. God, I wish. Can Svinga Google Doc? God, can I wish I could remember her name. But after reading this, no, that's Dante's. I don't care. Dante is not the person I'm looking for. But this isn't the person either. The person who uploaded the Google Doc to script isn't the person either. That's unfortunate. I don't know. I actually remember Priscilla. Is that it? Priscilla Leak. Yes. You're right. How the fuck did you remember that? What, who's this? Did they change? Did they delete their Twitter? This isn't new either. I think they deleted their Twitter. I think they deleted their Twitter. Oh, this account's tweets are protected. That's why. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like they had a mental breakdown, like disappeared. After like the whole cause like she released like a Google Doc on CV, and then shortly after she released another Google Doc on like someone else. Like it was like a week later. She released another Google Doc, and then she had like a bunch of people like start talking shit about her. I guess because of the fucking like a flavor like Google Doc of the week. Because like I mean I do sort of get it, because like some of the Google Docs that people are posting is like, it's just making Google Docs just to make Google Docs at this point. Google Docky. Roger, do you remember this? You remember this?
Chicken jockey!
Google Docky. Alright, I'll make it small again. Actually, I can just do this. Alright. Let's continue. CV manufactured her mental deterioration. It didn't take long. I mean, probably. Could be. The mental warfare. She appraised me with an odd look. Perhaps listening to me toss out those words sounded bizarre, as we had never had conversations remotely similar to this. You're still saying that there's no other possibility, right? No, I'm saying that right now there's likely only one. Someone else will grab this key, go back to the past, and use it to unlock the locker. Huh. Such an abrupt response made me laugh. I might have been deluding myself a little, but I thought I'd reached the conclusion through semi-logical reasoning. I shook some thoughts away and closed the locker without locking it. Then I left the room and told Shiroya to follow me. I entered the woman's bathroom and waited for her to come in. While she looked at me quizzically, I opened the toilet lid, dropped the key inside and flushed it. There it goes. What are you doing? Yeah, it seems I was wrong. Perhaps I'm taking myself too seriously. What? Yeah, I mean, hold on. I'll find it. I'll fucking find it. Because I know exactly where he said a slur. Oh, hold on. I can't search. I can't... never mind. I can't find it. I can't search because I have streamer mode on. Careful now. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, I'm just kidding. It's not actually a slur. It's just like a really funny thing that Lacey said. Because he wrote one thing, and then he edited it. His message. And then it said something else. And then because it said something else and it said edited it, or it said edited. It looked weird. Wait, is it this one? No. Wait, I'll show you. I found it. I'll show you guys. But he didn't actually do it. It's just funny. It's just the situation. Like it's how the situation is that makes it really funny. Cause like everything makes it seem like he did it by accident, and it's really, really funny. It's like the funniest thing ever. Cause he's like not the person to ever say that. Poor guy. that was the situation. Yeah, it seems I was wrong. Perhaps I'm taking myself too seriously. The universe didn't break, and I doubt the past changed. My theory involved someone else using the key to go back to the past and taking our Sekimeiya. So this was an easy way to deny that reality. It appears the answer was another one, though, meaning that the Sekimeiya vanished differently. It could be teleporting itself. Maybe it's just becoming invisible. We went back to the staff room. If, against all odds, my action had changed the past without breaking the universe or altering our memories. Shinjaki. The locker would be locked, and we'd have no way of getting the Sekimeiya out. I stepped inside and tried to open it. I'd left it unlocked, so it opened. Once again, the winter coat was the only thing inside. I brushed my hand through the higher compartment just to make sure that it wasn't actually going invisible or anything. Shrugged and closed the locker, unable to lock it anymore. Still nothing. Well, Sai seems like a bottom feeder, so maybe you flushed the key into his home. Good one, Shiroya. That was really good. That was a good joke. I exited the room without revealing that I'd been about to consider something similar. I smiled slightly to myself and looked around the hallway. I guess we should try to find the others. We have to be close to someone. Yeah, let's see who we come across. After the longest time, we put into action the usual procedure. We began with the cleaning room at our side. Next was the crystal room B6, found on the opposite side. Atsuki, the Sekimeiya's on the floor. I've been about to move to the next room when Tsuruya's casual voice stopped me in place. I turned around slowly to see her nodding at my disbelief. I approached the door and looked through it. There it is, on the floor. In front of a cabinet was the Sekimeiya, lying on the floor and glowing white. Once again, Tsuruya had found it as soon as we started to search. That's sudden. Who would have left it here? Nobody. I bet someone activated it, disappeared, and didn't come back. I thought of Akro's case. If he'd forgotten about traveling from that room, he wouldn't have come back. Similarly, if someone had time traveled and appeared outside the tower, the Sekimeiya would have stayed there. We walked up to it with guarded stances. Why? Are they afraid of someone jumping out of the cabinet? The sight was reminiscent of an anglerfish's lure. So we'd instinctively scanned the empty room before stepping in. I kneeled, hid my right hand under my sleeve, and stood back up holding the Sekimeiya. It's definitely working. It burns. What do we do with it? I couldn't hold it for very long due to the heat increasing rapidly through my shirt. I started to walk towards the door as I thought about it. Either we use it or we leave it in its cabinet. There's no point in hiding it again if we're not gonna ever activate it. The potential for danger was real, but greed and curiosity were powerful. In my hands, I had the key to every mystery. I thought we had given up on understanding it, but we figured out how to use a time travel device before it was if we figured out how to use a time travel device before it was exposed to the world, it was undeniable that the options were endless. Given what happened while we were in the attic, it seems likely that whoever took the Sekimeiya was the main culprit behind everything. Despite that, they simply left it here, probably after using it. They haven't come back for it, so maybe that's a hint for their goal or their failure. Regardless, it was probably activated recently, so we shouldn't go too far back. Just enough to understand what went down while we were in the attic. Also, I don't think it's as hot as it was in the past, so depending on how far we could confirm that correlation. Tsuruya moves up on the naughty list. Alright, let's see what happens. I mean, okay, I guess, curiously, just interested, where are people on your guys' naughty list? Like, who do you think is most likely to be the culprit? Who do you think is the least likely to be culprit? She moved closer to me, stating that she wanted to be in the range too. It's potentially a horrible idea, but the Sekimeiya's existence felt like nothing short of a miracle, which we'd otherwise regret not taking advantage of. It could be about to doom the entire world, but during those 12 hours we had it all to ourselves, and a race to understand it could easily have been happening behind the scenes. We hadn't inspected the whole building yet, so the possibility of traveling to the recent past was open. I took my left hand out of my sleeve and brought it towards the Sekimeiya, with intentions of further figuring out its mechanics, limits, and what had occurred outside the bedroom walls. As soon as I felt the direct heat on my fingers, I saw a door. I'm back here. Wait, the handle's attached. I heard a sound coming from behind me. As I turned around, I saw Tsuruya climbing down the ladders. Did you just appear there? Yeah, we traveled from room B6, right? Yes, and look, there's the handle. Either we went more than an hour and a half into the past, or just a few minutes. Sai and Akro. Sai is probably the most suspect. I think Sai is going to be the main suspect until it turns out someone has been manipulating him to do everything. The main culprit is real. Murderer vibes from Akro. I think the funny thing with Katai, something about Katai, right? Because when you start the game, you really like, you suspect, like, Katai is like the biggest suspect. Like, a lot of the things he says just doesn't really make sense. And I think a lot of the things he says still doesn't really make sense. Like, Sai had... There's a bunch of things that Sai said that are completely true. That, like, Katai said or did that just doesn't make any sense. Like, how would, like, all of these things make sense when... Like, how would he have looked through the cameras, but he never looked through the cameras? Or he missed all these things. Maybe he never looked through the cameras. That sort of thing, right? But Katai reminds me a lot of a character from Rating Loop. A character, because, like, you basically learn to hate that character, because he's like super he's super suspicious. He always, like, talks as if he's like a culprit. He's, like, super mean to everyone. No one really likes that person, which again is basically Katai. Like, no one really likes him. He talks a lot like he's a suspect. Like, he expects everyone's done it. Like, he thinks everyone's a culprit at some point. And it's the exact same in Rating Loop, and it ends with Rating Loop. It ends with that person, like, literally never having done anything wrong. Like, not in one of the scenarios is that guy an evil person. Remember when I said Katai is Sai's dad? Katai is actually just older Sai doing crazy manipulations. I do think... I think so. I couldn't put a list for who I think is most suspicious. Because I think everyone is equally suspicious right now. Even though I can see where you guys are coming from with, like, with Sai and Acro, and I do think they're suspicious. But I also think Eren and Ayla are suspicious. I think Shiroya is suspicious, and I think Katai also has something suspicious with him. I think Katai could very easily have worked with Sai the entire time, and Sai accusing Katai and Katai accusing Sai has just been, like, a way for them to, like, annoy everyone, right? Because if you annoy everyone by just, like, oh, I mean, this guy did it, people are going to be like, okay, well, everyone's just accusing each other. There's no way we can, like, get to any sort of conclusion from this. And the same with, like, for example, when Sai and Acro got Katai to walk up the ladder and then you know, start shouting at us. What if like that never actually, like, happened, right? Like, what if it was part of Katai, Sai, and Acro's plan to do that? And I still, like, Erina, I still am very suspicious of as well. There's a lot of things that Erina does that, like, feels really out of place. Like, I still find it very suspicious that she didn't have her tickets on her. 2 tickets, especially. And I also find it weird no one commented on that. Yeah, I think everything is open. Like, I think I couldn't choose who. I also think, and obviously, I hope it's not that. But I do think the main character is also suspicious. But I think there's a lot of things that... I think there's a lot of suspicious things. I think everyone is suspicious right now. Obviously, there's the whole Naomi thing as well. She's suspicious as well, because, like, she died once. She was really weird when she appeared. She wanted to talk to... Again, okay, so another thing... So again, just to point out the whole Sai, Acro, and Katai maybe working together, I'd just like to point out that when Naomi was found, the 3 people that found her were Katai, Sai, and Acro. which again, very suspicious that they specifically found her. We were with Erina, Isla, and Shiroya. So I think you know, there's a lot of things that are weird. I also think it's weird that that Isla refused to like talk about anything related to that friend of hers. I mean, I guess she promised, but I don't know, it just feels weird. Yes, and look, there's the handle. Either we went more... Oh, we already did that. Shiro and I slowly scanned the place we traveled to, but we didn't spot anything of anything else noteworthy. We'd appeared in the bedroom where we'd just been. He said it didn't feel as hot as previous times, so probably the latter. Yeah, well... But on the other hand, so... You can't really suspect Isla because she's a kid. On the other hand, though... If Isla has like a future self of herself, that's also really weird, isn't it? Like, there's a lot that she would suddenly know. Like, what? Okay, I'm just shooting out, like, you know, things here. But if future Isla told Isla that she needs to kill someone here. And because, like, Isla sure seems trustworthy of this random person she's met. Assuming it's herself from the future. She sure seems trustworthy of this person. Right? There's a lot of weird things. There's a lot of places they can go with this. I guess we'll find out. Hopefully it doesn't end. And I mean, obviously, we all know that it actually is just amnesia gas. I hope... No, shut up, Roger. I will literally murder you, Roger. I will become the serial killer. And I will murder you. You will be the first to die. And then I will travel back in time and I'll kill you again. And then I'll travel back in time again and I'll kill you again. It makes sense for her friend to be herself, because then she explains why she screamed so loudly when she opened the chest, because she saw herself dead. Yeah. But I mean, she could have seen anyone dead in there. And she would probably have screamed loudly though, right? Like, I mean, I don't disagree, but she could have seen anyone dead in there. I thought it was amnesia dust. Talcum powder. I mean, the thing that was really suspicious about that whole scenario that you're talking about, Shin, is that she automatically walked towards it. It was like she was tantalized by it. Like, she felt the need to go check it out. That's what's weird. That was really weird. That she felt like... That she felt it was important for her to go check it out. I think that she was told to go check it out. I think her friend told her some things about this, and one of the things her friend said was she had to go check out that cabinet. When something happens. I don't know what happened, but I'm assuming her friend was like, when this thing happens, go check out the cabinet. Not on her own. Not on her own. And not that one, no. She never went to check on her own. She did check cabinets because she was really interested in the gemstones, but she was really weird when she did. We can't even... How are we ever going to find it? How would we ever find that? That would be insane. But yeah, she went and like just checked on her own. That's what's weird. So Isla's still alive here. Sigh. Isla's still alive here. Lower half? Oh, we might see it here. See, Isla was drawn to a cabinet in room A5. That's what's weird, right? Isla was drawn to a cabinet. The wording of it. In the meantime, Isla observed next to her mother. Despite her initial optimism, she was aware of the situation. No, that's not it. Here. Mentally, she was exhausted. Ever since the first time that she hadn't been to let Isla out of her sight, or go off with anyone else. She simply couldn't fully trust them. From finding Naomi's second body onward, it was irrefutable that something unnatural was happening, but her only priority was her daughter's safety. Isla had initially been eager to go see what was supposed to be a routine event, but it was morphed into... No, that's not it. Oh, here. By taking a seat, she only wanted to show what was needed. A short break before the search inevitably followed. Her own daughter, though, didn't grasp that intention, as she suddenly walked off toward a hallway A, while the others watched her curiously. "Sweetie, where are you going?" With distress and concern lacing her voice, Erina asked that question, looking up from the stairs. Isla turned around and saw her mother's face, which she found a bit tricky to decipher. Choosing to answer that question with her own actions, she continued walking and stopped next to room A5. It was the place where the gemstones had been stolen and the soul crystal room exposed to the smoke. Isla reached up to grab the doorknob and turned it to open her way in. From the stairs, 3 people looked at her, finding what they were seeing very odd. As soon as they saw Isla entering the room, Erina gave up on her brief rest and stood. While she approached the room, she timidly called Isla's name. When she was by the door, the 2 men started to approach behind her, intrigued by Isla's behavior. Why isn't this Isla lit up, by the way? Or is it only 1 per? Or it might only be 1 per. Isla had left the door open, so Erina was the first one to see the interior, just as she remembered. It was dirtied by the purplish black color, and almost no brightness penetrated the coating on the ceiling. The light leaking in from hallway C was the main source of illumination. It took her a second to spot Isla with how dark it was, and she was putting all of the force she could into opening up the cabinet. Unbeknownst to Erina, what would then occur would not leave her memories until they faded away. So, she's like drawn to it, right? That's the weird thing. She's like tantalized to it. It's sort of like, it's like in fucking cartoons when there's like a apple pie on the kitchen window seal, and the character like floats through the air towards the smell of the apple pie. Like, it's like that, right? But with Isla towards the cabinet. Why does he do that? Why does he float towards that cabinet? Why was she like? I think I would actually show it on screen, but yeah, right? It's like super weird details. She has seen it before. Thank you, Roger. She was right, meaning that we weren't going to see what had happened while we'd been locked up. However, every single travel revealed plentiful factors to analyze. Comparing them with earlier travels felt like the best way to get conclusions. This is my 4th travel, and again, nothing bad has directly come of it. I don't know what happened to Isla and Acro, but I doubt the mere act of traveling is bringing in any danger. Regarding my memories, I summarized the basic events in case there was a glaring contradiction she could find. Yeah, that's all that happened. Unless traveling affected our memories in the same way, there's nothing wrong with what you said. I'm starting to think more and more that Acro lied to us. He reacted to the mention of the Sekimeiya, but that could have been intentional, to relate his memory loss to it and make it more believable. I feel that Katai was right and he was trying to prevent us from leaving. After his job was done, he escaped somehow. How though? I don't know, but I can come up with a bit of an idea. We had the key and the chain was left set. That makes it likely he teleported out. I thought that perhaps Sai did it. Maybe he traveled next to the door to encompass Acro and make him escape, since neither of them could open the door. It could be that he made us go to the upper bedroom so that we wouldn't travel with him. I don't know why they'd do any of that, but there's not much else I can think of. Actually, no. Acro could have escaped all by himself and left the chain set. Maybe he suddenly disappeared from the room, traveling to the past. Then in the past he activated the Sekimeiya to encompass the bed on which he was sitting. It wasn't necessary for Sai to do that as long as Acro had thought of it. That must have happened before someone traveled from room B6 then. We walked out. When I looked at the living room, I instantly recognized our own footprints. These are definitely ours, and they're very recent. We went a few minutes to the past. Someone used the Sekimeiya very shortly before us. We can't see what happened, but we can be pretty sure of that. And if Acro never actually escaped the way I said, it's possible they went very far into the past. They spent a long time in the bedroom, so there's a lot of time for the Sekimeiya to store energy. Oh, so we were the ones who used the elevator? That's so dumb. This is so dumb. So all that thought about, oh, who could have used the elevator? Who were the people who used that elevator? Oh, jeez, who used the elevator? It was us! And if Acro never actually escaped the way I said, it's possible they went very far into the past. We spent a long time in the bedroom, so there's a lot of time for the Sekimeiya to store energy. You know, this could have been what Acro and Sai worked together to accomplish. The stored time was originally Sai's idea. Acro's job could have been to keep us from exiting the bedroom, letting the Sekimeiya store time for a while. Once they'd waited the required amount, they activated it, went far enough into the past to exit the tower. Since the Sekimeiya was left on the floor, it's possible they aren't here anymore. And they couldn't simply have waited more before escaping the bedroom because the Sekimeiya was chilled. There's still this disappearing Sekimeiya in the locket to explain, but that would be the only... The Sekimeiya only disappeared from... Wait, no, we don't have the key anymore. I was about to say, we're gonna go down now with the elevator, and we're gonna get the Sekimeiya from the locker. But we don't have the key. We flushed it down the toilet. So that can't be it. Yeah. Sai seemed to be having fun, so exiting the tower doesn't seem like something he'd want to do. However, they did this right after discovering the storeroom's secret exit. As soon as they saw that, they probably realized they could go back many hours in time, find that door from the outside, and try to enter and exit with the Sekimeiya. They might be about to try coming back in, since doing it earlier would have made their own travel impossible. Let's go down and keep an eye on the Sekimeiya. It's a bit hard to believe that everyone doesn't want to escape with it. I nodded. Shiroi rushed to the elevator and called it after seeing that the door wouldn't open. Huh, this happened again. What? The elevator, remember? We were the ones to call it, it seems. This also happened at the beginning, during my first travel. Oh, I didn't even think about it. It's coming up, meaning that it was below us when we heard it from the office floors. We're going to the crystal floor where we saw it already arrived. According to her, she called it without realizing that she was about to cause the noise we'd already heard. The belief that every event had an origin point was reinforced once more. As she'd unconsciously reenacted the past, us hearing the elevator had derived into traveling to the past, but the action of calling the elevator had an organic origin. Not only that, we'd explained the single sign of life we'd experienced, so we had to seriously wonder what happened to Sai, Acro, Eren, and Katai. When a button lit up, she opened the door, and we boarded the elevator. Without a second thought, she pressed the floor 1 button. While it started to move down, we once again experienced the claustrophobic atmosphere that the dim light and opaque doors effortlessly created. We soon passed floor 3, where our past selves surely found themselves wondering who was inside the elevator and where it was headed. We weren't in a big hurry, but we knew that we would soon appear on the crystal floor from the stairs. I thought of what to do to escape our past field of vision. We entered the event room from hallway A. After seeing the empty cabinet, we looked inside Naomi's locker. We should go to the lobby where we won't be seen. It sounded like the best idea, so we moved there and closed the hallway A door behind us. Even though there wasn't much to be tense about, We felt safe staying there, and we began to automatically move toward the metal shutter. Remember what I thought about the time you appeared in the living room? It seemed like we appeared where we'd be in the midpoint of time traveled. What's with the bucket? He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know, man. He doesn't even know about the bucket. But did you miss that part, Roger? It's like the most important part. You really missed the part with the bucket? Oh, wow. Holy sh... You're gonna have to watch the VOD, Roger. You're gonna have to watch the VOD. You don't even know about the bucket? Wow. Jesus. I don't know, man. God damn. That's... Wow. That's embarrassing. Sorry, I was busy thinking about what I would do in this situation. Well, maybe you should start thinking about the bucket then. Because you really missed out. Yes, and this time something similar happened. I noticed it too. I think it was the opposite. You appeared in the lower level of the bedroom, and I was upstairs, next to the hatch. Those exact positions occurred before we unlocked the bedroom. Right, I felt like it tied down. You peeked from the hatch when I was already below. That might have been the location. And that probably happened a bit more than 10 minutes before we touched the Sekimeiya. After that, we discussed whether to leave, placed the handles back on the door, walked down to the crystal floor, and talked about the Sekimeiya vanishing. We appeared in the bedroom before the time we'd heard the elevator. We might have appeared there before... We might have appeared where we'd been 10 minutes prior to traveling, while only going back 5. It's the opposite of what I thought before. It swapped the 2 points, although I'm not sure if the times fit that well. That could be it, but it's still not consistent with any of the past travels. If there aren't set rules, there's no point in trying to understand how the Sekimeiya works. But what's most important is that a past position was once again used to determine where we appeared, even if it was done differently. Oh my god. The bucket, holy fuck. The fact that the bucket is right there, Shin, you might be right. You might be right about your bucket theory. We heard an indistinct sound coming from the hallway A, made by a door. That's us. We just entered the event room. We waited, and seconds later, the same sound came from hallway B. Unmistakably, a closed door had created it. Now we're in the staff room. We'll travel very soon. We thought we only had to wait until Shiroya became aware of one thing we'd missed. Hey, look at the floor. Look at the floor there. Isn't that blood? What? She's pointing at a spot next to hallway A door. From afar, I could see a tiny red spot close to the cleaning bucket. Roger, the cleaning bucket. Both of us walked to it, and as the sight became clearer, Shiroya's interpretation proved to be right. A single drop of blood existed on the spacious floor of the lobby. It's definitely blood. The contrast with the shiny white floor was immense. I looked around the entire room, but the drop Shiroya had found was the only one I could see. Fortunately, it was enough to tell us something very important. It's almost dry. It's been here for a while. From when we were locked up in the attic, blood dripped off someone. Akro didn't look injured when he came back, but that doesn't mean much. Isn't it strange that it was left here? If someone was in a hurry or being chased by an attacker, they would have cleaned it up. But I feel like the culprit would have, right? Maybe it's not evidence worth cleaning up, but it tells us that something happened. No, there's not blood under the pointer. There's not blood anywhere. That can never be a good sign. I feel like this is a place where evidence would be removed because it doesn't have security cameras. I stared at the single drop of blood. Something about it was intriguing. Well, it wasn't a puddle. It was fairly wide. It wasn't a single drop that would come out of an innocuous scratch. Despite that, there was only one mark. Since any wound that produced a drop of that size would keep bleeding, it's likely that it had been covered to prevent further blood loss. Eren and Kitai must be somewhere, but they can't have anything to do with this. Even though Akro didn't appear injured, it's possible he dripped blood before traveling to the past, and time traveling could have undone a recent injury. After saying that, a thought came to me. Is the Sekimeiya reconstructing our past bodies? We'd asked ourselves that question many times, and I had found a way to answer it. Abruptly, I put my hand in my right pocket and felt something. I took it out and showed it to Shiroya. Ah, that's for Naomi's locket. Did you appear with it after traveling? I must have. I flushed it away before touching the Sekimeiya, but since I had it when we were in the bedroom, I appeared with it in my pocket. Like we suspected, the Sekimeiya had been replicating our past bodies exactly as they were in the past. In the bedroom, I appeared facing the door. Even the position of my body matched, and yours must have too. Since the key was under my possession at that point, it was also on the body I appeared in. Again, that's why the cleaning card didn't appear anywhere in the past. What's more likely is that it ceased existing as soon as you traveled touching it. I see, yeah, that must be how it works. I closed my eyes. It was very likely we'd concluded something regarding the Sekimeiya's travels, but at first glance, it didn't seem too important. I'd even thought of it before without giving it much consideration. However, we could be almost certain that the Sekimeiya replicated our past bodies exactly as they'd once been. As soon as I tried to explore that concept, something major came to me. It was proof that small details could open seemingly sealed doors and that we had to explore every little path. Escaping alive was our main goal at the start. Then, escaping with a time travel device had begun to sound like an achievable goal that some of us probably shared. However, Shiroya and I had eternally sought an unreachable peak, while we'd been taunted by such inconsequential time travel. That was saving our friend who died 2 weeks earlier. Even though it had appeared impossible regardless of the approach, concluding that last detail might have opened the first real path to it, no matter how vague or improbable. If we could understand what determined the exact amount of time to be traveled, and most importantly, the appearing location, that there was a time in which I'd been touching Mia, and I could replicate that body. The possibility that Mia would appear with me was potentially real. While it didn't sound all that special, the locket key had just been brought back into existence. I'd flushed it away through the toilet, and I'd managed to get it back with the Sekimeiya. Mia's circumstances were the same, with the sole difference that she was a human being. My past body and my possessions of the past could be replicated, but Mia might not have counted if I'd simply been touching her. I wonder, okay, this might be weird. You remember when Isla died and the Sekimeiya randomly appeared next to her corpse? I wonder if Isla put the Sekimeiya there, hoping that Erina used the Sekimeiya to revive Isla by going back in the past, and since Erina always held Isla, would have revived Isla. I mean, it's not guaranteed to work like that, but maybe that was the intention of putting the thing there, you know? Like, okay, how's the bucket connected to it? Okay, so when we found Isla dead in the cabinet, the Sekimeiya was next to it, right? What our theory is right now is that there's two Islas, and one of them is probably still alive and the other is now dead. One of the alive Isla put the Sekimeiya next to the dead Isla in hopes that Erina would use the Sekimeiya, because the Isla knew what the Sekimeiya does, in hopes that the Erina would use the Sekimeiya, travel back into the past where Isla hadn't dropped into the cabinet, and then because of this that we're talking about right now, where when you're touching something, like for example the key that just appeared into existence again, if you're touching it and you go into the past and you were touching it at that point, or not touching it, but if it was in your possession at that point, it comes back. I wonder if that was Isla's idea. If Isla wanted Erina to use the Sekimeiya there, go into the past where Isla was still alive, and then Isla would come back because Erina would have held. I think they did. I think that's what she was saying, was that she never let Isla out of sight anymore, except for that one point because she was so tired. I mean, that is a lot of faith, but I feel like if there was a second Isla that's been telling our main Isla all sorts of things, that doesn't seem too unlikely, does it? It didn't need to be, no. It could have been someone else wanting Erina to use it to revive Isla. It could have been someone else. That was just my theory. It was just a theory because of what he's saying now. And it was I find it a bit suspicious that the Sekimeiya just suddenly appeared next to Isla when she was dead. Like, if it could have appeared my theory is right. It could have appeared anywhere in that room. It could have appeared on the ground. It could have appeared on top of the cabinet. It could have appeared outside the door. But the fact that it appeared right next to her dead body, that is what I find weird. It could be other things, obviously. I was just thinking out loud. My past body and my possessions of the past could be replicated, but Mia might not have counted if I had simply been touching her. But what if I could think of a time where I'd been holding her hand or her shirt? None immediately came to mind, but they could still apply. I looked at Shiroya, whose pensive look surely resembled mine. We'd remained silent for many seconds, and while I hadn't thought of voicing my recent thoughts to her, as a past she could also find herself. I took a couple steps back to lean on the column, trying to break through the single wall that blocked my reasoning. Might have jumped the gun by minimizing the fact that Mia is a human. While I thought that we couldn't rule this out without attempting it, I see a big problem that might just reveal its impossibility. The biggest difference between a key and a human being is, without a doubt, the position of consciousness. In the bedroom, our past bodies were recreated, and we appeared with them. The locker room is proof enough of that. However, what happened to the brain? If our past bodies were recreated, the brain belonged to the past version of us. Despite that, we possess memories and knowledge obtained after the recreated point. So even though we appeared in bodies identical to our pasts, the past minds were left out. Why did our consciousness appear in our past bodies without conflicting with our past consciousnesses? That has to be because we touched the Sekimeiya while in possession of a future consciousness. Then it was put within a past version of us, one that had a vacant mind. So what would happen if I could replicate my body from a time I was holding Mia? My consciousness would make it to the replicated body, but since Mia wouldn't travel with the Sekimeiya, there'd be none to insert into hers. Therefore, it's possible I'd appear next to a lifeless body, as past consciousnesses aren't replicated. But I can't know whether I'm overriding my past consciousness every time. Okay. I do find these sort of sections they're a bit much. I will admit. They're a bit much. It's constantly these theories that have like... It's a lot of theory, but I feel like this is the sort of thing that the player should be doing. Like, I feel like this isn't stuff that he should be thinking. This is the stuff that you should give the player time to think about. Like, this is definitely stuff that I've been thinking about. This isn't stuff that should appear like this. I think that's too much. I think this shouldn't be here. This takes up a lot of time of the visual novel. And it's a lot of the same stuff. But I can't know whether I'm overriding my past consciousness every time I replicate my body, or if it's merely not being replicated and I'm occupying an empty spot. After all, the Sekimeiya touched Isla's dead body and she didn't travel. That's probably because there was no longer consciousness present within her. I don't like how he concluded earlier that the past can't be changed. Yeah. He's making a lot of like conclusions and expectations, and I think I think maybe it gains value in like future on, but I think the notes sort of lose a lot of value by these sections. These really long sections of him making conclusions and like notes on things that happened throughout the past like hour. Like the notes sort of, because this is what you'd write in a note. In my opinion, this is what you write in a note. To try to make this happen and test which hypothesis is correct. Attaching ourselves to the smallest possibility, we'd have to understand the Sekimeiya completely. We need to make one final thorough attempt to save Mia. Shiroya and I can't arrange the necessary circumstances by ourselves to see if we could ever work, because a successful result would create an extra permanent version of one of us. So the first step. What determines the point in time our replicated bodies are based on? Yeah, okay, I mean, I get the Mia, but, I mean, this is what I'm thinking about, right? This is just, all of this he's doing now is just theorizing about why, like, how does the Sekimeiya work? And I don't think he should be thinking about that, in my opinion. I think that should be left to the player to try to think about. I think this is like very. It really. I mean, it really loses. I mean, what's the point of the notes? Is what I'm saying. Like the notes lose so much value by the fact that this is here. I have no reason to write anything. I have no reason to write anything in the notes, because if I need anything, I can just go back and read this. Because he's wrote all my notes. Yeah, no player. I hope there's player interaction of some description, because the search system is so cool, but there's like no use for it. There's no use for it. It's so sad. It's like this search system is like the coolest system I've ever seen in any visual novel. So the first step, what determines the point in time our replicated bodies are based on? It's definitely different from the amount of time traveled, and it doesn't seem to be consistent. The second step, the amount of distance traveled, appears to operate under a consistent rule. The longer the Sekimeiya spends storing energy, the farther we travel. Meanwhile, the replicated location has differed with each travel, and there's no clear rule to draw. Nonetheless, it's hard to think only one thing would be consistent. I do hope that chapter 1 is like an exposition chapter, or like a story chapter that like gives an introduction to everything, where it's like heavy reading, right? It's just like you read, introduced to the characters, the setting, the problem, everything, like a huge introduction, and then all the consecutive chapters are going to be like, okay, now things are going to start happening, and you need to figure out, you need to move around. Like, you have this cool map, you need to move around the map, you need to find stuff, you need to figure out, you need to talk to people, you know, do things. All the things that you've learned needs to be used now, sort of thing, right? I hope that's what happens. But I do have a slight doubt in my mind that that's going to happen. I do have a slight idea that it's going to be couple of chapters of more reading. But the second, we read that. Meanwhile, the replicated location has differed with each travel, and there's no clear rule to draw. Nonetheless, it's hard to think of only one thing would be consistent. The core of replicating a past location is purely teleportation. We're teleporting to a coordinate of space we were once at. Honestly, Shin, I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy if we have to spend like 20 hours of having to search, like slave through and search things. I'd be happy. It would be super interesting. It would be super interesting. I like the story, but I will admit these long sections of theorizing from this character is starting to get a bit. It's getting a bit heavy for me. Because a lot of it is just theorizing things that I'm already like thinking about. Like it's things that I've already thought about. And it's just like now he's thinking about it. It's like, okay, I have to read. I just thought about this. Like all of these things. Like, okay, how does the Sekimeiya work? It's stuff like it's stuff that I would like to have thought about. But now I have to read it out loud with the things that I thought about. So it's like, okay, so I didn't need to think about it. I could have just like skipped through the text and then read about it. I didn't really need to. Spend time thinking about. There's no point where I stop and there's no like pause point, right? Like for Raging Loop, for example, there was a lot of points where I'd have to be like, okay, do I? Roger, how do you manage to write the worst messages, Roger? I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna continue reading. The core of replicating a past location is purely teleportation. We're teleporting to a coordinate of a space we were once at. However, how is the Sekimeiya working with that coordinate? Well, the answer could be that its powers are simply magical. There's more depth to it than I first thought. Oh my eye. The easiest concept of teleportation to grasp consists of two containers and a matter teleporting from one to the other. The teleportation point is the other container because it exists and can be accessed. We aren't appearing inside designated and fixed containers, though, so let's assume that the coordinate of the bedroom where I appeared can be measured with a number. When I first touched the Sekimeiya, it sent me to that space coordinate, after recognizing that I found myself there in the past. The problem is that we live on Earth, a planet that is constantly moving. The problem is that we live on Earth. This is such a weird thing to say. This sentence is such a weird thing to say. As time went forward, Earth would have moved away from that coordinate, and it wouldn't have corresponded to the attic's bedroom anymore. The Sekimeiya had simply sent me to one of my past coordinates. Chances are I would have appeared in the middle of space. Going off Shiroya's estimate, we appeared where we were 10 minutes prior to traveling, with only going back 5. At that point, the coordinate that had once belonged to the attic's bedroom. As a long-time viewer, I deserve a little more respect, I think, right? Alright, here's your respect, Roger. Here's your damn respect. Here's your damn respect, Roger. At that point, the coordinate that had once belonged to the attic's bedroom had already been vacated by Earth. I had been walking in circles around the column, absorbed in my unusual thoughts. Shiroya saw that I had stopped and stretched her body a bit. Okay, I've read this completely wrong. Because I thought it was a comma here. So I thought I walked over to Shiroya and stretched her body. I'll remember this, ooh. Should we go? It's well past the time we traveled. Yes, but I want to do one thing first. I showed her the locker key, then we left through hallway B. It became evident we'd left the doors of the two rooms open, the event room and the room B6. I ignored them and walked to the bathrooms. Like before, I raised the toilet's lit and tossed the key inside, then flushed it away. Had to do it. I want to deny the reality where someone uses it in the past to take our Sekimeiya. Well, the universe handled it fine again. The way the Sekimeiya disappeared from the locker is still basically a locked room mystery. She shrugged, and while she was right, I still went to the staff room. I was able to open the locker just fine, and there was no Sekimeiya inside. Nobody else ever held that key, right? Could somebody go back in time and replicate a position where they were holding it? Only when Sai found the whole set on the first Naomi, I'm pretty sure. My mind had gone pretty deep into it. What if someone replicated a position of which they'd been holding me? What the hell? Is he thinking about fucking Yaoi now? Why is he thinking about that? Oh. Who's holding me? Sai, hold me. Had that ever happened? If that would create a lifeless body of mine, it could appear holding the key. Let's get the Sekimeiya. It still has to be in the other room. Across the hallway was a crystal room we'd traveled from. We pushed the door farther and peered into the empty space. We lowered our view and scanned the shining floor. With puzzled faces, we stepped in to access the better angles after failing to spot the Sekimeiya. It's not here. That didn't make any sense. Had someone taken it while we were in the lobby? When we traveled, it would have fallen to the floor. Did it roll somewhere? I looked all around me and shook my head. Then I continued circling the room with my eyes and noticed an oddity. A few cabinets were composed of drawers instead of having a hollow interior compartment. One of the drawers was sticking out more than the others. I walked up to it, unsure if it was anything important. When Shiroya saw what I was staring at, she also realized what was off. Upon closer examination, even though the difference was minimal, my observation was correct. The lowest drawer of the cabinet wasn't fully closed. Before I could reach it, Shiroya spoke about a detail I'd missed. This is the cabinet the Sekimeiya was next to, right? Oh, earlier? You're right, it was on the floor in front of it. Which meant that most likely the person who left the Sekimeiya behind also opened the drawer. I extended my arm and pulled the drawer toward me. Immediately, an object within rolled around the narrow interior, making dry noises as it hit the wood. As it stopped rolling, the immobile Sekimeiya met our eyes, letting out a surrounding faint glow. Aside from it, there was nothing else inside. Shiroya and I looked at each other, well aware that what we were seeing didn't make sense. The Sekimeiya had disappeared only to reappear inside a nearby drawer. Is it even the same one? The drawer wasn't shut all the way, so we can probably ignore the self-teleportation we've been thinking of. Someone most likely put it here. But who would have failed to properly close that drawer? Once again, it seemed as if we'd been lured to the Sekimeiya's whereabouts. Before questioning anything else, I put my shirt between my hand and the Sekimeiya's surface, as I've been trained to do. However, I couldn't last more than a couple seconds before I had to take my hands off. What the fuck? It's burning! If we're right, that must mean it's been here for a while. The longer the Sekimeiya spends away from cold temperature, the hotter it gets. The farther back in time you go, the bigger the range it is. If that was correct, she must have been right. I'm pretty sure it wasn't this hot during our previous travels. It was an imposing claim. Every time we'd found the Sekimeiya, the decision of whether to touch it had been quick to arrive. If the proposition was to go substantially back through time, I wasn't so sure about... Actually, hold on. Can I... This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I'm sorry, but I need to check something. No. Okay. Now I'm curious about something. So I just noticed... Okay, so I'll explain what I was doing there. So every time they talk about how... obviously we don't know yet, but the Sekimeiya... Let's assume the Sekimeiya does charge up by getting warm. There was an oven in the kitchen. There's a stove, actually, even. I think they should put the... I think they should put the Sekimeiya on the stove and cook it. That would take them really far back. They could disappear. They could go back to the fucking Bronze Age. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. And when we come back, we, imagine they did that, someone else walked in. Why are you cooking the egg? Scrambled eggs. Alright, I'll be right back. Guys, the pop-up redeem doesn't work. You don't have to use it. It doesn't do anything. Oh, actually, I do need to do something real quick. No, because it's not supposed to work. Oh, you might hear me in a second. Oh, no, never mind. It's not supposed to work. Because it's not mine. Here you go, Roger. I have no... It even fucking pops up at the top. There you go, Roger. Your favorite thing. Okay. You know, I'm actually one thing I'm curious about is why is there no vending machines in this place? There's not a single vending machine in any of the offices. That seems like an oversight. I mean, surely we can assume this takes place in Japan, right? The Japanese freaking love their vending machines. It was an imposing claim. Every time we'd found the Sekimeiya, the decision of whether to touch it had been quick to arrive. The proposition was to go substantially back through time. I wasn't so sure about it. So to make our presence in the tower hard to accomplish, we would still be unable to change the past. Let's put it in the cabinet. I looked at Shiroya and was met with bitter expression. She'd already made up her mind. Touching it could have brought us out of the tower, but also had the chance to considerably drag our stay while we'd been unable to have any impact on a history which had already occurred. I nodded and began thinking about how to move it without burning myself. I think we should just stop altogether. Let's just wait until we can leave. We can travel through time, which is insane to think about, but there's no point to it, right? At most, it can help us understand what was going on, but there are cameras all over the place, and the police are probably a few hours away from entering. We don't even know how the Sekimeiya got inside the drawer, and it's clear that we don't understand anything about what we got caught up in. Touching it again could just be dangerous, so there's no point in risking it. I tacitly listened to her while giving multiple reasons not to touch it. It left me a bit confused, as she hadn't been opposed to it mere minutes ago. I'm sure you can imagine what I've been thinking about, how we could undo what happened. But it's not possible. The more time I spent thinking about it, the further I am from being able to let the wound heal. I don't think having hope itself is bad, but it is if we know that it doesn't really exist. The Sekimeiya is useless. I was left dumbfounded by those words, by those harsh words, and I found myself trying to think about a reply before realizing that I agreed with her. I've been going on about Isla's decided fate while obsessing over a way to reverse Emiya's. In reality, both were just as impossible to change. I recalled the pensive face Shiroya had been making in the lobby, where she must have reached that ultimate conclusion. We said we'd go to Aaron after we get out and see what's become of the cabin. Let's make sure that happens. As I felt a breaking wave of emotions, I managed to give her a nod. I let the desire to escape become a background goal, while it should have been the only thing to strive for. It had been sudden, but after all those dreamlike hours, Shiroya brought me back to reality. Mia's death was irreversible. I breathed deeply, trying to keep myself balanced. Alright, I agree. Let's wait patiently and ignore whatever the hell the others are doing. At 2100, the front door has to open. Right. What's going on here has nothing to do with us, and it's gotten too big to try to understand. You said Akaro and Sai could enter from the outside to grab the Sekimeiya, so let's leave it in the cabinet and wait next to it. Type shit. Welcome, aerobatics. I grabbed the bottom of my shirt with my left hand to create a small hammock where I placed the Sekimeiya. If the cloth wasn't touching my skin, I was able to transport the Sekimeiya safely. I quickly headed the I quickly headed towards the door where we left the room. We were in hallway B. My perspective... Uh-oh. Music stop. That's something bad is about to happen. We were in hallway B. My perspective on the recording had been fluctuating drastically, and once again, it had become one of the worst possibilities. If it did occur, despite meaning that Isla would be alive in the future, that was the only illusion of an upside. She'd end up going to the past to die inside the room A5 cabinet. How can we become super surprised now? We're going to find Naomi. We're going to enter the room and Naomi's there. I took short steps so that the Sekimeiya would stay still. Eventually I reached the open door that led to the event room where we'd once again attempt a weight detaching ourselves from our surroundings. Yes! This is what I want. Hell yeah! Yes! Oh, thank God! This is what I want. Oh, yes! Now we're talking. Now we're fucking talking. Okay. What does it say? Okay. Wait. But how did you find that, Roger? How did you find that? I know. Where did I hide that? Because I know I hid it somewhere. Yeah, but I don't. Where did I link it? That's what I'm saying. Oh, in the. Oh yeah. In the challenge. Yeah, I knew I hid that somewhere, but I forgot where I hid it. And I couldn't for the life of me remember where I hid it. I was just waiting for someone to find it. My perspective on the recording? What do you mean? Oh, my perspective on the recording had been fluctuating drastically. I mean, I guess it's just like my view on the recording, right? Like, because on one hand, it's like, oh, if we, like, the recording means that everyone's going to be alive in 1 month. But then eventually it's like, oh, but maybe everyone's going to be dead. Anyway, it doesn't matter, that sort of thing, right? I think that's what he's trying to say. We can keep, like, if we keep going, that's good. Because the recording tells us we can keep going. But then he's also like, oh, maybe it doesn't matter. We can get out anyway. Alright. This is very, very interesting. This asks me... This question asks me how much I trust Shiroya. This question is asking me if I trust Shiroya enough that I'm willing to go with what she's saying, because she's the only one who was against touching it. She was the only one who was against touching it, right? Because like we want to touch it. I mean, she did convince us not to. Which is why it's sort of weird that we get the choice, right? Because on one hand she did convince us, but then also, did she really convince us? But ooh, it's hard. Don't trust Shiroya and you get stabbed a billion times. Trust her and it'll all work out fine. Welcome, G Sheep. I like the idea of touching the Sekimeiya because it is as hot as it is. But I also like the idea of not touching it. I'm gonna write... Ooh. Option. Do we trust Shiroya? If I think with my brain, I would say I trust her. Well, actually, if I think with my brain, I would say I don't trust her. Can you add a little color tonight? Absolutely, Roger. Just for you, I will add a little color to the note. I will make this blue, and then this green. This part will be green. This green. And then this will be orange, and then this will be purple, like that. Yeah, it's on the screen. Your image is on the screen, in the top right. It's literally up there. Your channel points has not been in vain. Why would you curse me? Agree to disagree? What do you mean agree to disagree? Like, if we chose one option, do you think it'll be easier to come back and do the others later? Like a save game, I'm meaning, not some weird... Yes, I think it's easy, because you can literally, like, jump. Like this, right? It's just about jumping around. So I do think it's easy. I hope this is, like, a huge choice. Because I know, so in Raging Loop did have a lot of not huge choices. AKA, it has a choice, and then you pick one, and then it's like bad end after like 2 minutes. And I hope this is a huge choice where you don't want to go back until a long time, depending on which one you pick. So if I choose this one, I'm not going back for like maybe several hours. And if I choose this one, I'm not going back for several hours. That's what I'd prefer. Even if I'm interested in what the other thing does, I don't want to go back for several hours. I don't want it to be a 2-minute, like I touch the Sekimeiya, oh my hand, oh I'm burning, oh I'm set aflame, oh I'm dead. Bad ending. I don't want that. That's stupid. I'm going to say I like Shiroya. I think she's a very nice individual. I think she's lying to me. I like Shiroya. I think she's a very nice individual. I would think that she's I'm gonna trust her. I'm gonna trust her. Why did that happen right as I clicked? Fucking awful. We were in hallway B. My perspective... Oh, we already had that. Still cupping the Sekimeiya with my shirt, I stepped into its room, where I saw the cabinet and another open door. Shiroya came after me, glancing at the cabinet, which was partially covered by the dark curtain. She scrolled open the glass and helped me place the Sekimeiya inside. Do we close it again? We had a question to ask ourselves. Should we lock it? I think we should. We said we wouldn't use it anymore, so there's no reason not to. I nodded after thinking about it. Akuro and Sai took the key when they left the bedroom. I'm curious, how does this look here? Okay, this shows me which one I have done. I'm guessing... Okay, this is entirely guesswork. There's no guarantee this is how it is. But I'm guessing when it's yellow, like this, it means that there's still stuff to be seen on this route. And red means I haven't gone this route at all. Only white. What's up, Shinjar? Is there anything you wanted to say? I nodded after thinking about it. Akuro and Sai took the key when they left the bedroom, so it stood to reason that they still had it. If they traveled through time far enough to appear outside the tower, they wouldn't have appeared with it. If they planned to enter once more, they would have hidden it somewhere to retrieve it easily. Where does it say? Oh, that's the like section name, like you see here. Only white. A step forward, satellite, mind over matter. It's just like a chapter or like a section title. It's not a chapter because these are chapters, but nonetheless, locking it would prevent everyone else from opening it. I moved to the left side of the cabinet and crouched to manually turn the wheel. What do you think I was saying? Nothing? Nothing. I was just asking why you said that. That's all. There. Only someone with the key will still be able to open it. We'll stay here though, so that won't happen. She tried to move the glass and confirmed that I had locked it properly. To achieve a better effect, she pulled down the curtain and proceeded to glance around the room non-committally, unsure what else to do. We haven't seen Aaron and Kitai since we left the bedroom. Do you want to search for them before we decide to stay put? She didn't answer. I thought she was considering the whereabouts of Akro and Sai, who we had to find as well, but a single word defied my assumption. Look. Her gaze was fixed on the floor. I traced the line, spotting a drop of blood in the middle of the room for a second time. We were right next to it and hadn't seen it easily. It was smaller than the one in the lobby. But there was a much more important distinction. This one isn't that old. It's not completely dry. Is someone walking around and bleeding? Despite what it seemed, there had been something more to it. If what we'd seen in the lobby was only a single drop, it came from a fairly serious injury. The one in front of us didn't give the same impression. I looked all over the floor again and didn't see another speck. I think we should try to find the others in case something bad has happened. I took a good look at the blood. What a strange thing. I took a good look at the blood. Didn't he already take a good look at the blood? It wasn't fully dry like the spot in the lobby. What? Yes! We already went through this. Indicating that the bleeding could have gone on for a while. Why is he saying the same thing again? If a wound had started to clot, it explained the smaller drop. Why is he just repeating everything? I took a good look. It wasn't fully dry. This one isn't that old. It's not completely dry. What the hell? Is he okay? Small amounts of blood dry up fast. Oh my god, okay. We don't have to get this 3 times. While many factors are involved, I could estimate it would take, say, half an hour for... Okay, now we're getting a bit too much. For it to dry fully in our conditions. This spot is close to meeting that mark, while the one in the lobby dried up before we saw it. What is going on? Why are we going into, like, deep details? Oh, yes. Blood in this condition may take up towards 30 minutes to dry fully. Yes. How do we do it then? Does one of us stay here to make sure nobody takes the Sekimeiya? After all we considered, exploring the possibility of the deliberate trap to send us out wasn't that ridiculous. In truth, the 2 drops of blood didn't feel very natural. I think we should do what we've been doing up until now. One of us stays in hallway C while the other one looks through the rooms. It's unlikely anyone had an accident and bled on and off for so long. We should be careful. You know, not that has like not been working like several times now. But okay, you know, let's do it. I wasn't opposed, so we entered hallway A. Our tension had gradually escalated since we'd seen blood on the floor of the lobby. Using that arrangement felt safe enough, as we wouldn't be forced to separate ourselves while searching. Moving to the mechanical room would be the only unavoidable instance of that. I'll see if I find anyone then. She nodded sharply, standing next to hallway C. Volunteering to look through some of the rooms was no heroic task, but I felt a bit better doing it myself. Naturally, my attention was first directed at the storeroom. I opened the door with Shiroya looking on from behind. The long corridor still extended up to the door without a handle, and I stepped in to see if I could spot any change. However, everything was identical, just as I remembered it. I had no way to know if the door had been opened from either side, but was certain that I still couldn't do it. In front was room A5, where the gems were stolen, although the room where Isla was found was a more suitable name. I looked down as I entered it, knowing that I'd have to see her face again. There she was, immobile, her skin already showing a slight ashen tint. There's nothing next to her, so I quickly closed the lid and looked through the other cabinets. After I'd seen all of their harmless interiors, I moved to the next room. Deeming it vacant was an easy task, which was repeated for the next 4 identical ones. Only the security room remained. After it, I'd go to the mechanical room, making sure nobody had entered the event room, and Shiroya would move toward hallway B. That would prevent anyone from using the event room as a bridge to remain hidden. But when I opened the door, I was met with a sudden and unexpected sight. Oh my god, I wish I was going to end the stream now. Because this is like the perfect place to end the stream. This is like the perfect place to end the stream. My mind reeled as I stared at it, too stunned to react differently. I abruptly turned to face Shiroya, who responded to me with a plain expression. I yelled at her to come, and she sprinted toward me. Not only had I seen something that put an end to the search, but I also knew that Shiroya and I absolutely could not be separated. Why is it every click makes for an even better place to stop than the previous? As soon as she peeked inside, she visibly recoiled. Then she had to force herself to breathe deeply and try to look again. Once she did, she saw she hadn't been mistaken. What if I'm dead? What if... Katai's. Just list them all, Jedi. More, list them all. Eren is fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. Shiroya's fucking dead. What is it? What if it's Naomi again? Naomi, another Naomi corpse. Just a third Naomi corpse. Katai's body was on the floor, partially under his desk. It appeared the 2 drops of blood had been a mere introduction to the sea we saw in the security room. His clothes, the desk, the floor, they'd all been splashed by the same red substance. Even after trying to process the image for a full minute, I couldn't bring myself to move. The thick smell of blood began to disperse through the open door, repelling us. Oh, what is this? There's no way. At some point she said that, radiating pure disbelief. I couldn't bring myself to reply, but I took a step forward, scanning the dimly lit room. Another image. I will add this frog to the screen. It will go down here with me. Three bright lights were situated in front of me. They were the 3 main computer monitors, which indicated that less than 50 minutes ago it had been used. Shiroya entered behind me, taking careful steps to avoid the blood that covered the majority of the floor. We looked at Katai's face. Under the shadow of the desk, his darkened expression looked distressed and agitated, reminiscent of the one he'd made in the attic. I swallowed my accumulated saliva and carefully crouched to check his pulse, but I didn't feel anything. I tried not to look in Shiroya's direction and continued expecting Katai until I saw that a bit of blood was still pouring out of his skull. I didn't have to turn his head too much to see a huge crack. I immediately averted my eyes, with no doubts about what I would see if his white hair hadn't prevented it. Your message failed to send. I stood up, shaken by the eerie background noise that the arrhythmic sound of dripping blood and whirring computer had joined forces to create. There's a horizontal crack in the back of his head. Given how much blood is on the desk, I think he fell on its edge. Once again, Shiroya looked down at the pool of blood. It's natural for a head injury to bleed so much, and what I'd observed didn't reveal much. For all we knew, it was an accident. The way I imagined it, he'd fallen back, he would have hit his head against the desk, ended up under it, and pushed the chair away. Despite how much blood covered the floor, there's no bloody footprints leaving the room. However, the gruesome scenery obligated us to think that someone could have done it. Pushing Katai would have achieved the same result. Another image, allow me to add it. This goes right here. Vast pools of blood would take a long time to dry, so I easily spotted smaller drops on the sides of the desk. Those were much closer to drying up, reminding me of the ones in the event room. No matter what happened though, he was dead. Katai, who was an enigma of his own, and never stopped claiming his innocence, met his sudden end right after freeing himself from confinement of the attic. Look at the screen, there's a message, huh? I quickly glanced at it. As she'd set in the center of the middle screen, I saw a tiny box containing one single line of text. 10:04, cameras disabled, associated footage erased. Oh, what? At 10:04? That must have been when Katai was here alone. We checked the time at 9:41. 20 minutes later was when he left. He stayed behind trying to fix the system. You're right, and instead he erased the entire footage and shut down the cameras. That's what this is saying. Well, I mean, it couldn't have been him. At least I don't believe it was him. It would make no sense for him to spend the entire fucking game talk about how, oh, just you wait, pal. When we get out, the police will check the footage. And then he also goes and deletes the footage. Did they check the computer time? Did someone, like, change the computer time and then erase the footage and then change the computer time back again? Surely that could happen, right? The most conspicuous hint a message left on the computer was potential proof that Katai had been the culprit we were trying to ferret out. I reached for the mouse and dragged the message aside. Behind it, the program Katai had attempted to display the footage with was the only thing seen on the screen. It had a list of all the cameras, but they were useless if they'd actually been disabled. I lowered my eyes. The taskbar contained the single clock we had at our disposal. As soon as I glanced at it, the numbers switched from 1659 to 1700. It's 1700, only 4 hours left. Let's get out of here. From this room too, the smell is getting unbearable. I had no complaints, even though the hallway's illumination was worse. We left the much darker room and breathed steadily after the minutes we'd spent inside. Welcome, Pump. Welcome in. Another image. Allow me to add it to the screen. This is quite a club beat, huh? Pretty sure I heard this at a rave once. Right there. The message on the screen, without a doubt, it belonged to the security system program. Was that full proof of its trustworthiness? Another image, allow me to add it to the screen. Jesus Christ, this is huge. With such an obvious message being found next to him, I had to ask myself if it was legitimate or a diversion left by his killer. Not only did the room leave the possibility of an accident open, it also displayed an incriminating message next to Katai. Was the message a fabrication by the real culprit to pin the blame on Katai and play it off as an accident while they were the ones to deal with the cameras and the security system? It wasn't easy to tell, and I wasn't sure which idea I was more inclined to lean toward. Wait, no, it doesn't make any sense. Look, an image to add to the screen. Allow me to add it. The club beat is in fact back. There might be a club. Maybe it's behind the door that we can't open. This goes right here. Maybe it goes down here instead, actually. I follow Shiroi's line of sight again, that time up to the ceiling. That green light is supposed to indicate that the camera's recording, right? No way they were disabled so long ago. Forgotten about that, you're right. However, it was Katai who told us about the green light meant. We can't be certain about it. They haven't stopped flickering, and I'm sure they also were before 10 AM. So if the cameras really aren't recording, the lights must simply indicate that they're powered on. It's strange that Katai would tell a lie like that. If he disabled the cameras, part of the reason would be that he didn't want the police to see him when they entered. Despite that, he incriminated himself by lying to us about what the lights meant. Yeah, that's not consistent. Could someone else have left that message to blame him? I'm not sure, but thinking about it more, there's no way this was an accident. If Katai fell backwards and hit his head on the desk, it means that he was exiting the room. Why would he try to leave with that message being shown on the screen? Another person had to be involved somehow. Shiroya agreed with me. After a few pensive seconds, being presented once again with the fact that a murderer was nearby, we had to decide on what to do. Do you want to search for the others? We should. We don't know what happened to Akaro and Sai, but I'm worried about Erina. We can't split up, Atsuki. We have to stay together no matter what. Yes! Win! Stay with me, Shiroya. I can protect you. I couldn't say it was likely for Erina to become a target for the culprit. Katai was employed by Ashia, a member of the security staff, but Ayla had died despite being a complete outsider and a child. Any one of us could have been next. Yeah, okay, let's stick together and find Erina. Let's just be extremely careful. We have nothing to defend ourselves with if we're suddenly attacked. She gave me a strange, saddened look, even though only 4 hours remained. Seeing the outside world felt infinitely far away. Let's see if the Sekimeiya is still here. We entered the event room. Sekimeiya hadn't been taken while our attention was grabbed by the security room, so it was unlikely that that was the intent of the culprit's plan. It's a routine effort. I lowered the curtain again. An image. Allow me to add it to the screen. Oh my goodness. We just found the biggest image in existence. We have to find Erina. It's not good that we haven't seen her yet. Alright, there's no need to separate at all. We're only trying to find her, and she wouldn't hide from us. Could be dangerous to try to corner the culprit. An image. I shall add it to the screen. What the hell? Just an entire image of Victoria 3? This is Anbenar, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Alright guys, change of plans, everyone. We're playing Anbenar now. Here's my country. Remember when you played Vicky while streaming Raging Loop? I do remember that. Another image? Allow me to add it to the screen. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking serious? $125? No. You know what? No. I'm not adding 125 megabytes image? No. Right, let's finish up this fool. We went to the lobby. No, it's gonna crash! 125 megabytes! We went to the lobby to access the mechanical room. Down the staircase was a strangely imposing room which could have served purposes beyond our understanding. There were some spots out of reach from the stairs, under a table or behind some chairs in the back. Stepping farther in revealed the lack of any hidden person. I doubt Erina would be in a hallway B room, but let's look before going up. First room we looked into was empty. Being to stumble upon anyone made things grow gradually more unsettling. We knew someone had to have travelled with the Sekimeiya shortly before we did. I explored the thought that perhaps if the range was huge, Erina had the chance to be caught up in it and escape the tower. However, Katai had gone downstairs before her and should have travelled as well, since the dryness of his blood indicated that he'd died almost half an hour before we'd found him. I was willing to disregard that theory. Shiroya and I proceeded to the next room. Of course, if they travelled out of the tower after leaving the attic, it was possible Katai had re-entered the tower through the storeroom entrance and then died. If the search for Erina yielded no result, that angle would have gained some traction. The next room underwent an identical search. Halfway through, we realized that searching inside the cabinets defeated the point of what we agreed on. They were only a potential hiding spot for a culprit we decided was out of our reach. We opened the door to room B4. Past it, on the floor, Naomi's corpse reminded us that it was the room where we'd found her. The sight stopped us in place, leaving us dumbstruck. Because at her right, Erina lay, her clothes tinted maroon by all the blood on them. Shiroya looked at me with a clear wish to deny reality. It hit us like a truck. Erina was dead too, and the only people remaining with us were dangers who we wanted to avoid. I gulped before I took short steps forward. She was laying sideways, which let us see all the blood on her chest. Though not extensively on the floor, there was some on her stomach and legs too. Unlike Katai's expression, hers looked almost serene despite everything the tower had put her through. When I turned around, I saw Shiroya kneeling down, burying her face in her hands. Someone around us had killed a mother who just lost her daughter, and we would have to continue fearing that looming danger for 4 more hours. I had no words for the horrendous view when I was forced to accept. No, there's no Suma today. Did you not read the announcement, Ember? I specifically wrote an announcement. There's no Zuma today. Today is not Suma Day. And there's no Zuma Now command. There's no Zuma Now command. There's no Zuma Now command. I had no words for the horrendous view I was forced to accept. No, it wasn't a trick. No, it wasn't a trick. I meant it. This is the real game. The real game is this one. We're not playing Zuma. There's no Zuma stream. Today is not a Suma stream. I am serious. We stared at the scene in silence. Erina's clothes were slightly torn, signaling a physical fight, and the color of the blood indicated that it had been drying long enough to almost be a solid, just like Katai's. Another image. Is this going to be what I think it is? Roger, am I going to click this? And it's going to be... I hate you guys. Alright guys, it's a Suma stream. Here I am playing Suma now. Here I am playing Suma. I'm on level 9-2. I don't have a bowl, but my next bowl will be purple. I think I'm going to be shooting it in the bottom purple pile. I'll just be quick enough to shoot it there. Maybe even the top purple pile actually. That would give me a double combo. Triple double combo. Rookie mistake? Grrr, that's not a rookie mistake. That's the correct play. Top than the green reverse ball next to the red balls. Whatever you say, Roger. This gets to go here. Now I'm playing 3 games. Playing Sekimeiya. I'm playing Victoria 3. I'm playing Suma. It's crazy. Now this is a mic stream. What do you mean by that? That's it. I can't look at her. Let's go. I lowered my head even more than it already was, clenching my fists. Seeing Shiroya like that was heartbreaking, but it was already ultimately impressive how strong she'd been. Have you had Uma on in the background the whole time? What do you mean? What? Uma isn't even on. What? Jedi, are you okay? On my end, I only found myself rejecting reality, never fully allowing the deaths we'd seen to sink in. I stepped out of the room, but I couldn't avoid turning around again, witnessing the end of 2 women we'd met that day. Give me a second. Naomi's body was covered by an elegant curtain, so I didn't want to leave Erina behind without one. The camera might not even have been recording, so I went ahead and detached another curtain from the cabinet, laying it over Erina. With that small attempt at dignity, we left the room. We walked to the event room, lost. A threatening atmosphere. Okay, this is gonna sound so insane. This is gonna sound like so insane. But for some reason, I read a threatening mongoose. And I don't know why. Like in my head, I read a threatening mongoose. No one's saying a thing. It confirms my insanity. Like, those words are so different. No, because atmosphere sort of looked like mongoose. A threatening atmosphere had reared its ugly head with more finality than before. 2 murders in a row, and perhaps while we were on the same floor as them. Given the state of Erina's blood, it was more than likely that her body had been in that room for a while. We hadn't reacted strongly to the past 2 or 3 deaths. It wasn't that we were desensitized, but that our feelings seemed insignificant compared to what was going on in that place, as if our defeat had been unavoidable from the start. There had been no time to really stop and consider the true gravity of being sealed away with 1 or more murderers, at least not for me. Thinking of ways to either avoid or root out danger had taken priority. But things had changed. Shiroya and I being the only ones left hammered in just how deadly the situation was. With all colour drained from the world, we simply moved forth, feeling like birds with clipped wings trapped in a cage. Oh, this is such good art. I love that woman. I made sure the Sekimeiya was inside the cabinet and sat next to the hallway A door. Then Shiroya leaned against the wall in front of me. More than likely, we were no match for the culprit behind those deaths, so there was no point in trying to do anything else. We had nowhere to possibly hide. Wishing for only stillness, we quietly let time carry us. With nothing left to do, I meaninglessly ran through the possibilities of trusting one of the others. There's one detail that fell off. Doubting that Akuro and Sai were the culprits was foolish, but one thing pointed me toward it. It was a drop of blood we found in the lobby that was completely dry, meaning that it was left there while we'd been locked up in the attic. However, the blood around Katai and Erina's body had been, naturally, from a time after we unlocked the bedroom. Therefore, during the time that Akuro and Sai should have been the only people outside the attic's bedroom, someone had lost blood. In addition, I thought that a small injury wouldn't have produced a single drop as big as that one. It had every possibility of being an accident. Akuro and Sai also could have fought, resulting in Akuro's victory, going off the lack of injuries when he joined us again. However, the truth had been potential to be slightly more convoluted. Perhaps Katai and Erina had travelled to the past after leaving the attic, then they'd been attacked in the lobby, and finished off even later. No matter what had happened, it was clear that something went wrong while we were at the top of the tower. And no matter who was left nearby, we didn't want to cross paths with them anymore. Nonetheless, we were guarding the Sekimeiya. We hadn't discussed it again, but it was what we'd intended to do before seeing the last 2 corpses. If the culprits showed themselves to obtain it, in the instance we had to escape, there were doors on both sides of the room, which we'd left open. I closed my eyes and left my mind blank. It felt nice after going over so many thoughts, but as soon as I did, different questions came to me. Instead of how, why? Why had someone killed Erina? What could anyone have gained with that? Had it been out of pure malice, taking advantage of the disabled cameras? That didn't feel right. We all would have been killed by that point. The Sekimeiya around, actions were bound to have more depth than they appeared to, and I had a hard time believing that someone who had actively chosen to remain undiscovered for so long would have no real motive. I couldn't be sure with Katai, but Erina hadn't done anything to warrant her death. At most, I could have assumed she found the culprit. I went back to the small theory I'd put together. If she had travelled to the past and confronted Akuro and Sai while the rest of us were in the bedroom, that could have given a motive for her death. Even though they were the only suspects, they hadn't shown back up, so it's appropriate to think that they might never intend to. Wait, the recording. According to Akuro and Sai, Erina was alive. Atsuki, what are you thinking about? Do you have any more ideas? And hey, Erina, what's with that face? Ayla, what's gotten into you? What are you looking at? What are you holding? And Erina, why aren't you doing anything? Even though the scenario played out as if Erina and I were present, that isn't possible anymore. Who did that recording actually intend to trick? Welcome dying for Hugh. Welcome in. It couldn't be a coincidence that Akuro and Sai were the only other people still alive, and the only ones who have been mentioned in the recording. However, Erina's death nullified its chance of being real. Or did it? I tried to think about it. Even though Ayla's already dead, she was the third and last person to appear in the recording, but her but her death wasn't enough to completely deny it being real. And that's solely thanks to the Sekimeiya's existence. It's possible that Isla's still alive. She'll be part of the recording in the future, and will travel to the past to end up in the cabinet where we found her corpse. There might be a different arrangement, but the gist would always be the same. Could something similar apply to Erina? Nothing supports it in her case, but the exact same thing could be going on with her, couldn't it? So not even her dead body is enough to disregard the recording. Not while the Sekimeiya exists. Oh no. Despite my uncomfortable position, my sight began to fade, and I started to feel drowsy. Image? Shall add it to the screen. I am falling asleep. And this is like the worst place and time to fall asleep. Amnesia gas time. Every time I rested a little, my body reminded me of how tired I was, and its strong demand for a full sleep. I saw that Shiroya's eyes were shut, and I desperately wanted to resist it, but I couldn't help but close mine too, lay my head on my shoulder, and put my head against the wall, or my body against the wall. I knew that my consciousness was soon to fade, but having to wait for almost 4 hours made any attempt of preventing it futile. I let myself go, temporarily abandoning the nightmarish tower engulfed in mystery. And I didn't wake back up, because I was dead, murdered, alongside Shiroya. My subconscious was alert at all times, aware that I was surrounded by ever-present danger. For that reason, as soon as the faintest sound met my ears, all my senses came back. What the fuck? That's Shiroya! Isn't it? It's the same hair color. She has the purse as well. And that's just her jacket around her waist. The same, like... Yeah, I mean, I guess we've never seen Mia. I would be surprised if Mia had the same blue hair color, though. But I guess we'll find out. As if I'd traveled through time, I opened my eyes, unaware of how long I'd been there for. Thanks to the open doors, I discerned the origin of that noise. I stared ahead where hallway B was. What? I froze. The dry sound of my heart echoed within me, and stuttered. Just behind the door was Shiroya. As soon as she looked inside the event room, she saw my piercing gaze and returned it with her own. After an eternity of a second, she turned around and sped up, her figure rapidly disappearing. Then, without moving, I looked at Shiroya. She was still sitting down, leaning against the wall, before my very eyes, resting her head on her arms. I told you guys it was Shiroya. Fucking no one ever believes me. Fucking listen to me. Listen to me. Hey, are you awake? Shiroya. Huh? This is my wife, and I know how my wife looks. My wife looks like this. I can recognize her from miles away. She lifted her face and looked at me with nearly closed eyes. Were you sleeping? Sorry, yeah. I stood up clueless, my mind cluttered. No, it might sound ridiculous, but I just saw you. I dashed to hallway B. It was empty. My mind still reeling, I re-entered the event room. What? I'm being serious. Footsteps woke me up, and I saw you in hallway B. You saw me too, but you walked towards hallway C, and there's no one there. What? How long have I been asleep? I don't know. What I saw could only be achieved with the Sekimeiya, so I uncovered the curtain. The Sekimeiya's still here, and it's locked. I don't understand. Are you sure it was me? Yes, but there's a big difference. You were wearing different clothes. Different clothes? Were they mine? No, but I think I recognized them. You still had your coat, but you were wearing a different shirt and pants. And I think I I think I saw them earlier in one of the attic wardrobes. She was too lost to respond, and understandably so. It meant that in the future, she was guaranteed to travel to the past and live out what I'd experienced. But it all went far beyond my comprehension, especially her strange behavior and clothing. Stay here for a second? I rushed out of the room and ran to hallway C. It was empty as well. Had it been a hallucination? There's no way. I was sure of what I'd seen. I circled the floor and entered the event room from hallway A. It appeared the Shiroya I'd seen had deliberately hidden herself, so I wasn't sure if searching in depth was a good idea. Let's go to the attic. I need to see if I'm right about this. Okay, so there's something that bothers me. Why is he not... why am I doing this? In here. Search. Why is he not checking this room? It looks like she came out of that room, doesn't it? Why isn't he checking this room? Like B4? I would check it. Right? Am I dumb? Well, it said she headed into hallway C. It said she ran from hallway B into hallway C. And we went and checked. But she was in this room. Well, I mean, it looked like she's in this room, right? I mean, it is... Yes, the B4 is where Erina and Naomi is. But I don't understand why we're not checking this room. Like, I mean... just check it. It takes like 2 seconds. Right? Am I dumb? Why are we checking it? Why are we being stupid? It's always with this guy. He's always stupid. She shot me another questioning look and approached with her hand on her forehead. No matter how much we wanted to spend the remainder of our time in the event room, Shiroya's bizarre apparition indicated that something else was happening or just about to. Should we check the time first? Oh, probably. Hallway A was still completely vacant. Shiroya had clearly seen me and chosen to walk away. It made no sense. If that was a future version of her, she already knew that I would see her. It was Sai's dilemma all over again. I just explained what I saw to Shiroya. So if she ever did travel to the past and repeat what I told her, she would be completing a loop with no origin. It couldn't be that she purposely let me see her just because I said so. She'd immediately recognize... If Shiroya ever traveled again, she'd immediately recognize that the situation I described could come at any time. There's no chance for it to happen without foreknowledge, like when she called the elevator in the attic. The state of the security room was unchanged. I saw some drops of blood had fully dried up, which was consistent with the time displayed on the computer, 7:29. Shiroya, are you there? It's such a nonsensical sight. The person I was calling for was next to me, but she wasn't who my shouts were directed to. Once again, if I tried to continue reasoning with my assumption that everything has to have an origin of some kind, the most simple explanation behind is everyone but you two dead? No. Sai and Akro should still be alive, right? I think those two are the only ones that have a chance of being alive otherwise. If I tried to continue reasoning with my assumption that everything has to have an origin of some kind, the most simple explanation behind things was that Shiroya would eventually lose her memories. I was getting a headache. I wanted to finally... Oh, Jesus Christ, this music is just getting louder and louder. I was getting a headache. I wanted to finally put a stop to all those maddening lines of thought. But I couldn't. Not after the way Shiroya in the hallway stared right through me. The elevator is still here, so if you went up, you probably didn't use it. Let's walk. She simply nodded. I understood that since she hadn't... What the hell? Holy shit! What is that? What the fuck? Oh, my Fugi! Foogie! Alright. Log in with Discord. Did it lock me out? Is that what happened? Keep scrolling. Authorize. Internal server error? The final masked full back. Shut up! I'm not the culprit! Failed to log in? Wait, did I get banned on Discord? What's going on? Why is it failing me to log in? What? Discord app. Let me try opening Discord. In the... No, it seems like I'm still logged in. Standing. Your account is all good. Okay, let me try restarting Discord. It's not Discord, but just for good measure, let me try restarting Discord. Because every time I try to log in, it says failed to log in. It might just be Fuki, but I'm a bit worried about the fact that it says failed to log in. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, no. Okay, never mind. They did a huge Fuki update, apparently. And then they messed everything up. That's what happened. Because I can see, I'm looking at Fuki now, it looks completely different. Like, it looks completely different. This looks very, very different. Alright, let me, sources. Okay, internal server error. No, I'll just hide my Fuki. I'll try to log in again. The main thing that just scared me was the fact that I logged in and it was like, Discord failed to log in. I was like, oh, okay, well, it's back. Oh, well. Well, okay. No problem. Nothing's ever happened. Okay. She simply nodded. I understood that since she hadn't personally seen herself, she was too baffled and sleepy to feel the urgency I did. As I went up, I reassured myself of what I believed. Something else has to be happening. The way we think the Sekimeiya works does not explain this. You needed this, Fuki. I needed a Fuki update now! What the hell? Why am I getting a half-naked woman on my screen? Go down here with the frog. Right there. Does it work? Does the Fuki work now? Yes, the side works now as well. Okay. Very nice. Both of us wanted to stay in the event room until 2100, but it was a different Shiroya who made us leave. What if whatever is about to happen leads into Shiroya's traveling, and she experiences her side of what I just saw? That doesn't make a single bit of sense. Again, the reason why we left the room would be because we left the room, and then made ourselves leave the room. There's something clearly missing. Not only is this a bootstrap paradox, it contradicts our own interests. We both had every intention of staying there, so what could the meaning behind this actually be? I hope that whatever the attic contained, there would be some kind of hint. The other Shiroya was wearing clothes I thought I'd seen up there, which amplified how outlandish it would be for that bootstrap to occur. Why was she dressed in clothes? Another image. Oh my god. Why did you screenshot that? This is so fucking big. I can't put this anywhere. Why was she dressed in clothes from the attic? Instead of going over how unlikely causal loops were, I had to shift my approach. The answer had to be something that wouldn't directly come from me seeing her wearing the clothes. Another image. Also add this image. Here. However, that had already happened, and I told her about it. So what possibilities remained? What could the masked answer be? Or have been? Reason? That was what I needed to locate. We arrived at the entrance to the attic. The key was still in the keyhole. Oh my goodness. So we began to go up the narrow staircase. A reason behind the Shiroya I just saw, who still has to be somewhere. Is it a coincidence that the hardest mysteries to solve have involved double selves? Now that I think about it, almost everyone but me has produced this mystery individually. Naomi's body appeared dead twice. Sai existed both in the attic and on the crystal floor. And simple time travel couldn't explain it. What about the Acro that had different memories? Ayla and Erina have died despite the fact that they're supposed to be alive in the future. Now a Shiroya that's very hard to explain with pure time travel had suddenly shown herself. The core mystery is always the origin of an extra person and their reason for existing. Something else might have been happening right under our noses, and we just haven't noticed it yet. Could it be related to the gas? A second Katai hasn't appeared. Is that related to what Acro said in the bedroom? He didn't know who Katai was, but he knew me. It doesn't seem like anyone's been here recently, going off the floor. We entered, leaving behind the first footprints in a while. If anyone had entered or exited the attic, they used the elevator. However, since the key was still in the door below us, it was unlikely that the elevator could have possibly gone up so far. I believe it's in the right bedroom. The wardrobe had a few articles of clothing. That one, right? I saw them too. I nodded and opened it up. Inside, a few old-looking clothes hung on the empty shelves. I thought so. You were wearing these. I took out a moderately sized white shirt and dark pants, neither of which looked to have been designed for a young girl. These? I'm not sure I like them. Well, there isn't much else to choose from. I suppose, yeah. I imagine I'd pick these if I wanted to use this wardrobe to get dressed. Image. That image doesn't work. The requested page could not be found. And you were wearing them even though they're still here. I'm still very lost about this. But does it mean that I'll go back to the past with them? I don't know. Could something else have been the answer? I thought about that first. I just put together how unlikely it was that anyone had entered the attic recently. That meant that the Shiroya I'd seen probably hadn't hurried up to the attic and returned those clothes to the wardrobe. I didn't imagine that had happened, but it wasn't out of the question. If that Shiroya changed because he's the killer due to blood. I was thinking about that as well, yeah. Oh my god. My Fuki! Not again! Alright, whatever. Here, we'll just do this. For now. I didn't imagine that had happened, but it wasn't out of the question. If that Shiroya had possessed another key to the attic, she could have come faster than us while we'd gone to the security room. I wasn't sure if she had the ability to use a single key we knew existed. The elevator had probably been on the crystal floor, so even if she had the key, she would have had to go up with it. Leave the clothes behind, take the elevator down to the 6th floor, send it up to the crystal floor, or send it to the crystal floor, and then place the key in the attic's keyhole. I have been feeling that as well. I think one of the main things that makes me feel like Shiroya dies also is because she isn't in the voice file, the recording. That makes me the saddest. I don't want Shiroya to die. I want her to come out alive, and then we get married and we get many kids. Even though they look the same, I'm willing to assume these clothes aren't the exact same ones I saw you wearing, meaning that 2 identical sets exist at the moment, if your other self is still here somewhere. It feels pointless trying to think about how it happened when I'm completely clueless as to why it did. But if you travel to the past and see me in the event room, something similar to our last travel has to happen. You mean that I'd need to wear the clothes for a while and then travel with the Sekimeiya. After that I have to appear far back enough, and the place I'd show up would have been from the time I was wearing the clothes. Yeah. I love this woman and she's gonna die. If she dies, I'm uninstalling. That's it. No, I've said it. I was getting incredibly overwhelmed. The way she described it was one way for it to work. Other arrangements existed, such as traveling far to the past, borrowing the clothes, seeing me in the event room, and eventually going to the past again to return them to the wardrobe. Nonetheless, it didn't make any sense. Why would she do that? It was so bizarre and unlike anything else that had happened. I couldn't think of a semi-logical explanation. I think, okay, I could see 2 explanations. One is the one you're saying, Shin, with she killed someone and she's redressing to remove the blood, and then she went to the past. I don't know why she would go to the past, but she went to the past. Another reason why she's done it is literally just to get us to leave the room. The fact that he knows, she would know from this happening, she would know that he knows that the clothes are in the attic, right? So the fact that she knows that he knows they're in the attic, she would put on those clothes and then, like, she would want us to leave the room. I don't know, because the Sekimeiya is in that room. So if she needs the Sekimeiya for some reason, either that or because the Sekimeiya, we were guarding the Sekimeiya. But that's one reason why she would want us to go up here, is specifically because I knew that the clothes were there. And now she knows that I know the clothes are there. Let me see. It's possible we'll come across that version of you again, even though she didn't look too surprised to see me, just in case we do. Yeah, that's another reason why it would make reason that if she's not surprised to see me, then obviously she knew that I was gonna see her. I opened the drawers and took a marker out. I hope this hasn't dried out yet. If these cameras are actually still working, I might get in trouble for this, but it could tell us something of value. How'd you get the clothes back then? Well, she went to the past with the Sekimeiya. Are you gonna leave a mark? Yes, washing it won't get rid of it, so I'll make it tiny. On the collar of the shirt, I drew a tiny black cross. The more I think about it, a tiny black cross. Did we see that when we saw her? Oh my god. I've got that right click, because when I think right click, I think open a context menu. Well, I don't see a tiny black cross here, so I guess that doesn't really help, does it? No. The image. You've just sent me to like 20 images. Yeah, well, you never saw blood either. That's true. No, I'm not pinning them all. The more I think about it, the more unlikely it seems that what happened was accomplished by traveling from the future via loop without origin, which is how a consistent timeline would work. Just like I thought when we were locked in the bedrooms, there was a way to place the origin of a loop inside Shiroya's mind. If she created a plan downstairs in the event room where a future self of hers would lure us out to accomplish something, and she'd later travel to make that happen, I began to accept it as possible, since it had happened to Shiroya, though I wasn't able to reason it out like that. If we ever see that version of you again, and you're wearing these clothes, I'll check this spot. Yeah, see, the fact that he says this is so important. If we ever see that version of you again, and you're wearing these clothes, I'll check this spot. That's literally what she wanted. She wants us to check the spot right now. There's something happening with the in the room with the Sekimeiya right now, or on the crystal floor. There's a reason why she wanted us to leave that crystal floor. If the mark is there, it'll mean that you travel from the future with it somehow. If it's not there, that'll tell us the truth is different. I ran into that Shiroya and saw no mark. There were next to no ways to explain it with her coming from the future, and they all relied on returning the clothes to the wardrobe before we found them. Once again, I couldn't help but experience an impending and threatening pressure when I tried to think about the reason, what reason existed behind it all. I left the marker inside the drawer and sat on the bed. Shiroya joined me at my side, evidently not fully accepting yet that a mysterious version of her was most likely roaming around downstairs. Yes! Me and my wife in the bed. You don't plan to travel to the past and put on those clothes, right? How could that have happened if you'll never make it happen? And I won't know, and I don't know either. I think it's just as strange as you're making it out to be. I replayed the moment... What the hell? I replayed the moment in my head, that expressionless person who'd unmistakably been Shiroya. What were her thoughts at the time? Is there a limit? A limit to what? I mean, the pop-up redeem doesn't actually do anything, so no, there's not a limit. I lay back in frustration. That was the first time the bizarre double buddy situation happened to someone I could trust and freely speak with, but she had no idea what the meaning behind it was. Perhaps that was also applied to every other case. No, they don't. So the pop-up redeem, I was working on fixing CV's pop-up redeem, and that's just the test redeem, and I keep forgetting to remove it. It could be that the original Naomi wouldn't have been able to explain the existence of her double self either. Could something have been creating replicas of us without our notice? Of us? There's no way. Otherwise the other Shiroya would have run to me as soon as she'd seen me. And even if the answer was that she had a reason to borrow the clothes from the attic, they wouldn't have still been in the wardrobe. I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised that he hadn't thought that maybe she wanted him to go up here to the attic. I'm genuinely surprised he hasn't thought of that. I clicked my tongue, sighed, and rolled on the bed. I hated everything about it. When I looked at Shiroya, all I got from her face was a despondent expression. The version of you had some goal. If she was lost somehow or suddenly popped into existence, she wouldn't have ignored me. Well, I mean, it doesn't need to be that he suspects her. Just that, like, maybe something is going on the crystal floor right now, and that's why she wanted us to go up here. Why isn't he saying that? It's like the most obvious one. Right? What kind of goal? Well, look at what she accomplished. Oh, finally! Finally, he's bringing it up. Well, look at what she accomplished. By wearing the clothes from the attic, not responding to my shouts, and quickly hiding from view, she brought us here. You think I wanted to lead us far away from the event room? Honestly, what else could it be? That's where the Sekimeiya is. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm sure you would have a good reason for doing it. No, that can't be it. I'm sure I don't want to touch the Sekimeiya again. But you could have come from the future with further knowledge and a specific plan to achieve. You just said earlier that doesn't make sense, right? Even if I ever think to have a good reason to travel back to this point and use the Sekimeiya, I'd know how to do it just because of me doing it already. Happened. I'd be repeating what you saw thanks to the fact that I repeated what you saw. That can't be it. I couldn't object. I'd used the same argument to deny a multitude of theories, but it wasn't fully reliable as we didn't know the rules of the universe regarding time travel. Let's go back down. Let's go back down, I suppose. We'll see if the Sekimeiya is still there and there's a chance we'll see you again. Okay. Accompanied by an unsettling, gloomy mood, we entered the hallway. We weren't feeling too energetic, so we called the elevator. After a few seconds, the button lit up orange. I opened the door and entered after her. After pressing the lowest button, I leaned on the uncomfortable hand railing and wished for everything to finally end. We began to descend, surrounded by the unassuming sound of the elevator's motion and my deep sighs. Why did it suddenly light up so much? Why is the music stopping? Why is nothing happening? Huh? Shiroya also realized that we'd stopped earlier than expected. As the secondary doors opened, we saw the floor 3 buttons blinking. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Did you hit it accidentally? No. We looked at each other, puzzled, before staring at the opaque door that led to the 3rd floor. We were unaware of what awaited us, but we expected something to happen. Someone must have pressed the button while we were inside. However, the door didn't immediately open. The only explanation was that someone had called it from the 3rd floor, but they weren't getting in. I cautiously reached forward and pushed the door. A desolate corridor came into view with 0 apparent signs of life. I don't see anyone. I stepped out with Shiroya right behind. I looked at the button, but nothing indicated whether it had been pressed. You're sure you didn't hit it right? Yeah, definitely. Oh, the elevator kept moving to the crystal floor. Shiroya called it again as I walked a few automatic steps, attempting to comprehend what could have happened. Did someone run away after pressing the button? I approached the stairs, the most likely route anyone could have chosen to hide in a rush. I couldn't immediately see anyone, so we'd have to choose which way to go. There's really no one here. Should we keep going down? I guess so. Maybe we should continue on foot. Could have been the other version of you. Okay. Our synchronized footsteps began to lightly echo around the wide interior, setting up an uncomfortable atmosphere we got very familiar with. I was barely ahead of Shiroya. After a few steps, I reached the left turn where the entrance to the offices was. What? Out of nowhere, I saw a hand gripping a knife swing toward me. My heart didn't have time to stop before I began to see the motion slowly. Without being able to give it any thought, I turned my whole body as fast as possible. I felt a breeze at my side from the swipe whiffing and looked up to witness Shiroya's expression progressively changing to a terrified mask. As fast as my worn-out body let me, I bolted to her and grabbed her hand, running the opposite direction. We ran as fast as possible and began to hear a 3rd person coming from behind us. We were being chased. The distance between us and the attacker was minimal. While we desperately sprinted, we saw the elevator and the floor 4 staircase in front of us. I was certain we weren't going to have time to open the elevator and use it before being caught. The staircase was our single option. I fully focused on running as hard as I could, tightly gripping Shiroya's hand. Without a doubt, the person we heard behind us had tried to kill me. Before we reached the stairs, I let go of her hand and prayed we couldn't go up fast enough. I prayed we could go up fast enough. Halfway up, the crisp steps below us let us know the attacker hadn't given up and would continue to chase us. My heart began to race faster than I'd ever felt it. Despite how unreal it seemed, the idea that someone around us wanted our death had proven correct. As soon as we reached the higher floor, we took off again. I looked to the side, ensuring that Shiroya was still okay. She met my look with terror, not a trace of wooziness remaining in her. What had we done? And why had we been attacked? A myriad of similar questions flooded my mind as we kept running through the straightaway. Even though the bathrooms could be locked from the inside, Katai said that his key opened all of them. We were most definitely being chased by his killer, who could have picked it up, or could go back to the security room to do so. Entering the partitions would only doom us too. Instead, with the distance between us and our attacker beginning to extend, we did our best not to slow down for even a second. That's what I'm thinking too, Shin. I mean, Shiroya must have seen the killer, right? Shiroya must have seen it. There's no way Shiroya didn't. Obviously I didn't, but Shiroya? Notice she was behind him? I don't know. Maybe. But even then, when I grabbed her hand and ran, I don't know. Let's go to the attic. Maybe that's why she's not saying anything. Maybe she did see and she's so, like, starstruck. Like, she's so, like, flabbergasted. In a hoarse voice, I let out what I'd intended to be reassurance. I realized our only chance. I think she might just have seen a Dutch and knife. She saw the hand at least. You know how perfectly big it is and whether there's nail polish. I'd realized our only chance relied on the attic. The key should have still been there, so if we could keep the same pace until we arrived at the door, we'd have enough time to lock ourselves in. Once more, we forced our exhausted bodies up to a floor 5 staircase, while the adrenaline effect started to wear off. I desperately needed to slow down, but I pushed myself more than I'd ever thought I could. I wasn't going to die. I rejected that thought more than anything. Do we even know if they're still chasing us? What if the person stopped and went back and took the elevator and just, like, go up with the elevator? I grabbed Shiroya's hand again and sprinted towards the offices. We hadn't come to the tower to die. It had been the complete opposite. Almost 4 hours remained, and the footfalls... Okay, apparently we do. The footfalls behind us continually warned us how badly someone wanted us dead. Despite their lower speed, they were still running. We had to go to the attic. That was our only way to survive. Somehow the culprit had a knife. As soon as I considered how nonsensical that was, a flash of Erina's death came to me. There had been a bloodstain on her chest, and although we hadn't inspected it, the same knife had surely taken her life. I mean, I'm sort of thinking it too, right? Like, couldn't we grab some of these flower pots and, like, throw them? Or, like, go into the computer room, take a monitor, and, like, fucking whack that person? Like, I mean, obviously it doesn't beat a knife, but, like, we're 2 people. Killing your killer is a bit rude. That's true. Do you think Saya Acro is slower than the MC and Shiroya? I guess I don't know. Nothing really tells me that they should be, right? Like, just because Acro is big doesn't exactly mean he needs to be slow, right? The last sentence we'd have to power through. The last staircase we'd have to power through was in reach. Zeroya's Zeroya's body began to tremble as a sign of how much she'd pushed herself to escape from the danger of death. Only one more. We'll lock ourselves up in the attic. My mind started to feel numb. As soon as I spat out some words, she nodded almost imperceptibly, while the terrifying echo of our persistent attacker refused to fade. I stepped up the stairs, unable to match our prior pace. Our bodies couldn't withstand much more. As much as I tried to keep up for just a few more seconds, my legs were barely responding. Seeing how the same thing was happening to Shiroya, I feared that our lack of sleep would finally catch up to us. Hadn't been able to see the body of the attacker. There weren't many options. They were chasing us with a knife, so we weren't going to die without knowing our killer's identity. We stepped onto the 6th floor and resumed what could no longer be called running, but a forced stagger. Fortunately, our pursuers seemed to be in a similar shape, as they hadn't used our exhaustion to catch up despite their continuous audible steps. It's still there. What? What do you mean it's still there? The door? Yes, of course. Like, okay, I just want to point out, he says it's still there in this situation. Well, how would he see the key from this distance? That's what I was thinking. It's still there. The door. The door. The D-O-R-E. The door. The attic's door was open, and I could see the shining key placed in it. Merely wishing not to faint, we forced a last sprint as we heard the noise behind us growing louder. My body had already given out, but thankfully too late to spell disaster for me. I took the key and entered the narrow staircase with Shiroya right behind me. As fast as I could, I shut the door and inserted the key in the inner keyhole. With a trembling hand, I turned and locked it. As soon as the tumbler clicked, I stopped trying to control my body and collapsed between the two walls. Are you okay? What if the killer has an extra key? We spent a full minute. What if that's the killer? What if it was like a second Shiroya, and I grabbed the Shiroya, the killer Shiroya, and the real Shiroya, the real Shiroya is like the one chasing after us, going like, Atsuki, wait, that's the wrong Shiroya. Come back, Atsuki. We spent a full, because she's not saying anything. We spent a full minute catching our breath. Because, I mean, there's no guarantee that the person running after us had a knife. We spent a full minute catching our breath, during which no other sound reached our ears, even though we'd achieved our only goal, an instance that whoever it was had another key to the attic. There'd be nothing we could do. I'm fine. Let's go up. I stood up as I felt able to. Still staggering, we began walking up the stairs to distance ourselves as much as possible from the door. The culprit hadn't even tried to open it after chasing after us the entire time, which made it all the more unsettling. Well, I mean, if the killer knew that the door was locked, why would they try to open it? Like, what's the point? Alright, like, what's the point of trying to open the door? They know it's locked. You didn't see their face, right? No, I only saw the knife coming out of the corridor. I think their sleeve was black. They must have had it hidden somewhere. You tried? Not sure, but it could only be Akaro's Sai. I found out earlier that I run faster than Sai, which I very much doubt is the case with Akaro. It has to be him then. I didn't know what to think. Someone had really tried to take my life when I had done nothing. Was I a threat, or were they just a psychopath? If it was Sai, I couldn't honestly decide. I don't know, but we might be safe here. I looked by my feet. No new footprints had been left since the last time we looked at the floor. There's supposed to be only one key for this place, but who can really tell? Duplication is a trivial matter at this point. Maybe they aren't safe. Yeah, maybe the killer's like going down to take the elevator right now. And they're not like opening the door to make sure that the killer can't get in through the elevator. Cuz like that would be a good trick, right? Cuz then you could lock them into like the little hallway place where the door is. Like you could they're like very narrow place. Yeah. And you can't hear the elevator either. They'd be completely defenseless. Sorry, I just had to check something. Because you aren't clicking fast. Shut up, Shin! At least if they haven't made a duplicate yet, they won't be able to do it now. We could be alright. I'm not sure. This is the same culprit who's been using the Sekimeiya all this time. I'm certain they'd have a way to replicate the key, even if we have it with us. If it's Sai, he could go back to the past and replicate his body during the time he was holding it. The pale fear projected on her face for a single instant was more than soul-crushing. I had been with her for so many years, never seen anything like it, not even recently. That's why I didn't voice much more than frightening. That was why I didn't voice the much more frightening way the culprit could make their way in. Okay, never mind. I thought he was about to say, by taking the elevator. By traveling from the future, they could deliberately materialize themselves in the attic if their location was simply based on the time they'd been there. Let's make sure we're alone, yeah. No matter who the attacker had been, two people would still be unaccounted for between Sai and Acro, and the other Shiroya. We'd been in the attic just a couple minutes earlier, but it wasn't impossible that someone else had been present at the time. We quietly walked No, shut the fuck up. Oh, it's only... Okay. It's not... Okay, I thought the music was ending. I thought the music was going completely quiet. But it's only going a little quiet. No, because whenever the music stops, something really awful happens. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, let's take a look around. Let's look around the location." And then the music just stops. That would have been awful. We quietly walked around while a piercing feeling invaded my chest. Aaron and Katai had recently died. I was barely able to accept it, and the killer had shifted to targeting us, the last people remaining. I truly hoped that at 2100 the police would come. I needed to get out with Shiroya at that time. There's no way I could make it even a second longer without breaking down. My heart still racing, I went to the hallway through the kitchen and looked at the storeroom while Shiroya stayed in the corner. After I'd seen the empty bathroom, we'd isolated the two bedrooms. I'll go up the ladder, stay here. They still haven't opened the elevator door, by the way. She came to the two parallel doors and watched me while I climbed up the ladder in the rightmost bedroom. I was able to confirm nobody was hiding. I repeated the process in the opposite one to conclude that we were the only people in the attic. Shiroya joined me inside. Our lives were at the risk of being cut short, but we couldn't do anything else. She sat on the bed knowing that we were possibly in the path of an unstoppable force. I fucking knew it. The elevator, right? The elevator. Is the elevator. Yeah, that's... Honestly, there's a wardrobe up there. Up the hatch. Close the hatch. Fucking knock over the wardrobe and push it over. Then fucking throw one of the beds over it, too. They're never gonna get up there. And then me and her can sleep in the same other bed, right? Oh my god, perfect. No! But life took no pity on us. Before we could speak any words, a heart-stopping sound came from the hallway. Through a terrified whisper, Shiroya's raw anguish toward the foundation of my will. The sound has made it clear. We were dealing with the real culprit, who had been able to enter our makeshift fortress. Trying to escape was futile. But I couldn't think of anything else. During the few seconds in which the approaching footsteps grew louder, only a single course of action came to me. Kiss her! Oh. The key! We need to lock ourselves in again. An equally terrified whisper came from within me. I rushed to the drawers where the key to the bedroom should have been. The bedroom we were in didn't have a chain, and crossing the hallway was too risky. What? It's not here. The bathroom's door was open and closed. The culprit was searching for us. Within my panic, I remembered it. Sai had tried to use that bedroom's key to unlock the opposite door, and we hadn't seen where he had left it afterward. Another door was opened. It wasn't ours, but the one in front, leading to the bedroom where we'd spent more than an hour locked inside. Fuck! We could shut the culprit inside with the key, but entering to get it might be too dangerous. We need to leave. As I said that, I took my shoes off and gestured to Shiroya to quickly do the same. Shiroya, quickly, take your shoes off. Oh, and also, can I take a quick whiff of those feet? It's important. It's very important for the plot. Oh, quick whiff of your feet. Oh, take your socks off as well, quick. No, it's necessary. We'd been able to hear the approaching culprit because of their shoes. Without them, walking on wood would be almost imperceptible. I looked through the door and heard movements coming from the other bedroom. We didn't have much time. Shiroya and I nodded at each other and left without making the least amount of noise possible. Holding our shoes with our hands. We approached the living room and began to increase our speed. The culprit had somehow entered the attic, but we didn't know their method. If they'd taken the elevator, it was likely still there, but we couldn't afford the risk of waiting for it to arrive. Without giving it much thought, we entered the living room. As soon as we did, the dry noise of footsteps on wood froze us in place again. They were coming to us. Instead of entering the other bedroom, very faint footsteps were approaching the living room where we were. Wait. What? No, we can't rush out. We might be going up against Sai, and he wouldn't let us escape like this. If he entered the attic with another key, he could be luring us to the staircase. We'd be so desperate that I'd left the key on the floor, next to the attic door. If Sai had managed to enter and then why would he do that? Is he fucking stupid? Is he like the dumbest person ever? Fucking idiot. If he'd also picked up our key, we couldn't leave, and we would just corner ourselves by walking down the stairs. I glanced down and saw footprints that didn't belong to us. Our pursuer had definitely walked across the carpet after our arrival. The terror locked my muscles in place. While the sound got closer, I began to explore the thought of attacking the culprit as soon as they entered the living room. Fuck, why didn't I think about this? They have a knife, and I can't just tell Shiroya to help me. We can't go that way. She'd been telling us... check the kitchen. There might be a knife in the kitchen. She'd been telling us to hurry up with her eyes, but that could have sealed our fates. I grabbed her available hand and dashed to the kitchen. Yes, what are you doing? Trying to leave through the main door didn't sound right, but we might have already been done for. The only other way out, the elevator, was no guarantee either. The person behind us had waited a couple of minutes before making their entrance, so if they used that time to disable the elevator below us, they were completely trapped. From the kitchen, we heard the living room's door being opened. We had to make our move. If they look at footprints, it's possible they could see that we were in the kitchen. We have to get out of here. But a different thought came to me. If they recognized the footprints and anticipated our action, they could wait in the hallway knowing we'd immediately leave. It was too late, as I'd already grabbed Shiroya's hand, and I wasn't able to stop mine from turning the handle of the door. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. Quick, Atsuki, sniff her feet! You have to! This is the only chance. What? Where are we now? The hallway was empty, but we could see the open door to the living room with very little time to think. I could only come up with two courses of action. Do we go to the other bedroom where we can lock the door, or do we try to use the elevator? Oh, is this another choice? I couldn't decide. Once again, I considered that we were potentially up against Sai, who'd taken some time to think up a strategy specifically so that we couldn't run away. He couldn't have thought far enough ahead to disable the elevator below us. But he just left the bedroom, and earlier I put the key inside the drawer where we'd found it. What if he took it, and going there will trap us as well? We had the chain, but it was unreliable. We'd seen how Akuro burst through it in 5 seconds. Not only that, but even though we were supposed to possess the single key to the attic, someone had managed to make their way in. The same thing could repeat in the bedroom. Earlier, Akuro and Sai had escaped with its key, and we knew they'd then activated the Sekimeiya in some way. It was possible they'd produced a spare key already. Let's try the elevator. Trying to call it is all we can do. If it doesn't come, we'll have to leave. Okay. My heartbeat running wild inside my ears almost drowned out our voices. The culprit hadn't entered the kitchen, meaning that they were either in the living room or the staircase. We'd have to pass through the open door to get to the elevator, so we'd have to hope they'd gone down the stairs and wouldn't see us. In an instant, we were on the other side. I'd been able to glance through the door and seen an empty living room. We sped up toward the elevator, but I stopped myself as soon as I remembered something. Huh? Wait, this could be bad. Everything carried the threat of a trap, and even though we were in close proximity to a killer, we had attempted to think rationally. We'd been instinctively running away to gain time, but we knew that was utterly pointless if every place was in reach of them. There's one goal we could strive for. The noise behind us resumed again. Again, the culprit was approaching. We don't have time to run to the elevator. I hope it's either here or functioning. This is definitely a trap. I opened the storeroom and dashed inside. Through the gap of the door, we could see the hallway. The sound of the culprit's movements were still reached our ears, but it had become too hard to discern the way they were going. They're not coming here. I think it's very possible that after we left the event room, the Sekimeiya was taken out. We have to rely on that and try to find it, since we don't have the key to open the cabinet. What I would do here now, right? They come over, person comes over, kick the door open. Right as they come over here, kick the fucking door open, right? It hits their head, hits their stupid head, stupid dumbass head. Hits them in their stupid dumbass dumb head. Dumb, stupid, dumb head. And then we can see who it is and we can run away. What do you mean, whoa, Mike? You're like a freaking hero? You tripping fucking... I wouldn't. I would kick the door in and it would knock their stupid, dumb, stupid head over. Stupid, dumbass, dumb, stupid, dumb. What the hell? I think it's very possible that after we left... Stop that. I think it's very possible that after we left the event room, the Sekimeiya was taken out. We have to rely on that and try to find it, since we don't have the key to open the cabinet. Stop that. Grrr. If we find it, we can choose a place to stay hidden until we're unavoidably found. Then we can activate it. Plot beat. If we go far into the past, we won't be able to think of ambushing the culprit, knowing where they'll be, since it contradict them finding us. But we could make it outside the tower if we're lucky enough. If we travel to the recent past, we could find a new place to hide that this person had just looked at. It'd only be buying us more time, but it'd be better than having to confront someone with a knife or keep exhausting ourselves. This has to work. On the 3rd floor, our attacker was by the office's corner, and not in the staircase next to the elevator. That was either to watch us from afar or prevent us from going down to the crystal floor. They wanted to chase us up here instead of down. Eventually every sound faded, and we could only hear our shaking breaths. In the cramped storeroom, we had to prepare for what our next and most important move would be. Why are they not moving anymore? Are they waiting for us?
Why so serious?
Stop. Should we try to call the elevator? No. I remembered... Maybe they took their shoes off too. I remember how this all started when I stopped myself. We were going down with the elevator and stopped on floor 3 because someone called it knowing we were inside. No matter who this is, at this point they must have thought of disabling the elevator under us so that we can't use it to escape. We called the elevator anyway, and it came. It would definitely be a trap, and they intend to do the same thing as before. As soon as we go down, they could call it. The last time they waited next to the offices. This time, they'd be right outside to make sure we can't continue moving. Think about it. It's also possible we're dealing with both Akuro and Sai. If one of them is on a floor under us, they could be hoping we take the elevator and lose any way out. But there's nothing we can do, is there? Assuming the elevator hasn't been used again, it should still be on floor 3. The culprit, or one of them, is waiting next to the floor 6 elevator, and we call it from there, they'd hear it going up. Then they'd know we'd be about to board it and use it. And they could call it to intercept us. Experiencing the most unsettling silence possible. Waiting in the storeroom wasn't an option, so I could only find 3. Trying to use the elevator to go down. Trying to lock ourselves in a bedroom. And trying to leave the attic through the main door. The person outside wasn't moving. They could be close by or far away. Regardless, it was certain they'd thought of a course of action to apprehend us. Why would they have stopped searching for us when it was certain we're in the attic? It could mean they're working alone. If they quit looking and want to ambush us instead, it could mean nobody's working with them. Their partner would have taken care of that, while the other kept trying to find us. So where are they waiting? No matter who we're dealing with, they aren't stupid. They must have grabbed the bedroom key just now, so going there is too obvious of a mistake. If the elevator is working, it means they have a contingency for us going down. It sounds illogical, but trying to walk out is the best idea. It doesn't make sense to think they're just outside of the storeroom waiting for us to leave. That implies they know we're around here. That implies they know we're around here. If they did, they would be rushing in. After all, they were opening every room earlier. Therefore, for some reason, they might have left the attic. Even though we're exhausted, we're also faster than them. We should be able to run away again if they see us on a floor below, where there's more space. Oh my god. Are you thinking about everything ever? Every single thing in existence? I thought about going to a bedroom to pick up a screwdriver. It was the only weapon I could think of, but I abandoned the thought. It was no match against the knife, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt going back to a bedroom was a bad idea. Furthermore, if the person chasing us has taken the key, they would probably have taken such an obvious weapon as well. Let's go. We'll try to leave through the main entrance. Tsuruya responded with a confused look, but she didn't object. We had to hope that out of the few options we had, one would let us live. I wasn't confident I'd pick the correct one, but that applied to all of them. And guys, this is where we'll end for today. With a 6-hour stream. Not quite the cliffhanger. I hoped that the music ending, or like going quiet like that, meant that it was gonna be a bigger cliffhanger, but I guess it wasn't. So it wasn't quite as intriguing. of a cliffhanger to end on that time. But I think it was still a pretty decent point to end the stream. Why did everything just close on my screen? Let's find someone to let you guys onto. Let's we have like an hour of Wolfie left. Let's raid Wolfie. He's playing Elden Ring, which surprises me a little because it's Wolfie. But we are gonna go check out Wolfie playing Elden Ring. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for being here. And we will probably play more of this next time. I think we are now, how long are we? How many hours are we in? We're 25 hours in. So, if the Steam store page is anything to go by, there's 15 hours left of the game, approximately. Obviously, that depends on how it calculates those 40 hours. So maybe a little more than just 40. But you get the idea. Yeah. That's today's stream. And now it's Wolfie's stream. And we're gonna watch Elden Ring. I don't actually know what he's playing, but I know he streams for at least an hour more. So we're not gonna do the same thing where we raid in and then it's like immediately ends. Don't worry, we're not doing that. It's gonna be a normal raid. Alright guys, the raid is about to go in 5 seconds. Thank you for joining and bye bye.